A huge Goodwood good morning, everyone. It is the Festival of Speed, it is the Forest Rally Stage, and it is the last day of what has been a magnificent event. I'm Bex Williams, alongside me is Xavier McCartan and Tony Jardine. We're your commentators today. We'll be talking you through all the action from this final day. We've had some thrilling displays from the cars. Let's have a look at the highlights from Saturday. It was wonderful to see world champion co-driver Martijn Vidog behind the wheel of a Hyundai Rally 1. It was a difficult start on the sighting lap for him, gentlemen, but he really got up to speed very quickly. Good morning, Zav. Good morning, Tony.
Good morning. Understandably, he was very, very nervous, and he's only driven the car a few times. But then it was marvellous to see stuntman extraordinaire and multi-American champion Travis Pastrana, and treated to Dakar as ever by Seth Quintera here with the Hilux. Normally would be on the sand dunes, but just doing wonderful, wonderful pirouettes. But Works Toyotas abound up here. We've had so many Works teams, it's brilliant.
We have, and the Rally 1 has been piloted across the weekend by Kalle Rovanperä, Sami Pyri, and yesterday by Jari-Matti Latvala. Martijn Vidog then really getting up to pace in the Rally 1. Normally he's calling the notes, but he switched it out for a bit of behind-the-wheel action here at Goodwood this weekend. All for fun. No plans for him to shift out Thierry Neuville from his seat. We had Jari-Matti Latvala in commentary, didn't we, guys? And he got behind the wheel of this incredible car when he was 15 years of age. Said he wouldn't mind getting behind the wheel again.
Yeah, very good, and we've had some terrific displays here in the service area. Tribute to 40 years of the Metro 6R4, and nice, solid, quiet start to Sunday morning on the Sussex Downs.
Well, what do we expect on this final day? Well, our 1.8-mile track, which has been designed by Hannu Mikkola, the Forest Rally Stage, has held up well throughout the whole weekend. It's become slippery, though, as the weekend has moved on. The gravel surface getting very polished out there. It's pretty dusty because we've had beautiful sunshine throughout it. But there has been an area of stage which has proved maybe just a little bit tougher than the rest out there, and that is Salmon Roll, the corner which comes up very quickly after Mäkinen and Acropolis, and we've seen certainly quite a bit of action on that area throughout the past 3 days, and I'm sure for the final day as well. Let's take a look at some of the Salmon Roll highs and lows this weekend.
UK debut of the Lancia Ypsilon in the hands of Pat and Noel Horan. We saw John Armstrong pilot the ex-Colin McRae Mark II Escort.
Well, even catching him out, as well as Pat Horan, and now the experts that from the very top end. Not sure which driver that one was, Bex.
But coming very close to the hay bale. I think it might have been Sami Pyri, actually. Travis Pastrana was flamboyant as ever, though, through Salmon Roll. It's a tricky little area, and it was leading to a lot of half spins.
Yeah, you plunge downhill, it's slippy down there, there's a big weight transfer as you hit the brakes, you've got to cadence them. Even Richard Hogg, well, he got away with that. A lovely big swirl of the rover of the rear end as it goes round. But Van der Putten, our Dutch colleagues, of which there are 5 crews over here, and here's the Dakar, Dutch Dakar Audi. Straight into the bales, but no damage done.
Well, there it is. It is waiting for our crews this morning, Salmon Roll. What kind of action are we going to see out there today? Over the past few years, we've been sending Tony Jardine out to various areas of this track to find out why exactly they are so tricky. Let's catch up with a report from him on why Salmon Roll is as difficult as it is.
This is the most infamous bend on the special stage. It's called Salmon's Roll. Why is it called Salmon's Roll? An employee called Chris Salmon in a brand new Range Rover 2004-2005, when we were laying out this new forest stage, came down to test in the new Range Rover and clipped this bank on the inside and rolled the Range Rover to the outside. A lot of competitors today have been clipping this bank and they've been getting away with it. But how much longer can they do that for? Chris Salmon had to go and see his lordship on his bended knee, grovel and apologise.
Hopefully nobody has to be apologising to anyone today. Let's hope we don't see too much action there. It is a spicy area of track, though. But we had lots of different incidents throughout the track yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, Bex, you know, it's very, very hot. And the surface has been baking. It's been baked very, very, very hard. On top of that, you still got the layers of dust. And then with the cars all going down there, they're polishing that surface. Now, you put that chalk, and in some parts where there's the clay and then the concrete areas that they've put down as well, you mix that all together and it becomes very smooth. As a consequence, you have some quite slippy areas, that Salmon Roll area being one of them.
Yeah.
Then you have the asphalt and the dust covered down by gambles, and then up to Dakar, which is slippy.
Well, one of the focuses of the past 3 days has been the afternoon shootouts. They have been spectacular. Let's catch up with what happened on the Saturday shootout. I have to say, gents, it was a little bit stop-start, the Saturday shootout. We had quite a bit of drama happening within it, but luckily not for these guys, Sav.
No, Ben Mellors managed to repair the stub axle on the Toyota Celica RA40 overnight. Kim Mayer, who was the birthday boy yesterday, took his X-Works top and Sunbeam Lotus for quite a few runs. Nice and reliable, very spectacular, and great to see one of the many X-Works cars here at Goodwood this weekend.
The shootout all about setting the fastest time out of the batch of cars that you're in. We've had one every single day of competition, and today we will ultimately crown the winner of the Forest Rally Stage. And Gary Lecadeau has very much been on pace throughout the whole weekend.
Yeah, he has. He's been in that top three. David Wright's been second. He's been knocking on the door. He's been pushing Tom Williams hard. Don't know whether he can do that today, because on aggregate he's somewhere in the region of 16 seconds down, but it only takes one little off and then you're back in there. And here is the leader. This is a man going into the final day today. He wants to put it all together and get a really, really decent run, and he was going for it in that final run in the shootout. Up the bank, hopping over the next bank. And, and then Sam Mason, right up there. He's in the Junior British Rally Championship, and Sam very early into his rally career, but he's been putting some great runs together in the R4 car.
He has, yeah, and has been very neat and tidy throughout all of yesterday. Great shot there of the Sussex Downs and Goodwood in its glory.
There's the final standings after Saturday for the shootout then, with the combined times, of course, over the past 3 days. Tom Williams out front with a 7:36.6. In second, it's David Wright. Gary Lecadeau is in third with an 8:12.5. Then Sam Mason, who we just saw, with an 8:29. Marcel Ludwig completes the big top five with an 8:31.6. Then we see the rest of the top 10 there. But of course, the final shootout we will see this afternoon. A couple of incidents, of course, in yesterday's stage, particularly for Aoife Raftery, who rolled her Rally 3 yesterday. It was a real shame, but both crew were okay. Got the car out. Happy days at the end of it. But the shootout, a difficult one on Saturday. What will we see later today? Well, it's a while till we get there. We are bright and early here at Goodwood. We're waiting for our first cars to enter the Forest Rally Stage this morning. And already great to see so many people floating around up here pre-9 o'clock. We're just coming up to the mark now. And we can see the sensational new start area this year, Zav, which we see an elevated view of the cars on just before they head down onto the tarmac and plunge into the stage.
Yeah, it's proved really popular. Martin Overington on the stage there in his Golden Wonder 6R4, but this time it's his friend Guy Stevens behind the wheel. And we thought we would have a nice quiet start to Sunday morning after last night's festivities, but we will have the 6R4. We have a couple of the Renault Alpines going to make their way onto the stage. I can see a couple of Audi Quattros. So the dawn silence, morning silence is now broken. for the next few hours, and we will have plenty of cars between now and midday to keep you thoroughly entertained.
This one is a 2.5 V6, the Martin Overington owned car. He also races historic Formula 1, quite a character. Ram Sport car. Took over the 3-year restoration of this car, which was formerly the John Price Duckham's car, which Zav will remember very well, winning so many tarmac championships. At WRC level, Sir Patrick Head was involved in the design, and that's the V6 engine off the line in those wonderful golden wonder colours. Ken Wood originally had those on his Rover and his 6R4.
And the TR7 and Dolomite Split. But if you are in the forest, we have a terrific display of 28 Metro 6R4s, right from the original prototype up to the very latest specifications. They've been here for the last 3 days to celebrate 40 years of the 6R4 on the World Rally Championship, when Tony Pond finished third on the Lombard REC Rally.
Got to stop you there, Zav, because we need to wax lyrical about this car here.
Yo, you do.
Well, Bex is going to join in with me, of
Oh
course.
my goodness, the Alpine A110, what a machine. This car has won a round of the World Rally Championship. Alpine's such a wealth of history, and that continues on within rallying right up to present day. It's a beautiful car to see, and it's gone in ahead of the yellow Alpine this morning, which I think the world might shift on its axis, because we've seen the yellow Alpine kickstart each day here so far. But it's a wonderful car, and I urge you to get up close and personal with this in the rally service area. There's some nice bits of detail on it with the history, but also you can just see how small the interior is, how compact that car is.
1971 Rally Portugal winner with Jean-Francois Pio, and also Jean Todt, who was the president of the FIA. So it's a winning car, but it's also a very original car. And Steve Ward stresses, as we go tentatively through Salmon Roll there, Guy Stevens, and I don't blame him, it's not his car, but as Steve Ward says, it was nothing to do with Renault at the time in the 70s, 71. Renault took over in 73, and then they started winning lots and lots more rallies. But Alpine and Dieppe have kind of divorced themselves from Renault when they could, until they were bought out. 1.8 engine in there, the floor slightly lower to accommodate Steve's height. Very original car. Here's another car, but they're not sure, the German crew are not sure about the history of this particular Alpine Renault A110.
I think for most spectators, when they get up and have a look around a lot of the cars that are on display, I think they're kind of surprised by how cramped the conditions are, because when you put in a couple of bucket seats, a roll cage, all the other little bits and pieces, there's not as much room as you would think in a normal family saloon. Lancia Stratus is one that brings to mind, you know, it was unbelievably cramped, but you can see how close together they are, and there's no room to spare. Everything has a function. We saw some great shots yesterday of the interiors where you would see fuses along the dash. So space is at a premium, and it's used very efficiently.
Sven Flotter, Frank Hancham, both from the Hamburg area. They follow and compete in the slowly sideways series, which they really enjoy. But for them, it's been a dream come true coming here for the very first time to the Goodwood Festival of Speed and to the rally stage. So they're loving it, absolutely loving it. And we're loving seeing, you know, blasts from the past, like the Metro 6R4. And as Zav has just said, there are a lot of them up here on display, right the way through from the early prototypes through to the last of the 6R4s. And when you think about that, Zav, in the homologation process, you had to produce 200 of those cars to get your certificate from the FIA.
Well, you did, but some manufacturers were
Cheated.
Well, I wouldn't have gone that far, but I mean...
Wow, you're on the limit this morning already, Tony Jardine.
No names, no pack drill. They cheated. They put some at the front of the queue, and as the inspectors went round, they drove the other ones round the other end and said, no, there's the other 100.
Yeah, 2 different warehouses. Yeah, no, there was some strokes pulled when you had to show 200. Car number 81 coming down to the start line, Andy Trainer and Tanya Short. Andy has been out on a regular basis since Thursday, and of course the voting colours of Stig Blomqvist and Michel Mouton as well. These were the colours that the cars ran. Of course, Hannu Mikkola, Arnie Hertz. And there's what I was saying about the way that space in the dash is used very sparingly, and everything has a purpose. The little silver badges you see there are previous visits to Goodwood. Car number 81 this year in the top left-hand corner. But that will tell you the car has been here quite a few times. You can see it under the pedals, the way they differ from your road-going car. All the relays there on the left-hand side, FP2, spot, fan. So everything can be changed quickly mid-stage, Tony, when you have a crisis or an issue.
But also just by the roll bar inside the door there, you see the little fire stick, and I have those in my rally car. You have your fire extinguisher system plumbed in anyway, but the fire stick is an instant one that you can put out the initial fire, and fire can happen. So the more preventative stuff that you can have in there, the better. So Steve Ward going around there with this very, very original Alpine, calling it an Alpine because they divorced themselves from Renault at the time. So Jean-Pierre Nicolas, Jean Todt would have been in this car, but it won incredibly harsh rallies. It won the Acropolis rally in its time.
It's hard to believe looking at it that it could even go, you know, a couple of kilometers, not even a couple of hundred kilometers.
But it looks fragile. Look at it, and it just looks like it should just be going on a nice sports car run on a Sunday and just being put on show somewhere. And actually, earlier in this year, they had a big celebration. I think it was something like the 60th or 70th year of Alpine. And in Dieppe, it was just full of Alpines right throughout the ages. And a lot of the British owners took their cars over there. And in fact, they had a lot of the Alpines here when I was racing at the members meeting in Goodwood. They all came over here as well. There must have been about 80 cars here. Just tremendous.
That sounds like heaven to me.
Yep.
Why didn't you ring me and tell me this was happening, Tony Jardine?
Yeah, well, I couldn't find your number at the time.
Sorry. I'm desperate. That sounds amazing. We'll see the Alpines, I'm sure, throughout the day, because they have been doing multiple runs here at the Forest Rally Stage.
James Avis on the start line now in his RS200. Son Junior alongside as we cut back to Andy Traynor and Tanya Short. But James told us an interesting story about how he came into the possession of the car that he's driving this morning. He was competing on an event in Germany and broke down, and the organisers were able to put him in touch with a contact about 150 miles south of where the event was to get some spare parts and keep going. And lo and behold, he met the owner, and the owner asked, "Do you want to see my garage?" And he opened the garage, and there was the RS200. And within a week, James had it bought, and when he told me what he bought it for 30 years ago, I couldn't believe it. 40,000 euros.
Oh,
wow.
Stop. He had an absolute bargain there, and we're delighted that he's brought it here to the Goodwood Festival of Speed, to the Forest Rally Stage this weekend and multiple weekends.
But Bex, it's true. When you think about what was paid then and the value now, and you see in the auction houses, in the historic auction houses, some of the classic rally cars from the era, especially the original ones, and the prices they are fetching. And that means when you're seeing original cars going around here, and the risk that the owners are taking to bring them here, demonstrate them to us, and take them down a really tough rally stage like this, you have to say thank you very much to people like Steve Ward.
Yeah, absolutely. They do take the risk, don't they, of the damage, like you say. But this is what the cars were designed to do, and we're really glad that they are actually brave enough to be bringing them out and not keeping them in a golden cage.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, I'm so respectful and grateful. The likes of Kim Mather, you know, James Avis, Steve Rimmer with his collection of cars, that they bring them, they run them. You know, they get a bit of a beating and then they're re-prepped for the next time they're out. We are really, really lucky to have competitors like that. Kim Mather on the start line, he was 74 yesterday, and we've seen Kim out on a regular basis since we began here Thursday morning. So far, 3 days of fabulous action.
That's the A1 Quattro. Doesn't have those big haunches, the big arches at the side, so that's the first evolution of the Audi Quattro in Group 4 regulations in the FIA. And once they'd got that car sorted, it ran as a course car when Hannu Mikkola drove it, and within 3 rallies it was already starting to win.
Yeah, I mean, I remember at the time Hannu Mikkola left, you know, David Sutton and the Ford Escort team, and rumours was he was going to Audi, and everybody's going, he's mad, going to Audi.
Yeah.
And the first event, that test event they did, he was up against a couple of Escorts, a couple of Lancias, and you know, it was only a small event, won by 12 minutes. People couldn't believe it, and of course that changed the face of rallying completely.
And everyone had to catch up. But just
Yeah.
think about Audi very briefly, because you can say, okay, this is what they did in rallying. What did they do in world sports cars? You know, and they won successive Le Mans.
Yeah.
You know, and Audi were incredible. And now Audi are coming into Formula One. They were originally, a long time ago, at the same time as the Silver Arrows, they were involved in Grand Prix racing. You know, they were one of the big German teams. They're coming back, and there are a lot of doubters, but I think ultimately they will do a very good job. They've bought the Sauber Formula One team. But I'm just saying that is the motorsport history, the lineage of such a great brand. And I think if we ever get to meet any of the top brass, we'll tell them they should come rallying
Again.
You know, again.
Well, we're trying to get as many of them as we possibly can. We're going to be having a lot of conversations, aren't we, with people, should we ever find the top brass of these manufacturers. Try and persuade them that rallying is where it's at. We've been lucky enough to see the right up in contemporary rally cars now, the Lancia Rally 4 car, the Epsilon, which has been competing in Italy this year and in the European Rally Championship, and we're really keen to see if Lancia will indeed continue on and build more rally cars and move up the tree.
Just before, we saw an opening shot there of Kim Mather again, coming round, and the Sunbeam Lotus, and I wasn't sure if he'd just been up the bank or something. He was going quite slowly, but then that'd be most unlike him, because he's mainly a racing driver. He's done tarmac rallying, and he's smooth and he's fast, and like me, he's old but good.
Door number's nearly the same age as yourself.
Oh, you've taken a lot of jibbing over your age this weekend.
No, it's fine.
He's a
Absolutely
sprightly
Nothing
53, aren't you?
Yes. And still out there doing it. And the moment any of us veterans fall out of love with this sport is the day I stop, because this just is everything that I love. And I'm just looking forward to the next rally. I'm so excited about it. And then when I'm not, that's the time you got to stop.
Yeah, absolutely.
The
Once you're still loving it, you keep going.
Absolutely.
And we're certainly loving all the displays we're seeing right now. Now, we've talked about various different cars, various different eras throughout the weekend, and various different highlights. And you need to have a think about this, gentlemen. I want your highlights from the weekend as we go through today. What's struck you the most? What's been the best moment out there? What's been the car you've really appreciated seeing the most on this Forest Rally stage?
I mean, I'm going to go for my spectacular memory from this. There may be something else springs up today. Has been Travis Pastrana, because each and every run has been on the limit. You know, it has been exciting. It's been full of his usual verve, and every passenger that's had a ride with him must be talking about it for the next year. I would have thought. I think he's been absolutely sensational.
Yeah, he has. He's been the huge enthusiasm behind it all this weekend. Zav, what about you?
I hate to be two peas in a pod, but I totally agree, because he has been spectacular on the stage. We've had the company of Rian Gelsamino. If we can see the paddock here from our comedy position, every time I've seen Travis Pastrana, if he's not in the car, he's got the phone out, interviewing drivers. Yesterday he was interviewing Tom Williams' co-driver about when they happened upon Aoife Raftery's mishap, and he was interviewing him, saying, what did you do? So, you know, that kind of thing on stage, interacting with the fans, interacting with other drivers. Yeah, he's been a breath of fresh air this year. He really has.
Yeah, he has. And of course, you can go and see him in the service area.
And that is the Dodge and Tones of the Lancia Rally 037. It's a former Safari car that Dave Kedward sourced and brought back and rebuilt. His son Lee driving it. Sadly, we didn't see David Kedward in his Peugeot 205 T16 this weekend. He's getting over an operation, so we wish him well. Sven Floder now back on the start line, and Tony interviewed the crew the day before yesterday, and the enjoyment and enthusiasm for Goodwood from the pair of them was so evident in your interview, Tony.
Yeah, there's no question about that. And Germany as a nation, they do love their rallying. You know, Rally Deutschland has been really, really good event, but you know, a lot of tarmac. So it's fair to say that there are a lot more restrictions in Germany and what they can do in terms of motorsport, and in terms of where they can go rallying and so on. Circuit racing, yeah, fine, they can do that. So a lot of the German enthusiasts do go to other European events, do come to UK events. And these two in particular, Flotter, he's absolutely been loving it. He's enthralled by the whole place. And I think for these crews who come here for the first time, when they see all the rally stars that are here, the champions, the current WRC cars, and then the history of the sport all the way through, and all these cars represented, they just get blown away by it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they do. And, you know, for Sven himself, he is, you know, very much a festival, a show event competitor. You know, we see him here at Goodwood regularly, the Eiffel Rally Festival, which we've talked about at length during the weekend. And I think it's just amazing that that car, it looks so immaculate. He's so delighted to be driving it here, but the only downside, which we got from your interview, was they are missing some history for it.
Yeah.
And he was, you know, he was pretty down about the fact that there's, you know, there's some windows of years which he just doesn't know what that car was up to.
Yeah, that's right. Whereas this one does have a history, and Rob Whitehouse has got the full documentation on this particular car. It's the Group A Lancia Delta, and it's very, very similar to the ones that we've seen going through the stage. The other one, the Martini one, Mickey Biasion colours. Mickey Biasion, the Italian who is twice world champion, great character. This is after the demise of Group B. In came Group A, and Rob Whitehouse there. You can see him, the bespectacled driver. He is in the film business, in the movie business, and he raises funding for that, amongst many other things that he does. He's a passionate and staunch Kiwi. Works very, very hard with the Bruce McLaren Foundation and bringing engineers over to Europe and getting them the education. I have been at dinners at McLaren with him, met Pat McLaren, and as an ex-McLaren employee myself, that was quite an honour. And here at Goodwood, on the racing circuit, we have the statue to Bruce McLaren. We have the memorial area and the garden dedicated to Bruce McLaren's memory, just not very far from here. So for Kiwis and like Liam Lawson, who was here on the first day, getting a fantastic ride with Josh McAleern in the WRC1 Puma, the Ford Puma, the M Sport run car. A lot of history for Kiwis when they come over to Goodwood.
Gosh, that feels like a while ago now, doesn't it? We saw Liam Lawson in the co-driving seat and behind the wheel of the Ford Puma Rally 1. So that was on Thursday morning.
Lancia off the line now. If you're on the Forest, I must admit I'm a little bit surprised. I thought it would be kind of quiet this morning, but it's not. It's nice and busy. We have an Audi Quattro, we have a Fiat 131 from the Road Rally Championship of the 70s and 80s, RS200, Porsche 911, we have the Dakar Audi Quattro with the high roof, we have another Porsche, the Belga-backed Porsche 911. So it's starting to pick up, starting to get busy, plenty to see if you're in the Forest. So if your favourite car was amongst those, if you hang on, it'll be down with you shortly. And we are up and running, and I think we're in for a cracking day, Bex. I really do.
We are. You know, last day, it's the last day vibes, isn't it? Last day feels out there right now.
Yeah, I think maybe some of the drivers didn't overindulge last night, so we had quite a busy start, which is good to see. From our vantage point here, we can see the cars queuing up, and we know in what order they're going to come. So we have about 10 or 12 Audis in various formats here this weekend, from the Group 4, the A1, the A2. We have the Audi Sport, we have a Pikes Peak Audi, we have the Dakar Audi. The same with Porsches, we have 4 or 5 Porsches. And up here, they're under awnings, so you can come up, have a chat to the drivers, get some photographs, get up close and personal. And we'll have the WRC crews up shortly, so plenty to see and do on a wonderful way to spend a Sunday on the Sussex Downs.
The Lancia Delta Integrale is what we're taking a look at now. Everyone's been quite tentative, I would say, out there this morning, though. It's first run for many, isn't it? Sunday morning. We're going to see the pace start to build, hopefully.
And I think, you know, the drivers have found the mornings, Thursday morning, Friday morning, yesterday morning, the stage changes, which is what you were saying much earlier on. So tentative first runs, and then once they know what it's like in terms of grip and where any of the hazards are, then I think we might see a little bit more frenetic action.
Let's hope so. Certainly, you know, we have key drivers here who do like to put on a bit of a display, some flamboyance, some extravagance, some Scandinavian flicks going on.
Yep, starting to get nice and busy here now. Car number 58 on the start ramp now, and that is James Davis once again. The road rally version of the Fiat 131 Mirafiori, the John Bloxham car. It is on the start line. Nissan F2 will be with you shortly, and I can see the Toyota Yaris Rally 2. I can see the Toyota Hilux. I can see Jari Matti's Toyota Celica, his personal car. They're just coming up into the paddock now, having made their way up from up through Goodwood Hill, up through the hill climb. The Rally 1 car. So they will be down in the forest in a matter of minutes, I would imagine.
I think it's going to be a busy morning out there, but it's been brilliant to see different arrays of drivers behind the wheels of various cars this weekend. And the most thrilling have been the passenger rides, to be honest. We've seen elation, joy, people who are a little bit scared maybe to get in the car, but then thoroughly enjoyed the experience. And if you ever do have the opportunity to jump in as a co-driver, passenger princess alongside on one of these cars, please do it, because it is a wonderful experience, and that's been a big part of the runs that we've seen here at Goodwood this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, our cameramen have got some great shots of rather excited passengers, and you know, as Tony was saying yesterday, some are anxious, some are looking forward to it, some can't wait. Some it's like water off a duck's back, but the reaction, the face and the joy, it's really good to see. So
nicely off the line there from the Fiat. And again, pretty much a huge dust bowl off the start. It has got dustier throughout the weekend. We're experiencing beautiful weather. It is a proper British summertime right now, and a little bit extra out there. It has meant, of course, that the dryness has created a lot of dust out on this stage.
Now, Bex, you have your ear to the ground as always. Who have we got from Toyota in attendance today? Do we know yet?
It should be. Jari-Matti Lafler is continuing to drive today, and we should have Takamoto Katsuta, I believe, as well behind the wheel.
Oh, well, he should be able to understand me having Aaron Johnson alongside him.
Yes, that's very true. Aaron Johnson's done a great job alongside in the co-driving seat for Takamoto Katsuta, a boy from Northern Ireland.
I wonder if Takahashi is going to see a film.
There are some, I mean, Taka has been quite honest, and he says sometimes he talks to me and I'm not sure what he's saying. Yeah. But it works beautifully. They've got a great partnership.
Oh, they do. They definitely do.
In the co-driving seat and driving seat, Taka and Aaron, and it's been great to see the progress. It's been a bit of a tough start to the year, but Taka's speed is under no question.
Oh no, it's there
whatsoever.
It's there.
He's picked up WRC podiums in his career, and we're waiting for the next to rise. And he does really well on the faster events, which we've got, of course, coming up. Estonia is our next event in WRC, followed by Finland. Super fast gravel for our guys to get their teeth into.
Cars starting to come down now, so I think we're in for a fairly steady flow all morning, and the WRC teams now area are getting really busy now. They've all made their way up the hill, so that's James Avis in the car sourced in Germany. James has been here on a regular occasion over the last number of years. Adrian Commode now brings up car number 80, the Porsche 911.
I'm loving seeing these shots of our crews getting themselves ready to go out for the day, getting themselves suited and booted, getting the hands device on, helmets ready, all about to go out for the final day of display here at the Forest Rally Stage.
Adrian Commode in the 911 and the Rothmans colours, of course, evokes memories of Bernard Begwan, Saeed Al-Hajri, Billy Coleman. Whenever DRA Autosport, Dave Richards Autosport, ran the Porsches with Rothmans backing, a deal that Dave Richards put together, and it became successful, and then of course morphed into ProDrive and utilised the likes of Charles Reynolds, who had left his position at Ford, brought Charles in as a team manager as well. And that car has been seen out earlier this year as a course car on the Manx Rally earlier. It has also been seen at Race Retro, and last year was at the Slowly Sideways at the TAC Rally. So seen on a regular basis. Behind that on the start ramp, our new start ramp for this year, is the F2 Nissan, and that is Jess Watts and Fraser Simmons, one of the cars from the BGM Sports stable, of which they're running 7 or 8 cars, some for Steve Rimmer and some for private customers, but a great collection of cars under the BGM Sport banner this weekend.
BGM being kept very busy, as they always are here at Goodwood, looking after multiple cars. From what we can see from the cameras, certainly, that we have in various key points around the stage this morning, is that stage is actually looking good out there. It has been well swept this weekend. Had many runs on each day.
I think we'd looked up yesterday where, on average, anywhere between sort of 200 to 275 runs a day, which, when we think about two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, the stage has held up really, really well. A couple of potholes developed, but they're filled in overnight. Idea, keep the course in as pristine a condition as they can here. They've worked at the course for a number of years. Of course, Hannah Mikula designed 1.8 miles. And all the bends, off cambers, the hairpins, all have rally-related connections, such as Kielder, Cherini, Quattro, McRae, Gambles, Delta, and of course Salmon Roll. That we got the history lesson on this morning.
Yeah, but Salmon Roll, I think, probably the trickiest corner of the entire weekend. It proved it last year, and it's been biting back this year as well. Hopefully, though, it's going to be kinder to our crews on the final day, but we can't guarantee it, of course. If you are just coming into coverage this morning or arriving in the rallying area here, welcome along. We've got a full day planned for you. Got underway at 9 AM with our cars getting started. We're building up to the final of the Shootout, which has been a big part of the Forest Rally Stage over the past few days. The timed run from 3:30 each day, which will ultimately decide who the winner of the Forest Rally Stage is, and it's Tom Williams who is in the lead of it as we go into the final day's action here. But again, it's going to be another beautiful day. It's full sunshine out there today. Make sure you got your hats, sunscreen, get some water into you as well. If you're heading down into the forest, you'll find some nice shade and a good spot. Salmon Roll is one of the corners you're going to be heading towards.
Very much so, and plenty to see and do. And of course, once you made your way through the forest, down the hill, past the off-road arena, and down to the front of Goodwood House, and the winner of the Shootout makes their way down when it's all over up here at the rally stage, and they are presented with an award at the front of Goodwood House. Peter van der Putten on the start line, car number 65, the Audi Quattro S1E2. And on the start ramp is the Dakar Audi Quattro that we've spoken about. You'll notice it's ever so slightly different if you haven't seen it already, with a higher roof, and that was to accommodate the necessity of fuel tanks under the driver and the co-driver to allow for some of the long distance stages that we'd have done in Dakar. There were 3 cars into the 1985 Dakar, 199, 200, 201, and of course Dakar, one of those bucket list events that a lot of the professional drivers want to have a go at. Yeah,
I think it's high up there, isn't it, for a number of drivers. There's been a lot of Dakar talk, obviously, this weekend, because we've got the Toyota Hilux here, we've got the Raptor, the Ford Raptor, as well as that incredible Audi Dakar car that we've been seeing. So it has been talked about. We had Malcolm Wilson in commentary on Friday talking about Ford and M Sport obviously joining together to have their escapades in the Dakar. They were there this year. They were on the podium in third position with Matthias Ekström. But they want a lot more from it. Of course, Carlos Sainz leading the team.
Yeah, Carlos
will be back this year for another challenge at the end of this year.
Back now with Jess Watts in the F2 Nissan, a car that was driven by the likes of Mark Higgins and Tommy Mackinnon. They actually drove this car. This was a British Championship car. And of course, the F2 era and front-wheel drive, and the likes of Volkswagen, Peugeot. And this is the Audi off the line.
Now we're awake.
What a great way to start a Sunday morning.
That is definitely the way to start. Peter van der Putten then is now into the Forest Rally Stage. And I think everyone who was standing alongside the start line is definitely fully awake after hearing that incredible sound.
A2 Quattro on the start ramp now. The Rothmans car. In the livery that was run by John Bosch. Of course, John did a lot of European events, and even though he was a privateer, always had works or semi-works cars, and contested the championship for a few years. Rare base coming down onto the stage shortly, the Peugeot 205 T16 Turbo of Philippe Tollemer. The Lancia Rally Safari spec is going to be out again. The Happy People Porsche that won the award for best presented car yesterday, it's going to be out. Richard Hogg has his big rumbly, as Tony called it, the Rover SD1. It will be out as well, and to be honest, you really do need to hear a big throaty V8 through the forest. Wonderful sound.
That's what it's all about here. The sights and the sounds were very much the sights, and a reminder that, you know, you can head into the rally service area here once you've had your fill of watching the cars around the stage itself. If you're on site here, go and have a chat with everybody. Rallying is a hugely accessible sport. It doesn't matter what level it is, and that's one of the things that I hope will never ever change. To go up and to be able to have a look at these cars up close, personal, chat with the drivers. Please don't try and get in the cars though, obviously we do have a borderline, but it is accessible. It is a very friendly service area, and if you're watching online, there's so much detail about these cars that you can find. One thing, when I went to look at this, we're seeing on the line now that Dakar Audi, the tyres, look at the tyres that we have here. They are all-terrain tyres.
Yeah, I mean, it's to deal with the sand, the dunes, to get grip. Grip is premium no matter what surface you're on, and they have developed and changed the tread pattern, the chunks for better grip. But you do notice the differences like that when you walk around, and one of the things you were saying about coming up to visit here is the beauty of Goodwood is that it's not like a rally where the drivers are only in service for 10 or 12 or 14 minutes. They're here and you can talk, get something signed, get a photograph, much more relaxed and much more open than it normally is. It's really good that way.
Now, we're seeing a lot of activity with everybody queuing up here to go into the stage. A lot of activity around the top teams as well. Toyota are just about to get fired up, we can see. The Hyundai has just been brought into the service area, so you're going to see a lot of action on this stage very shortly.
Yeah, this is really good. It's a better start to Sunday than I'd hoped for. And Tom Williams on the Forest Rally Stage start ramp. He's going to make his way down now, but as Beck says, the top team's getting ready, getting organised, refill of fuel, get the cars prepped, so they'll be with us shortly. And of course, passenger rides are plenty because the corporate side of it will entertain clients and customers. And again, we're lucky from our commentary box to see the passengers more often than not from where we stand. And the anticipation on their faces is amazing. It really is. It's brilliant.
Just going to run you through some times that we have on the board this morning. We've had a number of cars come through so far, 16 in total. And it is birthday boy Kim Mather who is leading the way in terms of time this morning with a 2:58.2. You can see Peter van der Putten with a 2:58.8. Mr. Trainer, Andy Trainer with a 3 minutes 0.3. Then Neil Yates with 3 minutes 3.2. We'll keep an eye on all the times coming in today, of course, as we build up to the all-important shootout, which will be happening this afternoon. I'm just looking across from my viewing point here above the start line to see the amazing Ford Raptor Dakar car being driven into the paddock area.
And if you haven't heard either the Raptor or the Hilux, the Dakar versions, off-road versions, Bex, I'm sure, will confirm to hear them off the line and through the stage is something else.
Oh, it's incredible. I love the fact that we have the Dakar cars here this weekend. You're seeing them very much out of context of what they're usually in, but the sound off the line is something special. You could probably hear it in France, to be honest. It's loud.
Tom Williams now, revs rise, and that is Tom Williams on his way down into the stage, currently leading our shootout with the final round later this afternoon. Peter de Groen in alongside on the passenger seat as the Audi Quattro of Tim and Nicky Clark is now on the start line, and coming up to the start ramp is the Audi Quattro of Andy Trainer. Peugeot 205 GTI coming your way soon. The Metro 6R4 is back out again. And as I say, the Peugeot 205 T16 and a couple more Metros. Lancia Delta Integrale will be out. The one that had a breakdown yesterday, I'm actually told to have that repaired, so we'll be able to enjoy the sights and sound of the Martini livery car.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You know, you bring your car here. How many spare parts do you bring? You know, you bring the basics with you. I was chatting with Gary Lecadeau earlier this week about what kind of spares he's bringing along, and he said, yeah, you know, the basics, the old drive shaft, just in case. You know, we have seen, you know, certain parts of the stage have got a little bit rough. The organisers done a great job of filling in one of the holes which had developed across Thursday and Friday. But yeah, I mean, things can happen out there, as we've seen, so it is important to have those spares with you. Tom Williams, though, we see here in the Skoda Fabia RS Rally 2 car. He's really throwing it in this morning. It's a great opening run from Tom. He is leading the shootout. You can certainly see why. We're keen to see Tom do some more competitive action, hopefully in the UK and hopefully on the world stage as well. He has been competing in Portugal this season, but as he's mentioned to us a few times across the weekend, it's been a bit stop-start in his rally career over the past few years. He's dropped back a class to hopefully propel himself forward in the future. And he's putting on a fine display for all of the fans here at the Forest Rally Stage. Just looking at some beautiful dappled sunlight heading through the forest. It's a great place to go and watch. There's some very tricky corners in certain sections of the stage. It's all tricky. Oy Tanak called it one of the most demanding little stages he's ever done. It is only 1.8 miles, but don't let that fool you. It might be short, but it is incredibly tricky out there.
Yeah, and as we've heard earlier with Tony, there's a lot of thought and design went into it to test the demands. You know, there are a lot of off-camber bends, and really it's only when you get down and walk around the stage or in through the forest and see it, you can see where the challenge comes from, the little tree stumps hitting on the side.
Yeah.
You can't afford to go wide. And of course, when we get to see the Raptor and the Toyota Hilux on the stage, you will see just how wide they are and how narrow the stage here at Goodwood is. Great test for man and machine.
Yeah, and you know, you can see them taking completely different lines to everybody else as well, because they have the capability to deal with any scenario in those cars.
So from our comedy box, I can hear the auxiliary cooling fans working overtime as even at 20 to 10, the heat soak and things like that test the limits. And yourself, myself, Bex, we saw Ross Leach. It was yesterday morning out in the little Fiesta, and we saw the coolant leak, and I think that possibly curtailed what he was doing.
Yeah, we didn't see him run after that.
No, we didn't, no. We see the Toyota Yaris Rally 1 now making its way down, so it's possibly going to be slotted in fairly shortly. So that is coming your way. I can see Steve Rockingham has his ex-Tony Gardemeister Skoda Octavia WRC. It's going to be in at some point as well.
And Zav is also keeping a watching brief on the guests that are jumping in as well alongside our drivers here. We'll be keeping you up to date with as much as we can with who's jumping in the WRC cars.
Yep, we have a great system here. Again, like a lot of things Beck's developed over the years. You know, quite a few years ago we struggled to know exactly who was in the car, and then we did it by handwriting, time cards, people brought it up, and we've progressed to a system here that now when you sign on as a driver and a co-driver, you get a little barcode, and they zap the barcode when the cars start queuing up, and that notifies us instantly who it is.
Technologia.
Very good, yeah, really does help. Really does help, because it's just as important to mention the passenger sometimes.
Absolutely.
As it is for the driver who we know.
We've had quite a few famous passengers on board this weekend. One of the nicest ones, though, was that we saw throughout the weekend was actually Oyt Tanak in his Hyundai taking his wife Yannicka for a spin. She hadn't been in the car for a while and was delighted with the drive.
Now, on the start line is the car that won Best Presented Car at Goodwood, and it is this time driven by I'm just trying to see who it actually is driven by this time, because it's normally Maxime von Drix, and I think it is Maxime this time, but it's the Happy People car that provided a bit of a quiz for us as to what was behind Happy People, and it's as simple as it is in the logo. It's about being happy people. So there we go.
Now, we've had many of the world stars gracing the rally service area over the weekend. Our current WRC world champion was here, and Tony Jardine caught up with Thierry Neuville.
So we have with us the 2024 World Rally Champion, finally. Thierry, what a fantastic year it was for you last year.
It has been an amazing year. Honestly, it's something we have been fighting for many, many years. We have been close a couple of times, but it never happened. So to finally win that championship last year was, like a great accomplishment for us, and a big reward for all that hard work which has gone into the WRC and into my career over the last 15 years. So really happy to have made it finally, and really happy to be here as well today.
And you ended up in a fight with your teammate, Oyt Tanak, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, we had a good lead heading into the last rally. Obviously, we broke the turbo at the beginning of the last rally of the season, so it made it a bit more exciting towards the end of the race. But generally, everything went well. We kept the control, and we were able to win it.
2025 so far this year, it's been mixed for you, really. What's been the highlight?
There have been a couple of highlights. I mean, Rally Sweden, we ended up on the podium. We were fighting for the victory until the very last day. And obviously Kenya, where for the first time I was able to step up on the podium while having some trouble, but it was a very eventful weekend, and great to be on the podium there. So that are the highlights. All the other events has been a bit more challenging, but we're only half season through and everything is still open.
Belgian rally still going really, really well. The Belgians love their rallying, don't they? And you're a massive enthusiast.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, rallying has always been part of my life, and I enjoy it so much. And coming here and seeing all those old cars, not only standing around but also in action, and talking to those people, so all those passionate who are putting a lot of effort to keep those cars still going. That's something very special and very unique as well. I mean, there's no other event than Goodwood where you can see Formula 1 cars, endurance cars, GT cars, NASCARs, and motorbikes, whatever, in action. So that's great.
Fantastic. Enjoy the rest of the time at Goodwood. Thanks for talking to us, Thierry.
Thank you very much.
There we go, our World Rally Champion Thierry Neuville there talking to Tony earlier this weekend, and we have just seen the car of Takamoto Katsuta head off the line here. An incredible sound from the Rally 1 Toyota, the GR Yaris. It's great to have Taka here this weekend as well. 84 starts in his WRC career. We've seen him on the podium multiple times, 6 in total. Taka is one of the biggest characters in the WRC. Everybody loves Taka. There is nothing not to like. He's a great, great guy. Huge amount of speed, not a good amount of luck, unfortunately, this year.
And as you said, Bex, I've just come in from roaming around with the camera. We managed to find Juha Kankkunen.
Great.
But up there, I don't know if you have mentioned it, but Esteban Ocon is up there, and apparently Katsuta is taking him for a run down the rally stage.
Excellent.
He's standing there in his Haas F1 overalls, looking ponderous, let's say.
Well, I'm sure. Well, this is going to be a sighting run for Taka. This is the first, obviously, time we've seen Taka here this weekend. So Taka's obviously gearing up to be able to take Esteban for a bit of a ride of his life out there.
Yeah.
Now, we have seen Taka on the podium this year in WRC. That was at Rally Sweden. He's a great driver, as I mentioned, huge character. If you get the opportunity to go up and see him today and have a chat with him, you'll see exactly why. Now we move back out then to the start line here and to the car, which you've got a lot of love for, Tony, it seems. Zav, what was the word he used to describe it?
Big rumbly.
Big rumbly. Big rumbly. The Rover.
Yeah, the Rover. And Richard Hogg. I think that might be Owen Hogg, but Zav's got the list of who's alongside. Yeah, Owen Hogg alongside him, his younger son, who works with Red Bull. His younger son lives in Salzburg, has a very, very important job in motorsport, is loving covering what he's doing. Is that Katsuta
that was Katsuta over the flying fin jump, and yeah, getting a little bit of air, and it was completely flat, it looked like. We expect nothing else from Taka, to be honest. I think Mr. Ocon is going to have a great run when he gets in this car.
I tell you what, if that's a sighting run, that is pretty impressive. We've seen people take it a lot easier on a sighting run here over the years.
Let's have a look at the flying fin jump then with Takamoto Katsuta, who spent a lot of time in Finland himself. He actually moved from Japan to Jyväskylä and was there for many, many years. He's only recently now moved to Monaco with the family.
Car number 37 on the line now, and an important one this time, in that it is the former ERC champion Bruno Thierry, but alongside is Steve Rimmer. And Steve Rimmer, for those of you that don't know, is the owner of Dirtfish, makes his business in buying and selling aircraft. But Steve owns a fabulous collection of X-Works rally cars.
Beautiful collection. I've been very lucky to see them when I was in Seattle last year. And it is a passion project for him. He absolutely adores rallying. He spends a lot of time searching for these cars, but he not only has the rally car, he will have the road-going version of that rally car as well. That's how passionate he is about cars and sports.
And it's a big estate that they bought there as well, and to develop the area for Dirtfish and the rally school.
Good
There's a
history
community,
around it.
isn't there?
It's a huge community, and if any of you ever watched Twin Peaks back in the 80s, then Dirtfish, the Dirtfish Rally School itself is actually the police station that was within Twin Peaks.
Is that right?
And they still do Twin Peaks tours there. So the receptionist at Dirtfish, she gives a great rally tour, but she also does a Twin Peaks tour as well. Yeah, it's a beautiful area. Oh, now Mr. Hogg has been a little bit wild this morning. The bumper has become dislodged.
Don't damage old Rumbly. What's the matter with you? Preparing for the Roger Albert Clark. They have had rear axle transmission problems.
Let's hope that holds on. Oh, no, I think it's gone.
Yeah. Well,
So the bumper may well be now missing. Richard Hogg then just a little bit wild here. Let's take a look at it again. So the back end swings out, but just a little bit too far, and boom, into the hay bale.
yeah, a real swing-out sister moment there for Rich Hogg and son
Loving
Owen.
getting your 80s band references in, aren't you?
Should have Jari Matti here with us, shouldn't we?
Yeah, oh no, absolutely. He would be absolutely on it for that kind of thing.
So just seeing the Subaru Legacy RS, lovely rear shot going through the forest, and now that front shot, that wedge shape of this car, 89, 90. Colin McRae celebrating 30 years since his world title. When he took the World Championship for drivers in Chester at the end of the RAC rally. I was in that rally. I parked the car up. I witnessed all the celebrations. And having worked with Colin on and off via Subaru, it was wonderful, wonderful to see after such an epic season. And when you look at this Rover, yes, I do love the car. I did rally an SD1, but you think of Tony Pond and Rob Arthur winning rallies like Ypres or the Manx International in the 3.5 litre. He's still doing it.
Wow,
still throwing it outside. What's the matter with your hog?
What's happened to him on a Sunday morning? He has become very Scandinavian flick happy, hasn't he?
Dear me. Look.
So the bumper is missing. Hopefully that has been retrieved by a marshal and will be handed back to Mr. Hogg. He needs it.
Well, some extra bits dangling down now after that last brush, and that was a big leap. Look at it. It didn't land that well. Let's be honest. It's a long wheelbase car, and it's very nose heavy. Look down on the nose. The suspension compresses. Do you see the rear wheels up in the air?
And something else just flew off the car then, captured on our beautiful flying fin remote camera.
And smacking the bales again as he fishtails up the hill.
What has Hoggy had for breakfast?
Well,
Red Bull.
Yeah, maybe.
I did see him at the ball last night. I did go to the ball last night, by the way, just in case you know, Bex.
You haven't mentioned that.
Was it Deacon Blue Deacon or something? I don't know. Zav's band, he knows them or whatever. But I saw Richard Hogg and he was going early. We both went early. I said, I must work. He said, I must drive.
Bed early. Well, whatever he's had for breakfast this morning, Richard Hogg, maybe give it to some of the others as well, because that was a wildly entertaining ride through that stage. We're missing a bumper and some other little bits and pieces as well, but I'm sure they will be retrieved.
And there's a great sight of the Lancia 037. Came from Kenya, and Attilio Bettiger drove this car originally, and father David Kedwood got it over from Kenya, had it totally rebuilt, and son Lee is driving it. Fantastic to see it. And Steve Rockingham, who's not just a Skoda fan, but he's a massive rally fan. He has an R5 car in his garage, and although I did say to him, well, it's a large car for the rally stage, he said it's no larger than some of the bigger Subarus or whatever. He said it just looks a bit like a tank.
Yeah, the fond nickname that we used to have for this car back in the early 2000s. The reliability of the Skoda was one of the big factors of it. Could go through any rally, it just simply wouldn't break.
And you know what we haven't mentioned between the three of us is John Haugland and his work with Skoda and all the junior Skodas. I mean, he won his class on the RAC Rally, Wales Rally GB, something about 12 times. He was the master junior class. When you go into Eastern Europe, you say John Haugland amongst the rally community, they go, you know, because he's a rally god there.
He is a rally god, but he's taught so many people how to drive, Tony. I bet you speak to a lot of the top flight in WRC and a lot of them who are on their way up. John Haugland is factored within their career in some way, shape or form.
Before I did the Swedish rally, I went to his rally school up in Norway and got some tuition from him, down through the forest in the snow, across the icy lakes. And he's just a great character anyway, so full of enthusiasm, but he's a great teacher as well, although he did give up with me.
I don't blame him.
He said, just have fun, go away.
Enjoy yourself out there.
But actually we did in that particular one of the Swedish rallies, because you were talking about it before, was Kimi Räikkönen, and his first full WRC rally was in Sweden. And we came round the corner on the stage, and there he was, digging. And I slowed down purposely alongside him and gave him a wave and went through. But at the end of the day, in I think it was like 33rd position, Tony Jardine, 34th position. Kimi Räikkönen 34th, and I've kept that sheet of paper.
So Takamoto Katsuta then is back in for another run. Who's alongside him this time, Zav?
Well, it's the same driver as before, but I'm being told currently it is
Esteban Ocon alongside. And we can see the Hyundai Rally 1 here. Martin Vidaga has been driving this car yesterday and today. So we switch back now to the Katsuta Toyota. Taka's history in motorsport comes from circuit racing. That's what he was doing first and foremost before he switched out to rally, and he has a real natural talent behind the wheel. The Hyundai Rally 1 has just plunged into the Forest Rally Stage. Taka, of course, in the Toyota Gazoo Racing World Rally team for the past few seasons. He has been on the podium 6 times. He's almost won events. He's been so close to it, but not quite. It's not been the year he would have hoped. It has been consistent in terms of performance. We've only seen 1 podium from him so far, but I think second half of the season is going to be stronger.
Yeah, well, you'd like to think so. And it's like you were saying earlier about it shaping up to be a really good fight towards the latter half of the season. Even your interview with Thierry, he said the same kind of thing. We're only halfway there, still a lot to play for. So
this is Formula 1 and WRC. This is round 2, really, isn't it? Because we've had Liam Lawson here, although Liam was then driving as well. Right. And now we've got Esteban Ocon from the Haas team, formerly from the Alpine team. A great driver, been around for a long time, the Frenchman, but very, very consistent Grand Prix driver. Lovely guy to work with. He helped us promoting British Grand Prix over many years as well. But a lovely guy. But again, like a lot of these Formula 1 guys, I am sure that he will be in awe of what Takamoto is doing through the stage and what a rally driver has done. So I'm not sure that he's ever been in a WRC 1 car before.
No, and it is quite the experience, and this is quite a busy stage as well to enjoy, so there's going to be a lot going on from Taka here for Esteban to not only feel but watch as well. As Takamoto then completes, I'm hoping Mr. Ocon has enjoyed a run there. Now, Tony has been out with a microphone chatting to the great and the good around the service area. 4-time World Rally Champion and Deputy Team Principal, Juha Kankinen, he caught up with.
Well, with Juha Kankinen, 4 times World Rally Champion, great to see you here back at Goodwood. Juha, you're having a fantastic season with Toyota.
We have had so far, yes, I must say that. Been a little bit lucky as well, but everything has gone just the right way, let's say.
But you have so many stars in your team now, twice world champion, 8-time world champion. Elfyn Evans, he's doing really well. Do you think he can win it this year?
He can. I mean, last 3 rallies, he has been suffering because he has been first car on the road. But he has done a really good job. I know to be first car on the road that you will lose some time, but no mistakes, nothing. And now he has good rallies to come. I'm definitely he's fighting to win the championship as well this year.
You know about the pressure, you know about the politics at Lancia and all the manufacturers you work for. What would your advice be to Elfyn to try and take that title?
Nothing. He's happy for everything. I told him, if you have something to complain, come to tell me. I try to do the best what I can. And I will support 100% all the drivers, but especially Elfyn as well.
Now, you're going to be the boss when we go back to Finland, because Jari Mäti will actually be driving in WRC2, won't he?
Yeah, he will drive, and I will go to Estonia straight from here, and will be boss there as well. But, you know, there is good, fast rallies to come. Estonia and Finland, they are fast and good rallies. They should shoot our car, so we will see what happens, but we try to do the best anyway.
Juha, great to see you. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
Always fantastic to hear from Juha Kankinen. We talked at length about it through the weekend. He's got such an array of great stories. Now we're just having a look in here at the Rally 1 car.
So there's Esteban. He's being belted in before he went on the run, or if he's going on another run now, quite possibly.
Yeah, they're going back in for another run. These are live pictures coming in to us.
But it's alien to a Formula 1 driver to sit there, be strapped in, I'm not going to drive, I've got to be a passenger, what is going to happen? You know, and if it's his first time, especially a stage like this, it's going to be a wild ride. doesn't matter who you are, it's going to be a wild ride.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And I think some people are better passengers than others out there as well. This is something we've discussed throughout the weekend, that some people, you know, they can enjoy the experience. I love the marshals here, just making sure that the guys in the Belga Porsche are nice and cool here. The marshals doing double duty here.
And I know. Look, there you go. That's the extra fan, isn't it? So you use the arrows from the special stage, whatever you got. And yesterday we had a cardboard covering, I think, over the Metro 6R4.
I love seeing these little moments through the air slide there on the side door as we look into the car of Takamoto Katsuta and Esteban Ocon here. And you know, Taka will be giving him such good feedback, or he will be explaining a huge amount, giving good feedback to Esteban. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions being asked here. But great to see this partnership between WRC and between Formula One, of course. But these little moments are gold, aren't they?
Safety reason, they should do something for this because last rally in Greece, it was 43 degrees.
Taka's talking about how hot it gets in the car, and I'm sure.
That was, luckily we have this, and engineers made extra cooling from taking the air from the out. But
yeah, but it's warm.
Yes, that's on the road section. When you feel like this, it was like hair dryer. Oh, it's just horrible.
No.
Yeah, we're just listening into the conversation. Don't want to eavesdrop too much, but yes, Taka's talking about the fact that obviously there's not a lot of airflow in the car when they are moving, and they do get these vents designed to give them a little bit more air.
You know, get out on the stage as quick as possible, and then, you know, if you have pipe is hanging along.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you have a look at the GT3, the road car concept, they have on the seat.
Nice little chat here between Taka and Esteban Ocon. If you're just coming into coverage this morning, we are waiting for them to do their second run.
I don't know if it's air or if it's like a water cooling system inside the seat. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, it was actually really nice because you're sitting there and it's like, you know, it's like cooling the all the way.
But nice little chats that we're kind of eavesdropping into here between them both. Hopefully the wait won't be too long before we do get the stage up and running again. But we do seem to have a little bit of a pause here at the moment while we wait for things to get moving again. The marshals, as we can see, they are acting as little air conditioning units, trying to get some air into the Porsche that is just waiting on the start line.
Of course, yesterday we saw the marshals make great use of the cardboard when we had a delay, shielding the screen and the driver and co-driver with copious amounts of cardboard to put them in the shade as they sat in the car for a few minutes.
It does get hot, as we've just been watching Taka chat with Esteban here, and they're talking about, you know, the heat in the car. It's the best idea. Get the doors open, get a little bit of wind flow. But what's been interesting, certainly from just an airflow engineering kind of technique, is that for some of the teams, that Hyundai had some pipes which were channeled into the helmet itself. And I know for Toyota they were doing that, but also some of the trunking and the airflow getting in around the seat, because inside the car, especially from the co-driver's side here, because you've got the exhaust which is alongside the co-driver, so there's a huge amount of heat on the one side of the car there. Add to that the outside ambient temperature, certainly when we were in Greece just a few weeks ago, when it was on one day 44 degrees outside temperature, it does get exceptionally hot in the cars.
And of course, some cars run with the oil lines in periods back, run with the oil lines inside the car when they're dry. Some, of course, you've your engine oil can reach 180, 200 degrees centigrade, and that's running alongside your leg, alongside the exhaust. It can get seriously hot.
And it is seriously hot enough that someone's just handed a water bottle to Esteban Ocon, and you can see he's been looking at the footwell. They have that footrest there, that carbon fiber footrest, which is all important. The co-driver has all his little buttons to press there for his units and for various things, all strapped alongside onto the roll cage as well, because his trip meter is very, very important. And then when he wants to go onto the trip and go on the interval section, he presses a little button down in the footwell. And JP, our French cameraman, is picking that up. It's probably a bit of adulation from JP as well, with his French Grand Prix hero inside the cockpit.
That's why we're hovering here so long.
Takamoto, as you pointed out, is having a fantastic chat with him, explaining everything that's going on.
He's asking a lot of questions, Esteban, and you mentioned there's a lot going on that co-driver side. They're responsible for so much. While we wait for everything to get up and running here then again at the Forest Rally Stage, we're going to take a little short break. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Goodwood is the ultimate experience.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Wow, just wow.
Goodwood for me is entertainment, right? And it's already one event where I get to really express my style and personality.
Unlike anything else in the world, and the nostalgia here, and the commitment of all the fans year after year, and the drivers and the teams, second to none.
You come to Goodwood and you experience 100 years within an afternoon.
It's a way of bringing alive history of motorsport. It's a chemistry, it's a magic that it's difficult to explain.
And that was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
The greatest drivers ever are here.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year with more things to see, more things to do.
MotoGP is in the house.
Rally cars? Okay, now you're talking.
And we've got the future here, happening right now.
There are some people who think it's just about cars going up a hill.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of people and familiar faces.
Well, I've seen the future, and it's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So buckle up, folks, because you're in for one hell of a ride.
The greatest show on earth.
Today, the weekend has been sensational.
Well, everybody said it's so exciting. I really, really wanted to come.
Goodwood Revival is like going to an art gallery, but the gallery comes past you at 150 miles an hour.
It's the way Goodwood should be, you know, turn up, put on a show, slide around.
It's the biggest event of its kind in the world, with the finest collection of cars who are actually racing.
You arrive here, get into your 1960s lightweight E-Type and head out onto the track, and it's just wonderful.
Jenson Button is in second position.
They drive them like they've stolen, and I love that.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it! Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The Duke and his team put on a great show. I think the fans enjoy it. That's the main thing, you know, we're just the entertainment act.
The champagne booth is always a favorite spot for me.
Just really an immersive experience.
It's just like being in a movie set. It's absolute fun.
You just couldn't help but feel happy today, could you? I mean, it's just being with the crowd and being a part of it. I love Goodwood.
We don't actually come for the racing. There's so much to see, there's so much to enjoy, there's something for everybody.
Everyone's got big smiles on their face, and it looks incredible, and just what an amazing event.
Goodwood Revival is all about make, do, and mend, vintage style, not vintage values. We had some incredible conversations at the Revive and Thrive Village. People coming together and celebrating the past in the present.
Look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
These cars wouldn't be lasting this long if they weren't taken care of.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
There is that around the outside. That is magnificent. What a super move.
I love vintage shops. For me, the best bit is seeing all the clothes, because I love clothes.
People really, really turn it out. I am deeply impressed by how everyone has really committed to the style here.
You know, if you haven't got the thing to finish off your outfit, it's absolutely 100% guaranteed that you'll find it here.
Makes my heart sing. I can't stop smiling.
Goodwood Revival Radio.
You know, I'm getting high on my own supply of everything that's going on here.
You know, you could be sitting, having a cup of tea, and a barbershop quartet come up and sing.
There's the Earl's Raceway, which is 50s American rock and roll.
They're jiving, the whole place is rocking.
My favourite place is Over the Road.
Love the vintage fairground.
Just a unique atmosphere, everybody making an effort. It's the whole combination of the racing. It's of its own kind. I can't think of anything else that even comes close to this.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
Walking around here, it is a vision. Goodwood Revival is the place to be.
Not only is there a show in terms of the entertainment of motor racing, but it's everything else. The shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Forest Rally Stage. We've had a bit of a pause. This is the reason behind it. It is the Hyundai Rally 1 that is being towed out of the stage right now. Martin Vidaga is behind the wheel of this one. I believe it just came to a bit of a stop and couldn't get it restarted. So Gavin and Coralie on the recovery truck, the Land Rover 101, swung into action, and they've retrieved the car, and that should be out of the stage very shortly. So while we wait for everything to get up and running, we're going to catch up with some of the interviews that the wonderful Tony Jardine has acquired over the past few days. He's been a busy man, and earlier this weekend he caught up with Josh McAlean.
Josh McAlean, here you are at Goodwood, but I need to say to you, first of all, fantastic season so far. Tough learning curve, I know, but starting off with that 7th place in Monte Carlo, that was tremendous.
Yes, tremendous to be gifted this opportunity, let's say, to jump into this car late notice last season. I think it was mid-December that we heard about the opportunity, and was straight into Monte Carlo, starting in Casino Square on the Thursday afternoon. Yeah, heading up to the Col du Torini is always a done experience, but to be in this car, to be the prestige of Ford and M Sport behind you is something else. But it's been a nice season. It started off with 7th in Monte. Some really good times along the way with top 5 stage times. Recently in Acropolis we were fastest in the shakedown, so the potential's there, but it's just trying to piece it all together. And but yeah, you have to enjoy the roller coaster, because there's many ups and downs in rallying, as everyone knows, and yeah, it's been a surreal experience so far.
Well, you say the ups and downs, like Canarias wasn't great. You weren't comfortable in the car, and then you had the off. But as you said, you've got to learn from that. Exactly, it's all about learning this year. I think you can't expect much going into this category at the top level for the first time, and try to compete with the best in the world. So we're taking it step by step. Yeah, as you say, there's many ups and downs, some barriers touched along the way, but yeah, you have to learn from it, and that's the main thing. Going back to some venues that you've covered in ERC, you know, and WRC too as well. Estonia, for example, You know that rally quite well?
Yeah, it's nice to go back to these fast rallies. Last year in WRC2 we showed good potential with the faster rallies in these Baltic countries, so Estonia is something else, and then it's the lead up to Finland, which is the, I would say, the pinnacle of the sport. To get unleashed in one of these cars, especially on a point on the Sunday. It's a 2-pass, it's the first stage of the rally, and it's a childhood dream, I would say.
Well, there's 2 of you Red Bull athletes come up. Liam Lawson was with you this morning, and you were showing him how to try and drive a rally car. He watched you go past, and we watched his jaw drop as you went past the first time. How did he get on?
Really, really good. He was really impressive. To not only jump in the rally car for the first time, he's never experienced something like this. So to jump into a Puma, one of the fastest cars in the world, to go down a rally stage at full speed, how he adapted, how he learned so quickly was very impressive. And you don't get to Formula 1 without this attitude or this professionalism to adapt so quickly. So by the end of it, he was super fast, not so far away, and it was really cool to obviously show a Formula 1 driver what rallying's about. And I hope he enjoyed it. He seemed like he had a really good time, and hopefully the next time he can maybe jump in a Formula 1 car.
Well, that's the thing. Are you going to get payback?
I don't know. I don't think anything would touch that there if we got that opportunity. But there's always dreaming.
But you got Monte Carlo in common, because you were 7th, he was 8th at Monte Carlo. 2 of the toughest races. Did you have any time to chat to him about F1 versus rally?
Yeah, it's nice. He's a cool guy. He's chill. He was honestly on about how hot it is inside the car, which I would expect a Formula 1 car to be super demanding, but he was commenting how demanding it was physically. With basically, if you touch a wheel in this here, you're immediately into a tree, whereas you have the runoff in Formula 1. So I think it's more the risk and the consequences within rallying that he was relating to, and it's nice to hear each side of it. Obviously he was comparing it more to what he does, and I can compare it to what he does in Formula 1, but he's a nice guy, and hopefully we can catch up again soon, and maybe a proper stage like Finland or something is next in the cards.
And finally, we've been watching you on your runs this afternoon. You are touching banks and getting a little bit sideways. So how hairy is it out there?
It's a really tricky stage. It's my first time doing the rally stage, so going up this morning I didn't really know what to expect. It's quite a hard base. There was a loose top this morning, but it's kind of swept now, so it's nice because it won't cut up so much throughout the day. And really narrow, lots of banks, lots of things you can hit, so you have to stay neat. Probably more straight driving than you want, but honestly it's for the show here. You want to have the best possible run with the passengers and enjoy the show, because that's ultimately what it is.
Enjoy the rest of the season.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Great chat there earlier this week with Josh McAlean, and I'm pleased to say we are back underway on the Forest Rally Stage. It has recommenced, gentlemen.
Yep, we have Maxim Griegs with Jegers Christoph alongside for the ride this time. Maxim, who we've seen over the last few days, the son of Johan Frank Griegs, and Maxim competing this year in LMP3, and was quite tentative on Thursday for his first experience of stage rallying, but Tony has got into the swing of it quite easily by the looks of it.
No, he has. He's adapted extremely well, and maybe he's thinking about his fellow countryman Mark Dewis, who is a man who raced sports cars, raced saloon cars, races like Spa 24 Hours, and was a fantastic rally driver as well. And Mark Dewis is one of those great all-rounders, like another Belgian, Jackie Ickx, who did Dakar, won Dakar very successfully and won Grand Prix for Ferrari and finished runner-up in the World Championship in Formula 1. So it's that versatility that we've been speaking about as Warren Philliskirk goes through in the Metro 6R4 across the Blomqvist, formerly the bomb hole. That's been filled in nicely as they head down to Salmon Roll and down through the rest of the 1.8 mile track, including down at Gambles, where they have to do a 360. But we will have the final shootout this afternoon, and that's going to be a tense affair out front.
I think it is going to be tense, because everyone's looking at Tom Williams, who's been leading the shootout, is leading the standings going into it, but it's one final crack of the whip today to find out who will be the victor of the Forest Rally Stage. Huge queue of cars waiting here to head into the stage, which is great to see. And as I mentioned, we're very much back up and running now. The car of Martin Vidaga, the Hyundai Rally 1, has been brought out to the service area. Up close and personal there with the headlight of the Legacy.
Bruno Thierry and Steve Rimmer heading out shortly for another one as we cut back to Rob Cotton in the Group N Mitsubishi Cotton competition back car. And again, Rob's had some steady runs over the last few days here. Sort of showroom specification, a sort of entry-level rallying for four-wheel drive.
But it just shows you the caliber of the drivers, whether it's from history or to the present day, that are here at the rally stage. And Bruno Thierry is one of those heroes of yours, Bex, of mine, of Zav's, European rally champion, so many manufacturers that he drove for, Ford, even the RAS private team of Belgium, some great results. But I think the most enjoyable thing for him recently was to be able to go into the Ypres historic rally and be reunited with the Subaru Impreza 555 that he'd driven in 1997 in the Ypres rally, and it was just as it was, you know. And as a factory driver, he looked at it, and that was a fantastic reunion, and he talked to us about that. But again, one of these great characters from sport. Belgians love their rallying, and current world champions are Belgian.
Yes, so, they are.
And for a rally nation, that's fabulous.
Yeah, it's, you know, Thierry Neuville had been trying for many years to win the championship. It finally happened for him and Martin Vidaga in 2024. What a talented pair they have proved to be. But, you know, Belgian motorsport is so strong in the world of rallying. You mentioned Ypres, but Boucle de Spa as well, another fantastic event.
Tom Williams and Johnny van der Voort just leaving the start line in the Skoda Fabia Rally 2. As we cut back now to Steve Rimmer and Bruno Thierry in the ex-Colin McRae Swedish Subaru Legacy RS. And heading down onto the start line now, Takamoto Katsuta with Esteban Ocon on board. Bex was talking when we had the in-car coverage of them queuing. This is going to be a nice run for Esteban, much like Liam Lawson with Josh McArleen on Thursday. It was a nice surprise for spectators to be able to get up close and personal with a Formula 1 star and a current World Rally Championship star. Very busy here now. Coming your way is the Group B Peugeot 504 pickup, the Rothmans Audi Quattro, a couple of the Renault Alpines. And that was the roar of the Toyota Yaris Rally 1 car leaving the start line. And coming on to the start line now is Jari-Matti Latvala in his own Toyota Celica. Bex has been astute enough to see that Jari-Matti goes through his warm-up routine.
Yes, he does.
Even here.
He does that before every stage that he competes on. He just warms his wrists up, he does a bit of deep breathing, but he is also doing it before the fun runs here. Now, he's going to have a very important passenger on board, we believe, Jari-Matti Latvala, for this run.
Yes, we do.
The grandson of Mr. Toyota.
Well, you know what? That is going to be an impressive run for him in the Celica. As we cut back now to Takamoto Katsuta. Esteban Ocon on board.
Yeah, we watched them queuing for a while. They've already done one run together. I would love to get Esteban's thoughts on exactly what he's thought of all of this.
We will try next. We will try. There was such a media scrum up
Tony,
there. Yeah.
I'm sure there was. If anyone can get a word with him, though, I'm sure you can. Tom Williams we see now, and again, full spotlight will be on him later on this afternoon for the final of the shootout. A little bit wide there from Jari Matti in this beautiful Celica, which he has, of course, been rallying in the European Historic Championship. What a year Jari Matti is having. Team principal of the Toyota Gazoo Racing World Rally Team, but also back behind the wheel in a car he absolutely adores in the Celica, and he is going to be competing at Rally Finland in the Yaris Rally 2. I mean, what you wouldn't pay to be Jari Matti right now, huh?
Exactly, best of all of those worlds, the historic rally world, the current rally world, and it is great that with Toyota having such success that he's able to do that. They allow him to do that, and of course with having the deputy team principal of Juha Kankinen, Juha can step in and fill his boots and allow him to go off rallying. But if the organisation wasn't working, they wouldn't let him do it. But the organisation is running like absolute clockwork.
It is, and you know, the team are leading the Manufacturers' Championship, they're leading the Drivers' Championship right now in WRC as we plunge into the second half of rallying's elite season.
And the Ford Puma Rally 1 car on the start line, Gregor Munster heading out on this run, and then in the background I can see the Ford Raptor T1, and that looks like it's Nani Roma once again. If you were here with us yesterday, you will know that this vehicle absolutely sounds glorious. We as commentators have thoroughly enjoyed hearing it leave the line, and if you're in the forest now, stay where you are and watch this beast go through the forest, because that's what it is. It's phenomenal sight and sound. Travis Pastrana on the start ramp, and as I said, a couple of Audi Quattros coming, and next Colin McRae Mark II, the next Colin McRae Impreza 555, Lancia Integrale, a couple of more Audis, a couple of Porsches, and the Peugeot 205 T16, all coming your way very soon.
That was a great run from Jari Matti Latvala to propel himself to the top in terms of times this morning. A 2:33.5 is now the time to beat. M Sport Ford Puma Rally 1 we're watching, but we've just heard incredible sounds off the start line of the Raptor.
Amazing, isn't it?
It's incredible. It is. It is Grégoire Munster who is behind the wheel of the M Sport Ford Puma Rally 1, son of Bernard Munster, of course, who was former Belgian champion. It's always great to see Bernard on WRC events. And it's Grégoire's brother as well, who is rallying, Charles Munster. We saw them in Kenya last year competing together.
Yeah, there's a great family heritage in motorsport, and I mean, Bernard Munster Autosport run quite a few cars for a lot of people, very successful, as we're now back with the Raptor T1. And you can possibly see there the wider track of the off-road vehicle. Makes the stage look extremely narrow, much more than normal. Nani Roma, a very successful and talented driver. If you were in with Bex and Tony, you would have heard a great interview with Malcolm Wilson, which eulogized about the benefits of his drivers for the Rally Raid team.
It'll be interesting to see how they do, of course, in this year's Dakar, and Tony Jardi caught up with a very talented Nani Roma.
Nani Roma, you're used to this, obviously all that TV that surrounds you as ever, but Red Bull, Ford, M Sport, this is a hell of a campaign. Difficult Dakar for you this year in 2025?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely it was not easy for us in the beginning. We had an issue in the engine on the engine on the day 3, and it was tough. But in the end, it's part of the sport. You know that when we start a project like that, sometimes not all it works like we want. But in the end, it's okay. We finalized third in the podium with Matthias Ekstrom. The team did a super good job, and now ready to fight again in the next months and also in the next Dakar.
Rally driving, and particularly off-road, is about experience, and you're a champion on 2 wheels, on 4 wheels. You're bringing your experience to this project. Is it technical as well as the terrain that you're able to feed into this progress?
Yeah, like you say, it's my next one. It will be my 29 Dakar. This means a long time ago I involved in this type of races, and this is definitely helps a lot to share and to try to put my experience in this program. after, it's not only my experience, also it's after important to have a good engineers around to listen me and listen my comments about. But in the end, we find a super good team, you know, little bit in a sport, maybe have less experience in a cross country, but a lot of experience in and a lot of background in World Rally Car, and all together we also from US have some help from Ford US. This means all together we build a really nice team. We take the little bit more all experienced mechanics, okay, in that time, and the mechanics from the 90s, okay, from the rallies, and I mean, no, we find a super good group, and really happy to be part in this project, and happy. Always it's happy to help to build something new like that.
Big push from Ford because they sell 4x4s and trucks. It's their biggest sales globally. So isn't it great to have the big blue oval behind you?
Definitely, you know, and sure from them, from Ford, and only maybe the one global competition in the world is the Dakar in off-road, you know. This is complete global, and Ford US understand well this, and yeah, we are really lucky to be in this moment, in this situation. Also, the board of Ford, also Mr. Jim Farley, it's a crazy and a passionate guy from motorsport and from off-road, and it is sure help a lot to have this project, and help a lot, not support in economic side, but also in technology side from Ford, and it's really great to be part in this.
We watched Jim Farley. He raced a GT40 earlier in the year here at Goodwood.
Yeah, it's one of the, you know, from years and my 33 years professional career, I meet a lot of CEOs and presidents of the companies, and it's the first time I meet someone, I find some really special men in the human side. It's passion of racing. It's good in business too, you know, and no, it's really a pleasure to work from him and also to work from the brand like Ford, you know. From me, Ford, it's a lot of history, a lot of, you know, Ford means a lot in motorsport, and it's a really pleasure to work with them.
Nani, we will see you on the podium in 2026 in Dakar, probably in first place.
We try. We try. No, you know, Dakar is always complicated and it's difficult, but we work from that. We work from win, and Ford also like to win races.
Nani, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Nani Aroma there. Sounds like such an incredible guy. 29th Dakar it will be next time around. That is something just awe-inspiring, isn't it? Wow.
It's unreal. I mean, Tony's talking about 26, 27 RACs. Now, I want to make a special mention here to Chris Dakin. Chris Dakin, who was the innovator behind the Tornado Award for the longest jump on the flying fin. Caught up with him every day so far, but today is his 100th event. So 100 events today with Chris Dakin, and works in the maintenance side of all the aircraft and was instrumental in organising many of the displays of aircraft that we've seen at Goodwood here over the years. So big day for Chris and the RAF team.
Now, our stage has been up and running since 9 a.m. this morning. It was a bit of a tentative start from some of the drivers out there, just getting their first sighting pass, seeing what the conditions were like before the speeds started to pick up. And we saw a little bit more extravagance. Let's take a look at one of the most extravagant, and that is Travis Pastrana. Oh, that's right at the end of the stage. You can see the yellow and red boards there. He's just flicked the car a little wide, and the rear hitting the hay bales there. Don't think he's done any damage, though, any bodywork damage, which is a good thing.
No, seems to have got away with it, but we know that he does like using the sides of the stage just to keep the speed up, as we see Chris Dakin out over flying fin now, making his way towards Cooper's. On the start line, that glorious roar of the 5-cylinder Audi engine as Bruno Thierry and Simon Rathbone Ward make their way down onto the start line in the Subaru Legacy RS that has a very checkered and important rally history. And up onto the start ramp now is the Ford Puma Rally 1. Once again with Gregor Munster and Madeleine Van Dittenborg. Seems to be alongside for the passenger ride this time. Bruno Thierry animated conversation with Steve Rimmer. Steve, who is the owner of quite a lot of the BGM sport cars that are here this weekend. I know that when Tony interviewed him the other day, Bex, he said Ian was saying he only has 8 or 9, you know, Dirtfish cars and a couple of other customer cars, but I think it was either last year or the year before he was running 17 cars.
Wow, yes, I remember him saying that he didn't know which end was up and which end was down because he was so busy running an incredible amount. But a huge thanks to him for doing that, because we get the opportunity to be able to see these cars out and about. A little bit less this year, but still.
So Ford Puma Rally 1 on the start line. There's a Peugeot 205 GTI on its way. There's the Subaru Impreza 555. The Alpine A110 of our German guests is on its way soon, Sven Floater. The Peugeot Group B pickup, and the Dakar Quattro's coming out again. Gary Lecudeau is bringing his Toyota out, and on the start ramp now is the ex-Ari Vatanen and Roger Clark Cossack Mark II Escort. So plenty coming your way in the stage.
Now, the names on the car may say Josh McAleen and Owen Tracy. It is Gregoire Munster, however, who is behind the wheel for today. We saw him do a couple of runs yesterday. Josh was on Thursday and Friday, of course. And we'll see a few more runs from Munster today before he and the rest of the WRC crews pack up this afternoon to head to their very next event, which is next weekend at Rally Estonia.
You've already packed for that, haven't you?
I had to. Going straight there from here, like they all will be as well.
Yeah.
The bags are packed. We're all ready to go. This season, then, Gregoire Munster has scored a best result and equalled his best result from last season, which was 5th in Safari Rally Kenya. But crucially, we did see right at the start of the season Gregoire take his first ever WRC stage win at Monte Carlo, which is one of the most difficult events to start the season. That is the Puma Rally 1 into the Forest Rally Stage in the hands of Gregoire Munster. All key to see what he can do second half of the season now, especially on the faster events. We've got the hazard lights on here, Zav.
Yeah, but going slow, so hopefully make their way out unaided, which would be good, so no time delay.
Sjoerd van der Putten in the Audi with the hazard lights on there.
On the start ramp, the Audi Quattro S1. And I can see the Ford Raptor is having a quick passenger change. I can see that Chris Dakin is also changing passengers as well, so they're going to be back in the queue very shortly. But if you're in the rally stage and haven't made your way up the hill into the forest, we do have a full and busy rally paddock and service area where you can come up and get up close and personal with the cars. A lot of the drivers quite happy to explain how they have the car, where they got it from, and with the likes of the WRC teams, maybe get a photograph or an autograph. A much more relaxed atmosphere here than if it would be on event. So a great opportunity to come up and browse. There's plenty to eat and drink, and we also have trade stands in at the back, rally merchandise, Tony Pickup, and some of the WRC promoters are here. So definitely plenty to see and do. Peter van der Putten on the start line now. One of a number of drivers and owners from the Benelux countries who have brought a wonderful collection of Audis in A1, A2, Group 4, and the Evo versions. Back now with Steve Smith in the Escort this time. We've seen Steve's sons drive this car over the last few days. Also running a Porsche 911 on the stage, and the little Peugeot 205 GTI. George and Jason Lepley, so father and son on the start line, as the Raptor now makes its way up onto the start ramp. With the start ramp, a new addition for this year. Every year we try and tweak, bring new additions, new ideas, and I have to say it has certainly added to the glamour at Goodwood, hasn't it?
It's been fantastic, you know, to have 2 Dakar vehicles up here running regularly, and that is slightly different, but it's an extreme form of motorsport, an extreme form of rallying. This car that you're going to see, if you could call it a car, is product of the work between Ford, between Red Bull, Nani Roma, who has been Dakar champion on 2 wheels and on 4 wheels, one of the squad of the drivers, very, very special drivers. But it was Matthias Ekström, the Swede, who managed to bring the car home 3rd in this year's Dakar on its debut. So Malcolm Wilson's M Sport team, known for running the Fords, the Puma 1s in the World Rally Championship. As those of you watching on the big screen or watching at home or in your offices on the stream or on our YouTube channel, you'll see the S1 there nudging the bank. And over the flying fin goes Steve Smith in the ex-Roger Clark car. RAC rally winner, and the RAC rally of Great Britain was over 5 days, 6 days originally, day and night. All the stages in Wales, Scotland and England, like Kielder Forest. But this Raptor, big 4-wheel drive, adapted. Look at that, look at those big spare wheels there and the haunches. Very, very special. With the subframe, the engine lurking inside there. Look, there's 4 big cooling fans on the back and the big telescopic dampers, all necessary to go as fast as they can across those desert stages in Dakar. Heading to places like the empty quarter, look, double shocks on there and the big springs off that front subframe on the front of this incredible Ford. This is not just a buggy, this is an attack machine. Big Dakar attack machine. And Ford really mean business. They want to win this in 2026. It's great to have them back on the World Motorsport stage. They will be back with their engine in Formula 1. That is some noise, Zav.
Yeah, I mean, I just go quiet when it goes off the start line because it is a wonderful, wonderful sound. So different from some of the other cars that we have, even with launch control. So Marcel Ludwig now on the start line in car number 44, the Roth Mazzari, and carrying sponsorship and decals that was used by John Bosch and Steve Bond in the European Championship back in the days when the European Championship was just as prestigious as the World Championship, but a stepping stone. On the start ramp now is the Subaru Impreza 555 of Callum McLeod. Emer Highland is in for a passenger seat run, in for the ride of a lifetime for definite. And the Sven Floder Renault Alpine will be down with you shortly, as will the Group B 504 pickup. Throwback to the long distance endurance events like the Safari when it was a 5-day marathon, or the Ivory Coast, for example. We have a couple of Porsches and Ford Sierra RS Cosworth, the S. Joaquim Santos car, and Gary Lecudeau will be bringing his Toyota out as well. We've already seen some great runs from Gary over the last number of days.
Nani Roma putting on a great show in that big Ford Beast, and I say that advisedly because it's such a narrow special stage. It's totally alien for a big vehicle like that that's used to going across the desert, going up into the ridges and those really tough endurance stages, starting off at maybe 6 o'clock in the morning. They're still rallying at 7 o'clock at night. Talk about the heat that we have here. You can imagine what that is like in the desert during the day. It's oppressive, to say the least. And then if you do have an incident, and it's quite regular, you might fall off the side of a dune, you might end up with the vehicle on its side. You're hoping that someone passing a truck or another competitor will help you put the car back on its wheels, but you've also got to fix things. And you have to be so fit on Dakar, regularly digging the car out of the sand when you get stuck. They have their sand ladders as well, which they put down into the sand under the wheels to try and get some traction and get it out. Having the toe straps at the ready is very, very important. But
the engineers have to think of everything incorporated into this incredible vehicle. Technologically speaking, it's very, very advanced indeed. They have plenty of competition out there. Not least amongst them are Toyota, and Toyota have their Hilux here as well, which we've been enjoying with Seth Quintero, taking that Hilux Dakar off-road vehicle around for us and entertaining us as well. And it's the sight and the noise, and then we look back at the colours of Colin McRae, world champion 30 years ago, and celebrating his world championship. His dad Jimmy is here, his daughter Holly is here, his brother Alistair is here, his nephew Max is here.
The McRae clan,
the
really.
McRae clan. But we had another nudge of the bank there. That's Callum McLeod who's driving, and Callum, I think, is involved with Dirtfish, is he not?
Yeah, and it was a little nibble of that bank. There's been a few already this morning. Like I was saying to Zav, Tony, you know, the first couple of runs we saw, it was very, very easy like Sunday morning, and all of a sudden people have just gone a little bit wild now. Richard Hogg being one of them. We haven't seen him back out yet, have we, since he lost his bumper earlier?
Way offline, Marcel Ludwig. Way offline.
Way off to the right. You know, a lot of the guys who are coming over the flying fin jump, it's more to the left that they're kind of yielding for, but that's way into the right-hand side.
Honestly, and then you see the rear wheels up in the air there, so he bounces and lurches from one of those little dips on the landing. It's not super smooth on the landing. Luckily for them, it is nice and straight, but you really need to try and get the car in the middle of the special stage and then point it and go over it. Because one of the things is, you know, and even when I was doing things like the Arctic Rally, where you go over the crest, or going over Collins Crest, which I've had the fortune to do, you know, you just have to place the car right, and then you have to get the revs right on landing as well, and make sure the wheels are spinning at the right sort of
bit of a
speed.
Nibble of the hay bale there.
To get traction.
You would have done Collins Crest in the snow, but in the European Rally Championship now we do it on gravel.
Yeah, well, even faster.
Even faster, yeah. Even bigger jumps.
Now, a contrast in endurance events. This is the Peugeot 504 pickup of Alan Weston. And again, it was built with the likes of the long-distance Safari, the original Safari, and the Ivory Coast rallies in mind, and compare and contrast that with the Hilux and the Raptor, and the differences in terms of design and build. But very simple, a couple of extra jerry cans, a few shovels, a little bit of a ladder maybe that Tony mentioned, the spotlights so you can actually identify wildlife in the distance and dusk of the evenings. Because although it was a competitive stage, it was fairly open, and giraffes and elephants don't exactly know to stand behind the barrier when you're coming past.
Lots of the safari vehicles over the years, though. Let's let this car off the line. That sound. You can barely hear yourself think when that is going off the line. It's magnificent. Gregoire Munster has headed into the stage, but a lot of the Safari rally cars in particular, you know, nowadays we have the flashing lights to try and warn, but there's been all kinds of things in the past. The flashing lights, the headlights there we saw in the Peugeot. Cars that are emitting a kind of a high-pitched sound as well, which are warning the wildlife ahead. Because it's not small wildlife when you get out onto Safari Rally. There are big beasties out there, and you don't want them anywhere near the stage.
No. And in fact, they developed in Australian rallying what they called the rhubars that they used to put on the front, because they would encounter so many wild animals, particularly kangaroos, as they would say. And then they have been used in the Safari with the bars at the front of the vehicle as well. All the crews do their utmost to avoid any of the wildlife, of course, but those that do stray at the last minute, the bars in the front are to protect the vehicle and the occupants as well. But lights, so East African Safari Rally stands out on its own, and a very, very special challenge indeed. I just think it's amazing that you were saying to me yesterday, Bex, that these cars are such, they don't build special Safari spec WRC1 cars, but they did used to build the much stronger versions. And I know that, for example, with Datsun, which became Nissan Europe would go down and they'd be told by Japan to build these 3 vehicles for the Safari. So Safari spec, a very special, much stronger spec, detuned with the engines to go through in terms of the reliability. They would get there, and 2 years on the trot, the Japanese didn't tell them, but they turned up with their own 3 cars as well, and then would say, okay, we'll let the drivers decide which ones they like best. How about that? I mean, goodness me.
That's a great story. But it's testament to the build of the WRC cars now that they don't build a specific Safari-style car. They are strong enough, as is, to be able to withstand the rigors of the Safari. And yes, okay, it's not the huge endurance event that it used to be, but it's still as rough and certainly as tricky as it ever used to be.
100%. It's a big one, and that's why Elfyn Evans winning it first time for a British driver in 23 years was just an incredible achievement, because you have to know when to pace it, when to back off, when to go fast, and that's all in your detailed recce notes, reading the conditions, the weather which changes all the time. You're out there, you've seen it, you've seen the flash floods, you've seen them struggling in the mud holes. It just comes from nowhere.
It does come from nowhere, and the mud holes are so tricky. And the fesh, you know, when you've got that dry condition, that really fine sand, which we kind of think of with Dakar, but is very synonymous with the Safari Rally, that dust that gets absolutely everywhere.
If I'm not mistaken,
it's Esteban Ocon, perhaps driving this time.
He is driving this time, and I thought it was a timing error when I saw him listed as a driver, but that very tentative crawl down off the stage start. So
here we go.
You can just see his face there. So
Takamoto Katsuta in the co-driving seat right now. Okay. Taka has to be the passenger this time around as Esteban Ocon gets his chance to drive a Toyota GR Yaris Rally 1. He's had 2 runs in the co-driving seat. He's had a little bit of a sighting of the stage. He knows how the car works right now.
No wing mirror.
Told you it's one of the things that disappears the most on these cars.
Yeah, you did indeed.
So this is the second Formula One driver of the weekend, of the 4 days, who's been out on the rally stage. In the Puma Rally 1, we saw Liam Lawson, who went with Josh McAleer, and now Toyota, the same trick, but remember, with this Haas Formula One driver, there is a technological cooperation now between Toyota and the Haas F1 team, hence the link up here. But it's great to have another Formula One driver about to sample World Championship Rally at the pinnacle in the equivalent, rally equivalent of Formula One.
Let's see how he launches the car then. This Yaris Rally 1 about to be driven by Esteban Ocon.
Well, impressive start so far.
He's used to launch control in a Formula One car, so he got off the line very well, but probably Takamoto said to him, just easy here off the tarmac onto the loose, and probably telling him to watch out for various bits and pieces. What he needs to do is bring it back in one piece.
Of course.
I'm sure he will.
I'm sure that has been thoroughly relayed back to him.
Yeah, we would like all 4 wheels still on here, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm looking forward to finding out his thoughts on the whole experience in not only the co-driving seat now, but behind the wheel of the Yaris Rally 1 for Esteban Ocon. Great to see this crossover between Formula One and WRC happening here at the Forest Rally Stage this weekend. We had it on our opening day with Liam Lawson jumping in with Josh McAleer and then driving the Ford Puma. Now on the final day of competition, we have Esteban Ocon, who is piloting the Toyota WRC GR Yaris Rally 1.
Yeah, impressive so far, I would say.
Now, we watch, we're all keen to see how he's doing here. And there's some difficult sectors of the stage, as we've talked about before.
Yeah, but it's clean and neat and tidy, and keeping it on the middle of the road. And that's what you want to see.
A crossover, though, which has been fantastic to see so far between these two.
Yeah, and the Liam Lawson crossover was really good as well. I think it caught a lot of people by surprise on Thursday morning to discover Liam Lawson was going to get a few sighting runs alongside Josh McArleen, and then when didn't got behind the wheel himself and proved immensely capable. One of your favourite drivers there, Bex, Gary Lecoteau.
Yeah, I think he's done an amazing job. I love seeing this car, and he loves bringing it to Goodwood. He told me earlier this week, you know, the excitement level always ramps up a notch when the invite to attend Goodwood drops through the letterbox. But I think, you know, between everything that we've seen here this weekend, one of the best factors for me has been the crossover that we're seeing between Formula One and WRC. Formula One drivers want a bit of rallying action. They know that this is the ultimate test of motorsport performance, the adaptability of a rally driver on any single condition at any given time, day or night, to adapt to all the conditions around them and not be in track circumstances, which are, of course, they don't change unless it's the weather, where stages change with every given car that has gone through. Rocks emerge, tree roots emerge, ruts emerge, and you have to be able to deal with any single scenario out there.
No, pretty impressive car back in one piece, no marks. So on the start line now is the Skoda Octavia World Rally car, the ex-Tony Gottemeister car, with Steve Rockingham behind the wheel. And alongside Steve this time is Aileen Lescat, and the Philip and Christelle Tollimer Peugeot 205 T16 is on the start ramp. But World Rally teams look like they're changing passengers, and we will have the Sierra RS Cosworth down with you shortly. I think the Ford, the Yaris Rally 1 is going to go again. I can see the Raptor in the background, Mitsubishi Evo 6. So plenty coming your way if you're down in the forest.
Gary Lecoteau has done so well in the shootout so far this weekend. He said whenever he gets an invite through to attend events, it is for the Toyota Celica, which is the most requested car. I think he has the Corolla as well.
He does, yeah.
But it is the Celica that is most requested to be seen, and it is one of the most iconic Toyota cars.
Also has one of the very early, I think, an ex-Danny Sordo Hyundai WRC as well. We've seen that here once or twice, but he doesn't bring it very often. But classic clubman, rallyman, and won the inaugural London Rally for Heroes organised by Southern Car Club a few years ago, that was based out of Brooklands and the Motor Museum, where Mercedes-Benz are based. And it took place on some of the military ranges in and around Aldershot.
Back with the Skoda Octavia. Had multiple runs now for our drivers through the stage this morning. We got up and running at 9. We've had a couple of stoppages, not too many this morning. And it is a beautiful final day here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed for the Forest Rally Stage.
Iconic Castrol colours with Toyota, the Link liquid engineering that Tony was explaining yesterday, and the iconic Toyota logo. So Gregor Munster on the start line now in the Ford Puma Rally 1 with Greg Barrow on board. As we come back now to Philip Tollimer, the Matty Alamaki North State-backed rallycross car. A lot of the Group B cars made their way into World European Rallycross at the time, when Group B was ceremoniously banned and everything went into Group A. Now our first...
Oh, and we're just, We haven't got it turned round here. That's unfortunate for Philippe Tollemer. Into reverse then and back through one of the trickier sectors here at Salmon Roll.
It has proved a real test since we arrived here, hasn't it? But he got away with it by the looks of it.
Yeah, it doesn't look to be any major damage to the front of this car. He's just straight on into the hay bale. And as Tony's explained, you know, it is that kind of that downhill section, just under braking. You can see, unfortunately, just nibbling the hay bale, barely even touching it, actually.
So I was just about to say, when Bex spotted the Peugeot, is the Toyota Hilux, Seth Quintero on the start line, but the Ford Puma Rally one, we have a red flag. So, yep, the Forest will soon echo to the sounds of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Hilux, the off-road version, very similar to the T1.
Yeah, but we do have a red flag in play at the moment, which is why you're seeing Gregoire Munster driving pretty slowly through the forest.
And I can see listed again, Esteban Ocon and Takamoto Katsuta are going to go for another run. You can see it there from our wonderful pictures. Cameramen in great places today and have provided some glorious footage over the last 3 days.
Yeah, everyone working around the forest stage here in obviously the blistering heat of the past 3 days, but everyone's doing a fantastic job out there, that is for sure, to bring us all the coverage. So Philippe Tollemer then just bringing it up now to the closing sector of the stage. He should be clear very shortly. There he is, comes into daylight and within sight of the yellow and red boards. While we wait for everything to get back underway, then we'll take a short break here in commentary. We'll rejoin you when the action restarts.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it! Everyone's in vintage clothes and there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the good revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
That was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Driftwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Down the inside, late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move, dumping it again on the grass. He does, the rear end steps out.
And you are back with us at the Forest Rally Stage, where action is about to get back underway in pretty spectacular style as well. You can see on the line and hear on the line the power of Dakar machinery. Gonna let you take that all in. As Seth Quintero gets off the line in the Toyota.
Fabio Lecaro, the lucky passenger in that car, and it looks as though, Bex, we're going to see Esteban Ocon and Takamoto Katsuta go for another run. Esteban was pretty clean and respectable on his first run through. Max McRae then with Niamh Epps on the start ramp in the ex-Colin McRae Subaru Legacy RS. So action back up and running. Again, back now on stage with Seth Quintero. And as Bex and Tony have said, over the last couple of days, you can see just how wide the off-road vehicles are, the Dakar vehicles, and it makes our rally stage here look extremely narrow.
Yeah, it really does. But it is a narrow stage, but this makes it look even more narrow than it actually is. What's great about these cars is that you are able to see visually all the suspension working, the front and the rear, and just imagine them out on the sand dunes.
You can just see them under braking, but you can see, for me, it's the fact that the independent suspension all the way around is working really hard to keep as much of the tyre surface and the tyre edge on the ground as possible for maximum grip, cornering, acceleration, everything. That's why you see the body roll as you do. Whereas the pitch and yaw on a Rally 2 or a Rally 1 car is a little bit different.
It's the Toyota GR Yaris that we're looking at right now and hearing. Beautifully off the start there for Esteban Ocon. Yes, maybe not a name that you would have thought would be behind the wheel of the Toyota Yaris today. Formula One star, of course, is alongside Takamoto Katsuta here. Tak has taken him out for a few runs already this morning to get him familiar with the GR Yaris. And now he has been behind the wheel for, well, this will be the second run.
Hilux down, snaking under braking to turn left at the Coopers. We're turning right, heading up towards Stratus. And then the car will reappear under the trees. We cut back now to Esteban Ocon and Takamoto Katsuta. I never thought I'd hear myself say that, actually.
No, absolutely not, but it's great. We talked about the fantasticness of the crossover between, but such a completely different discipline here in rallying. But we've had many Formula One drivers over the years. Robert Kubica, who came into the WRC, Kimi Raikkonen, of course. And, you know, both gave us incredible displays, but both talked about the difficulty level. You know, it's never knowing what is going to be coming next around a corner, whereas you can predict that far more on a circuit which does not change. It definitely changes every single car on a rally stage. But it has been brilliant to see that over the years, to see that crossover, to see F1 drivers wanting to have a bit of a crack at rallying. And so many of them want to do it, Sav.
Yeah, and quite a few, maybe 20, 25, 30 years ago, you used to have what was called the rally sprint. Donington was a particular one. And you would have had the likes of Derek Warwick, Nigel Mansell, and maybe 2 or 3 other, Alan Jones, for example, the Formula One drivers, and they would have competed against Jimmy McRae and Tony Pond. You know, so F1 stars against rally stars that have raced around the circuit, that have done the rally sprint, all driven the same cars, and it was made for TV. And one that one of the people we saw earlier, that Steve Ryder would be able to look back on with fondness, because he would have voiced a lot of it. But it was a great battle between the Formula One stars and the rally stars of the day.
Now we switch back to the Porsche.
Car number 90, Steve Smith and Alex Tantor. And Steve and his sons have been running this on a Ford Escort since they joined us here on Thursday. In the background, we can see the Fiat 131 Mira Fiore as we watch Esteban Ocon make his way towards the end of the stage, and certainly has picked up speed, but Bex, he's really smooth.
Yeah, well, that'll be a throw over certainly from what he's used to, but there's so much that I'm sure he's taking in from this. And Taka's a great teacher as well. You know, he'll be a great guide to Esteban behind the wheel, what to look out for, how to handle certain corners. We saw them chatting for quite some time as they waited to head into this stage earlier on, and Esteban asking so many questions of Taka, just getting to grips and getting the feel of the Yaris.
Do you think Mr. Jardine is loitering with intent and a microphone just to ambush them as they come around the corner here?
I'm pretty sure he is. You can imagine him like Jaws right now.
Yeah.
He is ready to creep up on Esteban Ocon. As soon as he gets out of that car, he will pounce.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to get his reaction, and just, of course, Tony, with his McLaren experience in Formula 1 teams, will be able to get the best out of that, and have a chat with Takamoto, hopefully, as well. Yes, I can see Mr. Jardine.
Excellent. Hopefully that'll be up and coming then. Time-wise this morning, let's give you a little bit of an update, because we have had a change with the fastest time on the board through so far. I was going to say we've had a change. We haven't. It's actually changed off my system now, but it is Lafferty still with a 2:33.5, who is the fastest through. But Munster was a 2:34.3. Tom Williams with a 2:37.4. The flamboyant Travis Pastrana has been fourth fastest out there with a 2:38.8, and Nani Roma in that fantastic Ford Raptor, fifth fastest through this morning with a 2:39.3. So still the time to beat at the top is Lafferty's with a 2:33.5. That's what you're looking at, and that was him in his Celica earlier on.
So Steve Smith, Alex Tentor in the 911 Porsche WPX3. We're back now with Neil Yates and Thierry Baracala in the AN Bloxham Fiat 131, a car that was developed to compete against and take the fight for victories on mostly the road rallies and navigation rallies that were extremely popular in the late 70s, early 80s. And take the battle to the RS2000, the Droop Snoot RS2000 and the flat front RS2000. So many of them, actually, the likes of the Kilwindeg and the Bromley in Wales, a hotbed of road rallying, and still is to this day, which is really good. And sometimes you come across photographs taken at 2:30 in the morning, and they're standing 25 and 30 deep. They are so popular, and from it, we've had so many successful Welsh navigators as well over the years. Tom Williams and Andrew McCracken on the start line. Tom in the Skoda Fabia Rally 2, the RSC back car from Don Buckley up there in Kelso. RSC, a very, very busy company running cars on the World Championship, the European Championship, Irish and British Championship this year. Tom has availed of one of their cars for the weekend. Hopefully see Tom back in more full-time action, because he is a talent.
Yeah, he really is, and he's talked with Tony earlier this week about wanting to get back to more regular outings within rallying. He's taken a step back in terms of class of car to be able to move forward again, is what he was saying after doing quite a stint over competing in America, of course, to Tom Williams. But he is leading off Shootout, so we'll see if he does indeed walk away with the glory later today here at the Forest Rally Stage. The final, of course, of all of that is coming up later on this afternoon.
So the Fiat 131 out over Flying Finn. You just caught a glimpse of the Ford Sierra RS Cosworth. Behind the wheel is James Lepley, and passenger this time is Davy Zitten. Tom Williams leads the line. There's a lovely shot there of the Fiat 131 out under the trees and up towards the end of the stage and the finish, and in the top background Tom just making his way into the stage. But the James Lepley Sierra Cosworth, that is a genuine ex-works car, originally from Ford in Borum, but it was purchased and run by Joaquim Santos and Miguel D'Oliveira. Miguel D'Oliveira, who was the force behind Diabolique for many years, and was involved in raising the funds for Joaquim to go rallying, as we cut back now to Tom Williams. Dynamite, the latest social media craze in terms of rally clips, rally footage. And, Tom carry backing this weekend from them. And of course, Genesis, the family company, with dad David Williams, who was a tremendous long-term backer of Richard Burns, and of course they have the Richard Burns championship winning Subaru on display.
They do, right outside their area. It looks beautiful. It's another fantastic memory for everybody out there. We have been talking a lot about nostalgia and memories, especially with the fact that Goodwood is marking the 30th anniversary of Colin McRae, of course, winning the WRC Championship back in 1995. We've seen a number of Colin's cars compete up here at the Forest Rally Stage and, of course, on the hill earlier this week as well. So very well celebrated and very well remembered. We've talked to everybody really that's come into commentary about Colin, their memories of him. And it's been lovely to hear some pretty unique stories and to have, of course, all the McRae family here as well. Jimmy McRae, Alistair, Max and Holly McRae are all here this weekend.
Yeah, it's funny how it's different memories for people with both Richard and Colin. But for me, you know, although I'd seen him in the World Championship, for me was when he brought the Escort to Killarney. I mean, the Irish fans went nuts.
As they always do, huh?
Killarney racecourse, I mean, they were 15 and 20 deep. And then on service, he would park the car about 150 metres away and went in for a cup of tea in Kenny McKinstry's rally truck. And everybody thought he was 150 metres up the road where the car was, just to get, because he was mobbed. It was I've never seen anything like it. Never seen anything like it.
I think everybody has their different memories. We were talking about when McRae did win the championship in '95. I was still in university then, but I was on site for Richard Burns's championship win, and to see the reaction, the relief, the reaction, the celebration was really, really special. And it always sticks in my memories. Any driver's first, I guess, first stage win, first podium, first win, first championship win. I've been lucky enough to see many over the years.
No, nice position to be in, and nice memories for everyone, including yourself. Seth Quintero on the start line now in the Toyota Gazoo Racing off-road Hilux. And just behind that is Greg Warmunster and Gwen Bainham. Gwen going to get a run, a passenger run in the Ford Puma Rally 1. I'd love Tony to be able to be just at the right place at the right time and speak to somebody to just get that. Because you know yourself from having done radio, the best bit when you do live radio at stage ends is that 10 seconds you speak to the driver after they've done 35 kilometers in full chat. Here with somebody in the passenger seat, it's probably something similar. The buzz, the excitement.
Of course.
Yeah.
The jelly legs.
Yeah. And that is Seth Quintero and Hannah Lila off the start line. Gregor Munster now making his way down onto the start line, and we have Mitsubishi Evo 6, Talbot Sunbeam. We have the big Audi Quattro 200 of Adam Marsden, the big Group A car that Audi had to use when Group B was banned. They didn't use it for very long, actually, because they then just withdrew from rallying from a corporate point of view. One of the very early Ford Escort Cosworths that was used by Mibarale in Spain, and Ford paid for it to come back and appear at the Motor Show a week later in London. Group A, Group 4 Audi Quattro, the Lancia 037 Safari spec car is coming out again, as is the F2 Nissan. And the service area and paddock getting really busy here now as you make our way up towards the middle of the day. And if you are in the forest, come up and join us. There is an awful lot to see today. It'll be the last day you get the chance.
It is. Come along to the start as well. Come along to the start line. Hear the sound, feel the rumble of these cars off the start. It is something really, really special. And, you know, we've been here now. This is the 4th day for us. It's making me smile every time. Our commentary box sits right on top, pretty much, of the start line. I'm going to miss this. I am going to miss these sounds right up close and personal, because on WRC I'm a million miles, it feels, away from the car. You know, I'm in the commentary position in the service park, and I don't get to hear them start. So this has been a real treat. And it's, to be honest, it's been the Dakar cars to me that have really sounded the best and just giving you the kind of the biggest thrill out there. But come up to the start line and then go and have a look at some of the cars around the rally service area. That's my guide to this service park.
I could just hear you for next Friday morning, whoever your guest might be in the studio and saying, oh, you want to be a good one. The start line, the noise.
I know.
I never thought of that. You never hear that.
I've been campaigning now to get a mobile commentary booth.
Yeah.
Just moved around to every stage end. Okay, logistically, technically, probably impossible, but you can dream. Oh, a little nudge of the bank there from Gregoire Munster with the back end, just the right wheel coming into contact with the bank.
No, it's true. So Gregoire Munster and Gwen Bainham on stage, and of course the Audi Quattro S1 Evo 2. Of course, this was when Group B was going quite mad with rear spoilers, front splitters, designed to keep the car on the ground as much as possible. Seth Quintero now snaking a little bit under braking. And, as Tony was saying yesterday, those little shafts of sunlight that beam down through just certain places through the forest just add to the spectacle that our excellent cameramen are able to pick up. And of course, first time this year we have a drone that gives us great shots aerially over the paddock and service area. Gregoire Munster now down into that left-hander and a quick right. Of course, hot, dry, dusty conditions. But if you're in the stage, come on up and join us. There's 28 Metro 6R4s on display to celebrate 40 years of the 6R4s. We're looking at a replay of Gregoire running ever so slightly wide.
Just ever so slightly, that back end, yeah, really swinging out. And then as we just come around the corner here, just have a look at the rear right. Well, if you can see it through the dust, of course. Still exceptionally dusty out there, of course, because it's bone dry. It's bakingly hot here. And it has created everything, in fact, in this service park is covered in a film of dust. We're all walking away from here. Every shower we take every evening, that dust is disappearing.
And what Bex doesn't mean that altogether, she means individually, of course.
Well, yeah, that never entered my mind. Thank you, Xavier McCartan.
I just thought it sounded like you meant it as a team.
Yeah, no.
But
luckily we have, separate rooms, separate showers. Let me just clarify that. All of us together here in commentary this weekend.
And we're very lucky where we're staying. It's an amazing place. It really is. But as Beck said, yes, very hot and dusty. And folks, if you are listening or watching, please make sure you're drinking plenty, staying hydrated, and if you have sun cream, please use it. It is warm and hot. But the big 200 Quattro, I only think it lasted a handful of events, if that, before Audi then pulled the plug. Of course, for 3 or 4 years, carried the HB backing. That was synonymous with the Audis. On the start line now, Max McRae and Clayton Crawford in the Subaru Legacy RS, one of the very early versions, carrying the very early ProDrive colours and Subaru colours. As we look at Tim Mangan and Daniel Barron in the Mitsubishi EV6, evoking memories of Tommy Mäkinen and the Mitsubishi Motors Europe team.
Yeah, very much so. We talked a lot, didn't we, about liveries, what they kind of spark in the memories of many people's minds. Mitsubishi were very lucky to have an incredible stable of drivers. To be honest, back in the days, there's so many names that you can pick out, from to Mäkinen to Alistair McRae to also Gilles Panizzi as well. Delacour, yeah.
Of course, ably run by the late great Andrew Cowan. Himself a Northumberland man.
Andrew, what an incredible man, incredible team manager there. Loved by so many people. Always great to talk to, great to have an interview and share his stories from over the years. Much missed, of course.
So I see Travis Pastrana is on the starts ramp. Travis Pastrana and Larry Chen alongside this time. Tom Williams and Freddie Baker will be through soon. And on the start line, Kimberly Maher and Chris Clemson.
Just watching the Porsche here of Adrian Commode make its way through, and that is a tricky sector we've just seen him navigate. And the Porsche really does snake through that area. It's a very good way of putting it. You mentioned that word earlier on. So Mitsubishi then just heading across through the yellow boards and through the flying finish of the stage. But Mr. McRae back in action here in the Legacy.
Yeah, and I have to be honest, it was enjoyable to watch them on stage. We got a champion the other day, and we heard Jimmy speak, and we heard Alistair speak, and we heard Holly speak. And I must admit, I found it really odd to listen to Max with an Antipodean accent, and it wasn't a Scottish accent. It just didn't. It just felt odd, you know. But four great people to be interviewed, and Gary did a great job with them on stage.
Okay, we've seen an array of cars this morning and also an array of some different drivers here on the Forest Rally Stage. F1 star Esteban Ocon has been behind the wheel of the Yaris, the GR Yaris, and Tony Jardine caught up with him.
Esteban, very, very quickly, just before you go, Formula One meets Rally. You had 2 rides as co-driver, now 2 drives. How was it?
It was a huge opportunity for me. I was dreaming of that day to happen one day, and honestly, it was an experience of a lifetime. One of my best experiences in motorsport. You know, I'm not afraid to say it. It was incredible. I got the best welcome here. You know, everyone was smiling so much and giving me the right advices. And with Taka, you know, Mr. Katsuta on my side, it was the best advices I could get. And yeah, I got a feel on the proper rally stage, which was incredible. And this guy is something else.
Takamoto's going to come to a Grand Prix, maybe?
Definitely, when he wants. And also today I told him, you know, I will push with Ayao for him to have a go, you know, at the F1 car. But might not happen, you know, this time. But, you know, he will for sure jump in and have some goals.
And finally, there is a technological cooperation between Toyota and the World Rally team, is there not?
Yes, I mean, there is, obviously, with Toyota, you know, it's written here for us, and they are extremely special, you know, with us. And for me, it's, you know, every time I meet the Toyota people, you know, they're so passionate. They give me, you know, a huge smile on my face, and I can't thank them enough.
Enjoy Spa, enjoy Hungary.
Thank you.
He is one happy man, isn't he? There is nothing but positivity. One of the best experiences, the best experience, motorsport experience he's had out there. Esteban Ocon. That speaks volumes, doesn't it? And he's enjoyed being behind the wheel of the Yaris, also being in the passenger seat alongside Takamoto Katsuta. Taka, I'm sure, would love to get behind the wheel of the F1 car, of course.
Definitely.
Just really good to see that kind of reaction there from Esteban. That's exactly what we want to see.
And well done, Tony, getting your microphone and camera lens stuck right into the middle of that. That was really good to get. I have a feeling you had to sort of look out for yourself there. Well done, and thanks for bringing that to us. Tom Williams on the start line, ladies and gentlemen. Freddie Baker alongside on the start ramp. Matthew Cathcart and Ewan McCullough. Matthew.
Travis Pastrana in the Subaru WRX ARA. This is the car they won the last 3 events on, him and Rhiannon Gelsomino back in the car last season. And we've seen some exuberance massively from him on this stage, but he told us at the start of the weekend, I want to put on a display, I want to put on a show for all the fans here. People who have paid their money, they've spent the past 4 days trekking around Goodwood, soaking it all in. When they come to the rally stage, he wants to make sure they know what rallying is all about. And he has put on some brilliant performances on each and every run that Pastrana has done.
Yeah, he's been really impressive and so approachable. And you know, he walks up through the paddock here the last couple of days. You can see people stop him. He has time for them. And in between all that, he's got his mobile phone out, doing a bit of filming for his own vlog, which I'm sure he edits every evening and gets up online. So that is going to be interesting to see his Goodwood Forest Festival roundup.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Tom Williams, oh, that was quite a heavy little impact there with the hay bale. Not just the little love tap we've seen a lot of people giving, but a little bit heavier just on the rear right of the car. Still continuing on at fair pace, but yeah, he didn't want that to happen. He is hoping to, of course, claim complete victory here later on this afternoon. Let's take a look again. Those hay bales are not moving at all, and as Tony has described many times, they've got some posts in there. Look at this from Travis Pastrana as well. bank to bank. It's a bit pinball for the rear of that car.
Yeah, definitely the entertainer.
Always good to see Travis Pastrana at whatever event he chooses to come to. He has just that boundless enthusiasm, doesn't he, for the sport of rallying, and to be honest, motorsport in general. Doesn't matter whether it's 4 wheels or 2 wheels. We would literally watch him compete on anything.
Yeah, on the start line now, Gregoire Munster once again with Conor Danilenko on board. And behind that is Phil and Hannah Spurge in the XRE Vatanen, and Roger Clark, Cossack back to Ford Escort Mark II. Tom, about under the stage to over the finish unscathed, and thankfully I don't think it's any worse than that, but as Bex was saying,
let's have a look at it. We can see it from the aerial, that beautiful aerial shot there. He looks fine. The hay bales, those they don't move, do they? They're pretty fixed into the ground here. They've got some wooden stakes which are going through them.
Yeah,
to keep them firmly baffled down.
Yep.
So you clip them, they're not moving very easily, but you can do quite a bit of damage to them. Mainly cosmetically, we've seen a lot of wheel arches or bumpers disappear over the weekend, or indeed wing mirrors. A firm favourite of a hay bale.
I think we will have the Ford Raptor be making its way through the stage shortly. Yeah, Nanny Roma once again. And if you are in there in the forest making your way up or down, the Lancia Rally 037, the Safari Spec car of Lee Kedward will be there shortly. The Nissan F2 car with Jess Watts, and a couple more Audi Quattros. And then a mega rare Fiat 131 Abarth carrying the Alitalia sponsorship. And when that gets on stage, we'll tell you a little bit more about it. I can see the Audi Quattro 200 is going to run again. And Ben Mellors is bringing out the Toyota Celica RA40.
Gregoire Munster has just plunged into the Forest Rally Stage. The best time we've seen from him this morning has been at 2:34.3. It's still Jari Matti Latvala who is leading the times out there on the Sunday morning runs at the moment with a 2:33.5. That's still the top time, which has not been beaten as yet. Let's see what Gregoire Munster maybe can do on this next run to rectify that. But yeah, as Zav mentioned, a great queue of cars. So if you are in the forest right now, stay exactly where you are, because you've got a lot of fantastic machinery heading towards you. You can see the target time on the screen there, that 2:33.5, which is Latvala's time.
Tim and Nicky Clark in the Audi Quattro, carrying the little stripes that were synonymous too with Clarion. Of course, a car that Per Eklund campaigned. And a car, of course, synonymous with the likes of Bjorn, Hanna Mikkola, Michel Mouton, Stig Blomqvist. There's a great aerial shot from our drone. You can see the Raptor T1 and the Fiat 131 in the background, and some of the other cars that are in the queue before making their way down onto the rally stage.
Heard a fantastic interview with Nanny Roma. He's been behind the wheel of the Raptor this weekend, of course, part of the Ford Dakar team. Talking about the fact that, you know, this will be his 29th Dakar coming up.
That's amazing, isn't it?
That's such an incredible figure, Zav. You know, a huge amount of, obviously, experience and great experience from Nanny Roma, but my goodness, 29.
And of course, that's on 2 and 4 wheels, but it's still, I mean, goodness me. Can you imagine, you know, Ogier saying I've done 29 Monte Carlos, or it's some awesome stats and figures that we get.
You know, it's not just your one-off event, a Dakar, is it? You know, they're there for weeks. The preparation takes months for it. It's a huge, iconic event. So yeah, it's a huge stat from Nanny Roma as Gregoire Munster completes the stage.
So waiting now for the Raptor to leave the start line. And John Bloxham, Fiat 131 on the start ramp. Goodness me, you never get tired of that. It's just phenomenal.
Yeah, it's a huge power off the start. The launch is gigantic from the Raptor, and then you watch as the suspension is all working on, you know, a surface which is pretty easy for the Raptor. Can have this stage pretty much for breakfast. They're used to far, far tougher terrain, meaner and tougher terrain. I think whenever we see this car, Zavon, we've talked you know, a lot about it, and you look at it from the front, and especially when you see the car from the side, the Fiat, it looks quite incredible. Probably seeing the awesome sight of the Raptor make its way around. We have been really treated here at the Forest Rally Stage this year to see, you know, a couple of generations really of Dakar cars. When you look at what you see with Toyota and Ford right up at the top now, and then you look at the Audi Dakar car as well. From what year, what generation?
1985.
1985, and you can really see the vast differences.
Well, technology moves on, and that's one of the great things is that, you know, and when you get to the level of WRC or Formula One, the manufacturers and the teams, they push and keep pushing, you know, for not to break the rules, but to push the rules as far as they can in terms of development. And, you know, it does make its way back into road-going cars. And the technology and electronics, ABS braking, traction control, they're all things that made their way down from motorsport forms into production cars. And of course then, because the cars become safer, then you get crash, the way they work with crash barriers and panels, and the way crash impacts are absorbed. And
that's Sam Mason, who we've just seen off the line there. We're back up to date with the contemporary rally cars. And that is the Peugeot 208 Rally 4 that we've just heard off the line. It's the car that we see Sam competing in the BRC this year.
On the start ramp now, Takamoto Katsuda once again, this time Josh Ward in alongside. On the start line, we have the Lancia Delta Integrale. As the Raptor makes its way up around the right-hander and towards a big finish barrier that it will shortly traverse and go under before making its way back in to the service park. And I can see it's still very busy up around the WRC teams. A lot of people here today. And, certainly they've had some terrific action to be able to sit back and watch, either sit at the tables having a drink or down in the forest themselves.
Keeping themselves refreshed while watching all of this play out.
Yep.
Now we're back with the Toyota team. Toyota team, we've had such success in WRC over the past few years. They're reigning manufacturers champion heading into this season. And they are looking, of course, to try and extend that as we move into the second half of the season in WRC. Toyota took the Manufacturers' Championship. Hyundai took the Drivers, with Thierry Neuville claiming the top spot. Last season, Thierry was here earlier on this weekend.
I just love the way they all admit we're only at the halfway point. It's still all to play for. It could be anybody's title, irrespective of the points positions at the moment. They know there's a lot of rallying ahead.
There's a lot of rallying and a lot of unpredictability as well. We've got two brand new events that are coming up on the championship calendar. We head to South America, into Paraguay, which is brand new, and Saudi Arabia closes the WRC off at the end of the year, and no one has any experience of those events, so it's going to be really fascinating to see how it all goes. And I think, yeah, in terms of the Drivers' Championship, it's still very much open. Elvin Evans is leading the way right now over Sebastian Ogier, but with Oitanak's win at the Acropolis just a few weeks ago, he's put himself within shouting distance of that championship fight and battle. And it is Takamoto Katsuta who is back behind the wheel now of his steed as we see him heading off into the Forest Rally Stage.
Josh Ward alongside for the ride of a lifetime. Tom Williams back on the start line in his Skoda Fabia Rally 2. It was recently, about a week ago, we realized or learned that 200 of these have been built so far, and proving extremely popular and a great competitor for the Toyota Yaris Rally 2 cars. This one, Rafael De Simone is on board as we just wait to watch Taka.
What's been really lovely to see in the past few years is the friendship that Takamoto Katsuta has built with two-time world champion Kalle Rovanperä. They are the best of friends, always getting up to some kind of trouble around the service area. But, you know, sharing information, Kalle has given a couple of tips to Taka, but as Kalle has said many times, you know, Taka is such a fantastic driver. I don't need to give him any help. But when Taka was going through a little bit of a difficult section of season last year, Kalle was there straight away to be able to just, you know, give some support to his friend, and it's been really lovely to see that. It's probably the strongest friendship we've seen in WRC over a number of years.
That's good. That's good because that's a side of things that the public don't see, and you know, even though the WRC live coverage is quite substantial and very good, you don't necessarily see that side of it coming through.
No, and it's very, you know, it's very difficult to document that. I mean, it's private life, isn't it? You know, you don't get to see a huge amount of the behind-the-scenes stuff. It's why we have to chat about it, because it's that kind of thing is off the cards, and our cameras are pretty much everywhere. But there is a point where you realise, we can't film this kind of thing anymore, you know. But nothing is off limits these days in terms of what is being filmed, and sometimes we see people go a little bit far with it. But we try and cover as much as we can, obviously competition-wise. But you do want to see the characters behind it, of course.
Yeah, very much so, and it adds to the.
It's all important.
Yeah, totally agree.
Now, Tom Williams is, as you can see, back out. We saw him have a little bit of a tussle with a hay bale earlier on. We've got Takamoto Katsuta behind the wheel of the Toyota Yaris. It's been a busy morning. We have had a couple of stoppages along the way, though, and one of those was to bring the Hyundai Rally 1 car out of the stage, which we're not altogether sure what happened, but it just slowed. There was just some kind of issue, and that got brought out on the recovery truck. Tony Jardine has walked back into commentary, looking very proud of himself after catching up with Esteban Ocon.
Yeah, it was a bit of a scrum. I was the hooker for a while, then I went into the second row. The ball came in to the tunnel. I tried to hook it back. You know, I understand that Formula One meets World Rally for the second time this weekend. Very, very important. And understandably, there was a lot of media interest and a lot of people around the service area, you know, underneath the canopies there, trying to get a piece of the action.
You were one of them, front and centre.
Well, yeah, again, you know, we literally stood our ground and doorstepped, and we were finally told, one question only. I did fall.
Well done, Tony.
Hans was delighted to see you, I could see.
You drop kicked that goal straight out. Nice, straight and true. Scored the try. Well done.
Tom Williams up and over the finish line. Steve Rockingham now going to make his way down onto the start line in the Skoda Octavia, the ex-Tony Gardemeister car. And as Tony and Bex were discussing yesterday and the day before, the Octavia was one of the strongest and most reliably built cars in the World Rally Championship. It was a tank of a car, so strong. Behind that, Ben Mellors in the Toyota RA40 with Rachel Cadman in the passenger seat.
Skoda Octavia
on the line, a World Rally car that performed extremely well. Well, going back 23 years now.
Don't
Sorry,
don't make me feel old here.
But you know, they were christened the Tanks, and unfairly, we think, because if you compare them to some of the current cars, and certainly some of the Subarus that we're talking about, Steve Rockingham, who's driving that car, was telling us, well, it's not that much bigger. And he also suggested that if you put one of the current drivers in there, they'd actually go quite fast with it. I mean, when I drove a very similar one on Donegal Rally, it was the early days of the launch control, and you had to go through a sequence of pushing the buttons and pulling the handbrake and putting it into gear. And I actually put a little crib sheet on the roof at the top for the sequence for the order, and I arrived on the first stage having only driven it the night before around the road for about half an hour. It was my first time I was using the launch control. And as I was going through this sequence, some RTE television put their camera through there and said, Tony, we can see you. You know what's going on. Are you cheating? And I was cheating. But it was 30-second intervals, and it was on an incline, and I was having difficulty holding it and get it. We stuttered off the line. We got going. We got going.
Do you know, you're saying that it's, you know, almost 22, 23 years ago now, the Skoda Octavia within the WRC. I remember Kenneth Eriksson was behind the wheel of it.
Oh, yeah.
And he was co-driven by Tina Turner, who was one of my favourite people in rallying, fantastic female co-driver, who actually taught me a lot back in the day, because 2002 they were competing in the Skoda Octavia. It was my first full-time season in the WRC back then. And, you know, any daft question, or what I felt was a bit daft, I'd go off to Tina. Tina looked after me. Tina taught me a lot about co-driving and the process of it, and I will be forever indebted.
And she did very many forms of motorsport as well, including going on Dakar with Colin McRae.
Right.
Wasn't that in the Nissan team, I think?
Yeah, God, what year would that have been now?
I can't remember, but that was towards the end.
2005.
Yeah, because his drives were drying up. He'd driven for Skoda. He had a one-off drive in Australia. And then he was doing the endurance and the Dakar events quite successfully, as it happens. And the McRae family got very interested in Dakar. They had their Dakar Evo cars, which they produced 5, I think, and one of which you'll see on the stages here and over this weekend.
I loved your question to Steve yesterday about, you know, Kalle Rovanperä, and he said he's no Rovanperä, but I don't know. Rockingham Rovanperä sounds very, very similar to me. He gave you a very honest interview yesterday, though.
Yeah. But there's another name on the side there with Tony Gardemeister.
Absolutely, Tony Gardemeister, Paavo Lukanda. You know, Tony was still very much heavily involved in rallying right now. We saw Tony drive the Skoda Octavia, and then he moved on, of course, to what was the Suzuki World Rally team, which was a short-lived affair. It was only a couple of years Suzuki came into the top level of the sport, but had a very successful program in the junior category.
Ben Mellers, you saw him going off the line just now in the Toyota from the Mellers Motorsport family and Mellers Motorsport. They actually rebuilt a Williams Grand Prix car, which was wanted out in Saudi Arabia. Great team, great engineering experience, and a great driver in Ben, and great that they fixed that car, which had damaged its right. In fact, the wheel had come off, broken the stub axle, and you can see the scars when the camera goes back on the car there on that left front side. You can see it's held together with bits of tape, but it's working very well. Saw Ben earlier on. He said, no, everything's fine, the car's going well, and he should be out in the shootout later on.
Yeah, we build up, of course, to that a little bit later on this afternoon. We've had a shootout every single day here at the Forest Rally Stage. It is Tom Williams who is leading the Forest Rally Shootout with a bid to taking ultimate glory on it today. One more run to go.
So did I miss when I was out there trying to get interviews, Bex, did I miss Tom Williams having a brush with
You did,
danger?
He had a little bit of a moment with the hay bale on the rear right of the car, but no major damage. I don't think there was any even bodywork damage from it. Probably looked a little bit worse on the camera than it actually was, but it wasn't a graze. It was a bit of a thwack.
It was nice to speak to his dad as well, David Williams, a man who's won Peking to Paris in 2007, the man who did a lot of rallying himself, the man who was behind Richard Burns, David Williams. They've got the hospitality unit over there, a lot of VIPs, a lot of sponsors, trying to turbocharge the career of Tom now and get that consistency we talked about. And he said so far it's been going really, really well. Huge amount of interest in Tom's career, and hopefully they can get some more backing and get him back into regular rallying, because that's what he needs. Oh, there's a little light cluster, or the indicator missing there from the front of the Escort. It's Cathcart's car.
The big thumbs up there. He doesn't need the indicator.
Do we need that? No way. No way.
We're good to go without it.
But that is one of my favourite cars, because the Group N version of the Cosworth Escort, I drove one of those for about 3 seasons. And it was a recce car that was given to us on loan to use in rallying. I did the Arctic Rally in one of those cars. A fantastic car, I really loved it. Unfortunately, I ended up barrel rolling it into a ball of chalk in Belgium. I had an 8-time barrel roll with the deputy sports editor of the Daily Mirror. He was taken off by helicopter. As we were going over and over, I could see the blue sky at the top, and then it was brown and blue, like being in a washing machine. But there was smoke pouring in, and I could just hear the air coming out of his body with each revolution as we were going round. But we landed the right way up, because I could see blue at the top through the sort of shattered windscreen. And I said, Des, you okay, you okay? No noise, no noise. And then finally, ooh. But he'd been knocked out, he wasn't. But within 4 minutes, the safety helicopter had landed and they had him off. But when I called the Daily Mirror to tell them what had gone on, they said, we need pictures fast. So we had to get into the hospital that night with my French-speaking photographer and get pictures of him on the board where he had the neck brace on. And he heard the motor driver, the camera, he said, you buggers, he said.
Did he ever sit alongside you again?
8 weeks later, he sat alongside me in World Rally GB. Yes.
Fair play.
But because I'd lost the Escort Cosworth of £40,000 worth of car at the time, and I didn't insure it, I had to sell my Porsche 911 to fund the Mitsubishi that I bought to go into Wales Rally GB, because I had a contract with the sponsors. Anyway, that's the way it goes, isn't it?
Wow.
Win some, lose some.
When is your memoir coming out then? The driver you keep talking about here who makes all the films involved in films. We should have a film of Tony Jardine's life, because I'd like to see live action of that 8-time barrel roll, Sav. I don't know about you.
No, I definitely would. Now, a little treat on the start line for you now. Takamoto Katsuda is taking another run in the Toyota Yaris Rally 1, but alongside him is actually Alex Malcolm. Now, Alex Malcolm spent yesterday marshalling here as one of the many, many marshals that we have. And the WRC promoters very kindly offered a free passenger ride to Alex. Alex has been marshalling for over 30 years, is from South Wales, and is going to get the ride of a lifetime and a weekend he will not forget. So the best of luck, Alex. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. And you should be grateful you're not sitting in a Ford Escort Cosworth driven by Tony Jardine.
Yeah, I think we all are right now. I love the ease of which you described that, and I'm sat here in horror as the 8-time barrel roll, but I bet it was spectacular, and you always have to do that at some point in your career. We wait then for this car to head off the line.
Isn't that fabulous to give a prize like that to one of the marshals? That's brilliant.
Marshall will very much enjoy the experience.
Yep. But yeah, as you say, a terrific prize to give, and that was drawn in the raffle. There's a raffle here most evenings when state of play is over, and the Marshals raffle various prizes donated by the crews, the drivers, the teams. So not everyone goes away empty-handed, and of course we are indebted to the 300+ marshals that we've had here on a daily basis.
Yeah, brilliant to see this car being handled by Takamoto Katsuta, who is normally co-driven, of course, on the World Rally Championship by Aaron Johnston. It's been a firm partnership over the past few years. Taka will be looking forward to what he classes as his second home event, Rally Finland, which is coming up in just a few weeks' time. Estonia first, then Finland. He spent many years living in Avascula with his family to be close to the team. His Finnish language skills, though, still not up to much, he tells me. I'm always saying to him, what about a couple of words in Finnish? No. Especially when we get to Rally Finland, we're on the stage talking with people. No, it's not good enough, not good enough. Okay, fair enough, Taka.
But that is quite a difficult language, if I may say so.
Yes, it is.
To try and master. Goodness me.
Do you know what? We had Lewis Moyer come into commentary in WRC when we were at Rally Gran Canaria, and we had a question in from social media asking him, can he still speak Finnish? And he did the top 10 numbers, 1 to 10, in Finnish.
Really?
Because when they were competing, he said sometimes they'd get to the stop control in Finland, and the marshals wouldn't be able to tell them in English what the times were. So he learned Finnish numbers.
Wow.
The scream of the Puma Rally one then as it leaves the start line with Gregoire Munster behind the wheel for today's action.
That's an impressive bit of knowledge there. Learn the Finnish numbers.
Yeah, and he can also say other phrases in Finnish as well. Lewis Moyer is a very impressive person, full stop. You know, he was known for his spitfire co-driving skills. You know, you'd listen to him, you'd know instantly it was Lewis Moyer, regardless of the fact that, you know, I do speak quite a bit of Spanish actually, but not at the time when I was listening to him, and it was just the amount of detail he would be spouting out in the notes was just quite incredible.
That was machine gun fire.
It was
rifle, like bang, 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 bang. You're right, his distinctive tone was incredible.
Yeah, I think we all could.
I think Carlos Sainz had to.
Yeah, well, he had to. But this is what I love, you know, about the coverage in the WRC. You don't have to commentate so much because you've got a third commentator in the co-driver. You just listen in to what they're saying. You know, it doesn't matter whether you can understand the language or not. There are always a few key things you can pick up.
Very much so. Tim Mangan in alongside Gregoire Munster here. And on the start line, one of the many Audi Quattros that we have here this weekend. And Sven Floder on the start ramp.
Yeah, we did put it out there yesterday to social media to come up with the collective noun. And one of my favourites was an audience of Audis.
That's good.
Yeah, there was an auditorium of Audis as well.
That's good. Excellent. Auditorium of Audis. Yeah, okay. An orchestra of Audis.
Yeah, that works
given
also.
The sound.
Yeah, given the sound.
There you go. That's my contribution to world peace.
Thanks, Tony Jardine. We'll all sleep a little bit safer in our beds tonight after that contribution.
Zav, is that the 200, the Audi Quattro 200 that just went off the line? I'm sorry, I wasn't looking. I'm being inattentive.
It was. It's the Adam Marsden Audi Quattro 200.
Can you tell us a bit more about the 200? Because it wasn't really a success, was it? I think Volta Roll had the most success with that car.
It only lasted a handful of events in the car that Audi went to in terms of Group A, whenever Group B was canned. And they got a few events himself, Walter Roll, as you mentioned, and Hannu Mikkola were the contracted drivers. But then Audi decided to suddenly drop everything and withdraw from rallying instantly. I believe that their contracts were paid up for the rest of the year, but Audi ceased, and that was it. It was too big, too heavy. It was semi-successful, I think, on the Safari because of the fact that it was heavy and strong and could withstand the rigors and demands of the Safari at that time. But I don't think I've ever heard Walter Roll speak in loving terms about the car at all.
Well, I was going to say, if the Octavia is the tank, then the Audi 200 is definitely the boat. It looks like it could float.
Yeah, it was big. It didn't turn in well. The handling was erratic. Certainly, Walter Roll was not a fan of the car. That's for definite.
And you couldn't have a more detailed driver than Walter Roll.
Oh, just into the banking here.
No, AM Cars, Adam Marsden, one of the collection of Audis that he has. Just a little climb up the bank, off, back down again, and on his way up the rest of the 1.8-mile stage. But that was HB was the sponsor of Audi in those last 3 years that were out on the stages, and there is the Renault Alpine A110 1.8 collaboration that was fortified, let's say, when Renault bought Alpine in 1973. They had incredible successes across Monte Carlo Rally, San Remo Rally, and Rally Acropolis as well. And that, Bex, that's what you were saying, looking at that car. It looks fragile. It's very, very pretty, but it doesn't look tough. Yet it is.
Yeah, well, it has to be. If it's done well at the Acropolis Rally, it's got to be built of strong stuff, because it is one of the most notoriously rough rallies on the WRC calendar. And yeah, back in its day, when it would have been competing there in the 70s, certainly at its absolute peak in terms of the difficulty level. You know, it's one of the kind of the founding rallies when the WRC came into being, really, in 1973. Acropolis, one of the main contenders out there, and I think everyone loves it in terms of a fan perspective, because it does mark a serious challenge. You all love the difficult events, the Acropolis, Kenya, Monte Carlo, the ones that really test the powers of a driver and the machinery as well.
Exactly right, and that's that variety of the WRC calendar, which has increased for this year, because we have Paraguay, we have Saudi Arabia, which is the last one. Traditionally, it's been Japan.
It has been Japan. You know, a tarmac event to round off the season has been... Japan has been notoriously difficult because of the weather that you get towards the end of the year there. We've had some really interesting rain showers. It gets very slippy. It's a highly, highly technical event, Japan, deep in the forests around the Nagoya region in the Aichi province. It's, yeah, a real test. Now, bumper still missing here on Richard Hogg's car.
I saw him out the back just when I was on my way in, and he said, we're waiting for it to be delivered. So it's somewhere down the forest. I suspect the marshal's going to bring it up. But I said, you had a second hit, Richard. He said, did I?
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did. We saw it, and we've got it on camera.
We try not to miss much, and we haven't got cameras on absolutely every single corner here, because that's pretty impossible. We have so many, but we have got them at the key points of the stage, and we definitely picked up a second little touch from Richard Hogg. But yeah, like you say, hopefully that bumper's being brought back to him. It'll be secured on potentially during the lunch break, and we'll see it looking spick and span for the shootout, maybe.
Rory McLeod, Callum McLeod on the start line, father and son, and the Ford Raptor T1 is on the start ramp. And an interesting passenger this time for Nani Roma in the form of Jesus Zhao, who was the Spanish gravel champion in 2002 and 2003. And one of those innocuous links is we've spoken about David Wright and the fact that he owns an ex-Works Ford Focus WRC 01 car, and Jesus Zhao ran that exact same car in the Spanish Championship way back in 2001.
Hoggy's doing it again, the Hog. He can't resist it, can he? He's got to do the big swing out sister down there each time. He ripped off the rear valance, that rear bumper on that previous run, and you can see that's missing because he's giving it large.
He is. He's really going for it this morning. Like I said, I'm not sure what he's had for breakfast, but my goodness, there's some exuberance here from Richard Hogg. Maybe it's because it's the final day. You know, he's thinking, well, I've kept it together up until this point. We can go a little wilder today, boys. Maybe that's the whole vibe. Can I just tell you a Colin McRae memory which just popped into my head while we wait for the Ford Raptor to get underway? We were talking about the Acropolis Rally, and we've been talking about McRae throughout the weekend, and one of the most bizarre things I ever saw on the WRC was back in 2002. We were at the Acropolis Rally, the Mount Parnassus service area. I went over to the M Sport Ford area to look at the cars, and Colin's car's there, Carlos Sainz's car is there, and alongside the cars is a Greek Orthodox priest who is blessing the cars, and he was walking up and down. There was about 3 or 4 cars there. He was blessing each Ford Focus individually and saying a prayer for it, splashing on some water, and everyone was silent and while this incredible thing was happening. And I was looking around thinking, have I walked into a movie set here? What's going on exactly? But this is what they did. They
sight to behold, I'm sure.
So loved the Ford team there in Acropolis, and of course Colin McRae had and still has the most wins at that rally with 5 under his belt. It was successful anyway, successful blessing.
Didn't Craig Breen buy a tractor at a Greece and ship it home?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. We saw that being reversed. Well, Craig Breen aptly reversing it. He actually got it for, and it was given to Rich Milner, I believe. Craig reversed the tractor into a trailer, which eventually got home and up to Cumbria. Yeah, a couple of years ago. Yeah, Acropolis has thrown up some pretty wild stories, certainly, over the years, but in terms of competition. But watching cars being blessed by a priest was not something I had on my bingo card.
No, I would find that extremely unnerving. There we go, Nani Roma and Ju Zhao, who was a Spanish champion, as I said earlier. But a nice run for him, the 50-year-old here. I think he's a good one, actually, for the first time. But a very popular Spanish driver in his own right.
Yeah, what a wonderful interview. You know, what a great guy. Such a wealth of history as well. And Zav and I were talking about it when you were out and about, Nani Roma, the fact that he's, coming up to the 29th Dakar? Wow.
I mean, he was riding bikes when he was a kid, obviously, but even so, he was a Spanish champion on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, European off-road, but it's his Dakar record, which is the most impressive. He won in the Mini All 4. He's won on KTM. You don't take that lightly, do you, to be champion on 2 wheels on Dakar, and it's probably one of the most dangerous things ever, because we do lose riders regularly, but you get all the manufacturers wanting to be in there because it's so prestigious, it's such a tough event, and the same on the 4 wheels.
Yeah.
As you know, we've had Audi in there with their Electron cars for a while, which Carlos Sainz drove, senior. Carlos Sainz now part of this operation with Ford and with the Raptor and M Sport, Malcolm Wilson, in this program run by Matthew Wilson, a great rally driver and test driver in his own right, very strong in the British Rally Championship, and all under Jim Farley, who's the global head of motorsport at Ford in the United States of America. And then Jay Ward, who is our man over here, looks after all the motorsport communications as well, and who plays cricket with us before the revival. And a very fine cricketer he is too.
Well, you'll be delighted you've said that. He is out and about and around the either the rally stage or he's down at the hill this weekend, but here for the full 4 days.
Jess Watts and Oliver Sunderland off now onto the long right-hander before they disappear under the trees down towards Hopkirk and Clark on this 1.8 miles Hannu Mikkola designed Forest Rally Stage. So plenty to see and do. If you're in the forest, come up and join us, maybe at lunch. Some terrific displays up here.
I was talking to Lloyd McNeil last night. I was on his table at the ball at the dinner before we had the fireworks and the show, which was absolutely superb.
Oh, did you go to the ball last night? You haven't mentioned it yet.
Yeah.
Did you go last night?
Yes, I did. And there was a really good band on. I can't remember their name. Deacon Deacon Red, something like that. But anyway, they were really good. But Lloyd was telling me about coming up here with Hannu Mikkola.
Oh, wow.
And staking out the stage. And he said he was putting tape here, tape there, where it should go, how it should, and we need a hairpin here and there and everyone. And he said the mistake that I made, Lloyd said, was that I got other rally drivers like Colin McRae then to come up and have a look, give their view, and he said I had this committee of 3 different rally drivers and they couldn't agree at all on where it should go.
That doesn't surprise me.
Doesn't surprise me, no. But in the end, Hannu Mikkola got his way, and I think 2005 it was actually the first time it was used, because I competed on the original stage, which was down the hill here, just straw bales around the field, and it was
yes.
awful.
I remember that, and I remember seeing it and thinking, oh, this is not a great representation of what rallying is about. This is far better, this Forest Rally Stage.
But Bex, a lot of us did a lot of damage to our cars as well. So, how many brake horsepower are we talking about when it goes off the line like that? Because it's not hybrid anymore, is it? So
it isn't. It isn't. So it is less at 350, but it's still a huge grunt. And you talked about, I was either you or Zav yesterday, we were talking about the G-forces. That poor wing mirror has disappeared. You can see a little remnant of it there. It's the G-forces that you feel still off the start. Okay, it hasn't got that massive hybrid boost behind it, but it's still a huge force to be reckoned with. I know we talked about, you know, what the future is. Hopefully we will see it revealed in the next few weeks as to what WRC 27 is looking like in terms of regulation and what we move to in terms of power, how it is all going to sit.
It's all happened in this commentary box because we have had the thought leaders, we've had the FIA top brass, well, number 2 top brass, talking about the new regulations, talking about the future. David Richards, who's World Championship co-driver in 1981, with Ari Vatanen, who was the World Rally Champion, and a little brush there of the scenery for Gregoire Munster, no harm done. And David Richards is agitating, saying we haven't got new regulations out properly yet, we're already late. I've got potentially 2 manufacturers who would like to enter. Whereas Malcolm Wilson, who is now the deputy head of the FIA to Mohammed bin Sulayem, his job is going to be to look after the WRC and say, no, it's all happening, it's all going to be in place, you know, there's no panic over this. But essentially, the space frame that you're going to have and that you have now, over that will be the silhouette body of whatever those manufacturers or tuners want it to be. David Richards was keen to point out that we don't even know what the engine regulations are going to be, etc., etc. So how can we bring these people on board unless we absolutely know?
This is what we're waiting for, and this is what hopefully is going to happen in the next weeks and months. We wait to find out, but we just saw, we've seen 2 of the latest spec off the line now with, you know, I said 350 brake horsepower. It's more towards 370, I guess, really, but it was over 400, obviously, with the hybrid.
Yeah. Gregoire Munster, who's having a reasonable season, although Josh McAlean has been edging him out.
Do you know what? I've been really impressed by Josh McAlean this year, because he could really have sunk, been thrown into the deep end of a Rally 1 career when you haven't had a huge amount of experience still in WRC2. He's been on the podium in WRC2 previously, but not taken a win there. And then he had this incredible opportunity with Motorsport Island Rally Academy to step into a Rally 1 car. You're never going to turn it down. But as he said, it was a baptism of fire, a Rally Monte Carlo. And we have seen on quite a few occasions him bettering the times of teammate Munster out there, although when you watch them split by split, they can be pretty level, and then all of a sudden there's a vast difference one way or the other. So come the end of the season, it'll be really interesting to see his progression from Rally Monte Carlo right the way through to Saudi Arabia, Josh McAlean.
I thought his debut was fantastic because he ended up 7th place overall.
Right.
I don't think there is more difficult rally than that in terms of the surface changes, in terms of not knowing what is happening. It doesn't matter how often the recce crew have gone through, you know, they go through before them, but it still can change within that hour that they've left the stages, and suddenly the ice down or the snow has come down and you come barreling round a corner and there it is, super slippy. And some of the fans, it has to be said, not all of them, just a minority, like if there is snow around and there's no snow there, but they take it off and they shovel it and throw it onto a corner.
We see it on the live cameras now. They're caught red-handed, absolutely.
And what happens to them?
People will make it a little bit more interesting. I remember a good couple of years ago when we had some nighttime stages of Rally Monte Carlo. We normally have them on Thursday night, and it was very, very cold. It was just dropping below freezing, and some fans were just putting some water on the stage, creating black ice.
Right,
and of course, tyre choice is difficult enough. We don't have a vast array of tyre choices. Obviously, it's the compound choice that you're looking at, but we have extra compound choices when it comes to events like Rally Monte Carlo, and that's a difficult enough level to get right. And then you've got people adding water to a stage, making it icy. We know what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it a bit spicier out there, but it's spicy enough without it, quite frankly.
But you do wonder why people do that. I know what you're saying about making it spicy, but
that's why they do it. They want to see a bit of action, but ultimately, you know, it can lead to drivers going off the road, as we saw that year. And a couple went kind of just straight on. It was into a left-hand corner, and it caught a couple of them out. But these guys are right at the top of their game. They're able to adapt, as we've talked about all weekend. That word adapt comes back.
But not all of them. The privateers coming behind them, and we do have a minority who will do that, and they want to see a crash as well.
They get moved on, basically. We capture them on camera.
Good.
They get moved on.
Is there a WRC jail?
No, but it's quite a good idea for one. Yeah, you know, it is, the majority of people are fantastic out there, but you do get the odd person who will do something silly and puts other people at risk then, and that's never what we want to see. Team Wilson here on the back of an Escort that has been much talked about this weekend, and I think one of the best quotes of the whole weekend has been Malcolm Wilson when he came in here to commentary and saw this car, which he competed in when he was very, very young, and said it looks exactly as I remember it.
Yeah, it's a huge compliment to them all. Yeah, it really is. And Phil Squires has been driving that car as well, and that crew have G3, the Gartrack Escort that they've had here before, the Kirkhams and Neil Kirkham. As we look at Sam Mason coming through towards the end of the stage, gosh, got a lot of understeer coming through there, but he's been doing well in the shootout. He's been doing well in the British Rally Championship. He's in the Junior Championship this year.
It's the Rally 4 car he's got there.
Yeah. And, well, so far so good. He hasn't bent it at all. And it is Gareth Kirkham, indeed, that is behind the wheel of the Mark I Escort. That's the 1600cc twin cam. Malcolm was given this car by his dad when he was 17 years of age, and then he went into his full rally commitment, and then Mark II Escort, the famous one with the Total Oils on the side of it, and Malcolm did actually have a big accident with a bridge parapet when I think he broke his leg or his ankle. Zav will correct me. That was a very big shunt, that he came back strong and worked his way up till when I worked with him in Metro 6R4 days when he was a works driver, him and Tony Pond. A great duo to work with. Rob Arthur, who was the co-driver then of Tony Pond, and Nigel Harris, dear Nigel Harris, who was the co-driver for Malcolm Wilson.
Wasn't Henry Toyman Malcolm's teammate in the Total Team Gold cars, the two Escorts, and then I think when Malcolm had his accident on the Scottish, I think, didn't they draft in Koisti Hamalainen in as a replacement for a few events, I think, as well.
I need to check with the Encyclopedia of Rallying, and that is you, Zav, whether it's, you know, the registration plates, the chassis numbers. No, but you come up with this stuff and it's brilliant, and then something go, oh yes, so it was. Like Jari-Matti Latvala was in here yesterday, and we were talking away, and Vex is interviewing him, talking about all the rallying, and you bring up the pictures from the Jim Clark rally of his crash, and showed him the pictures
I thought
of
you
his
were bringing up lovely pictures of of him winning something, but no.
No, it was a crash, yeah. But actually, Jari-Matti loved it, went over, and then Zav showed him more pictures. He was meant to go back and drive the car. He was more interested in looking at the pictures of his escort.
So committed is he to the, the history and his history, and whether you win or lose, it's great to see it documented. He wouldn't have seen that picture before, I'm sure.
And in fact, I think he said, I was 17 or 18 years of age when 17 when he was driving in that rally. But he wasn't alone in going off on that corner on the Jim Clark. Who else went off?
There was quite a few of them. Tapio Laukkonen went off.
Yeah.
Tapio Laukkonen was lucky because he hit sort of at the front left of the car. Jari-Matti, I mean, as I said to him, I was there at that corner and I could hear from 100 meters. It was that shiny tar that he was very kindly explaining to Bex. That asphalt where the tar comes up in the summer through the stone and then becomes, in the dry it's okay, but it had rained and it is like ice, and I could hear it, and he hit the bridge gate sideways dead on, and he got a rip. But Carl Williamson was sort of a bit like your Daily Telegraph sub-editor, was winded, and they stopped the stage for a while. But it made me laugh. He just, when he saw himself as a very youthful 18-year-old in the picture, was quite.
Did you say his father was in the picture as well?
Yeah, he was quite. He said his dad was in the picture as well. So Nani Roma is on the start line in the Ford Raptor T1 again. Zeus Yao, the Spanish driver, alongside, who's 50 years of age, and I see that. Jari-Matti Latvala is on the start ramp with Giuseppe Centi alongside for the ride. Jari-Matti in the Toyota Yaris Rally 2, a car that Bex has already explained. He will be driving in Rally Finland in a few weeks' time. So that is a 40th birthday present that he got from the team. My birthday a few weeks ago, and I got a pair of socks.
Neil Yates, you're looking at now in the Fiat 131, the Mirafiori, just going through the finish line and setting his time. Former John Bloxham car. John Bloxham was Motorsport News rally champion of road rallying many times over, a real star driver. And his son now is a star navigator and driver in road rallying and has his own escort. But you're looking at the Raptor now. This is the Ford Dakar car. This is the cross-country World Championship FIA car. Nani Roma, who was champion on 2 wheels and 4 wheels in the Mini All 4 when he won Dakar. Huge amount of experience. As Bex Williams was saying just before, he must have started riding the motorcycles through the desert of North Africa when he was in his 17, 18, certainly early on, because he's going to get...
You could have given me the winning lottery numbers then, and I wouldn't have heard them or have been concerned with them with that sound off the line.
Indeed. Fantastic music, and we have lots of different melodies, and we've had V8s, we've had the 5-cylinder Audis, the 2.1 litre cars. We've had the World Rally cars with all 370 brake horsepower going off the line here. And if there was a conductor and they were trying to conduct the orchestra here, they'd have lots of different pitches and lots of different sounds, but most of them deafening.
Very much so. Very much so.
And that is a huge vehicle to take down this very narrow forest stage here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. But the Toyota Hilux has been going through, the Red Bull machine has been going through, the Raptor has been going through, and they are sideways very often, just like that, slinging it about. Absolutely fabulous to watch, with no regard to those high banks at the side or those big tree roots, and indeed the very slippery surface. It's nothing.
Now we have on the line the Yaris, but it is the Rally 2 that we see here. It is leading the WRC2 Championship in the hands of Oliver Solberg, a driver who we'll see actually step up into Rally 1 machinery come Rally Estonia. next weekend. It's been a very successful car so far within its program. It came into competition last year.
Matti Latvala was telling us in the commentary box that all the work that's gone into that car and to make it so successful, because it is now top of the tree in the second division, is making it more drivable, making it more driver friendly. And he was saying, well, it's much easier to drive. Oh yeah, really? Okay. But I know Elvin Evans, he had a good go in it as well, didn't he, on day 2, and he was here and he really enjoyed himself in that.
Yeah, I think it's hard not to. You know, we've been talking about the safety elements of rallying and how safety has improved over the years. And we just saw Gregoire Munster with the door open on the line there. And you can see, or you could see, all of the side protection, which is now on the door right next to the driver, as well as these molded seats. There's so much which has been integrated into the cars over the years. You know, the safety cell that we're seeing, the HANS device, which came in many years ago now. Every year something extra is added and brought in terms of safety. So you can just see that big kind of molded polystyrene. It's not polystyrene, but it's, for want of a better word right now, because I can't find the word for what it actually is, but that black molding just on the side of the door is extra protection. And you see various sections of it around the car as well.
So if we were to consider, like Toyota Gazoo Racing, the team now, WRC, they're going to go to Estonia. Juha Kankinen told us that he's going direct from here to Estonia. What will be the program for drivers? When do they start the recce? How long do they do? And when does the rally actually start?
Gregoire, get off the line before I answer that one. Traditionally, it is a 2-day recce, which takes place on Tuesday and Wednesday. And the drivers each get 2 passes of every single super special stage that we have. And they have to abide by the rules of the road and the speed limits, of course. The rally then actually gets underway on a Thursday with shakedown Thursday morning. And traditionally, we'll start with a ceremonial start Thursday evening, followed by a super special stage. Those super special stages could be in the heart of a city centre, or they could be out in the forest. Up to the organisers where they want to put them, but traditionally we start on a Thursday evening. But the recce can be intense, especially when you have a rally which is covering hundreds of kilometres of distance. If you've got, you know, big spaces between the service park and the actual stages themselves. So it is an intense 2 days of recce. It certainly will be for Finland and Estonia.
Yeah, big program. And those of you down on the start line or watching the big screen, there it is. There's the Ferrari 308 GTB. That's Group B car. That's Tony Wurzwick. And he was the original Maranello Challenge champion. He's won over 45 rallies, went into the European Championship with this, but he also won the Euroboss Formula 1 series in the ex-Rubens Barrichello Eddie Irvine Jordan.
Yeah.
So he has this fantastic company with his Northern Sports Cars, and he runs up there. But this is not the only unusual rally car that he's got. He also had a Hart-engined Formula 2 engine in his Escort. And the Hart engine was, you know, the Grand Prix engine that Ayrton Senna used. So this guy is a great engineer, but he's also a great driver and has entertained us with this Ferrari over the past. Just listen to that incredible noise.
That is the Ferrari off the line then. We'll be picking up a little bit of action, of course, later on with all of our cars making their way through the Forest Rally Stage. Now, Tony Jardine has been behind the microphone here in commentary, but also behind the microphone roaming the service park. He got up with Ian Campbell, who is manager of the European Rally Championship.
Ian Campbell is with us, the boss of the European Rally Championship. You've got some great events coming up. 2025 been going well so far?
been fabulous so far. I mean, we've just come back from Rally di Roma Capitale, our 18th event with 18 different winners, which I think is mental. The Italians are always very, very good, and the competition came down to the power stage, and yet again, Germanico Di Basso came out on top. The juniors were only second to fifth. It was covered by five seconds. So competition has been immense ever since we started in Spain back in April. But yeah, we've got Barham coming up in 4 weeks' time, and then of course come back here, head to Ceredigion, which is good. We were there last year, which was a great competition, and it's good to mix it with the British Rally Championship guys, and we can see how everybody fares. And of course Aberystwyth, we're on the same weather as here, so we have to have that again.
Well, of course you do. But you previously, with all your work with Wales Rally GB, Mull, all these other great events that you've been putting on, Ceredigion, and the way that they close the roads after they change the Act of Parliament, whatever, that's just growing from strength to strength. Do you think that could be a flare path to getting WRC back in UK?
Excuse me. I mean, Ceredigion, the work that goes into that is huge. And when you think it's only run 4 times, and they've grown it so quickly and so bigly, but it's like it's a WRC team, it's Rally GB team that are in there. You walk into rally control and you know everybody. So I don't know what their ambitions are, but I know that Motorsport UK ambition is to have the World Championship back here. And if I put my work hat on, from a promoter's perspective, being in the UK is always important. So there are discussions ongoing. We keep our fingers crossed, because I want it to be back. It's 6 years since we've had Rally GB, which is way too long.
Well, keep the ERC going. It's brilliant. Well done. Thanks for talking to us, Ian.
Thanks very much, Tony. Thank you.
There we go. That is Ian Campbell, who's the championship manager in the European Rally Championship. I work with him on a regular basis. The European Rally Championship certainly going from strength to strength. We're seeing some incredible battles between, roundly every weekend is about 15 drivers who are battling out there to try and get onto podium. Now, we are very much back in the action here then. We saw the Ferrari off the line, now into the closing sectors.
Yeah, a car that appeared in 1984 in the Galway International Rally, and I think Irish Rally didn't know what hit it. Wow. And we were saying yesterday when we were seeing Tony, he did the likes of the Wexford stages and a couple of the other Irish rounds. Very, very popular in Ireland.
Big sideways there. There's a bit of, sorry, Zav, it's just, he was fishtailing away coming out of that last section on the special stage. But people know, a lot of people listening know that I love seeing a sports car on a rally stage. So watch this, Zav.
Oh, look at that, yeah. Back end.
So it's a big one, wasn't
Very
it?
happy.
Yeah.
Very well collected.
Yeah, very well collected. So Stefan Sarazan, for example, you'd seen him recently, the last 6 or so years in a Aston Martin on French tarmac championship events. And we're going back in time now. Roger Albert Clark. Roger Clark, one of our great rally drivers who took it to the Finns here on home turf and won the RAC rally. Stole the trophy from them underneath their noses.
Of course, we had the Aston Martin here a few years ago, didn't we? Carrying Michaela's car.
We did. I forgot about that.
He did up the hill and on the rally stage. And I must admit, to hear an Aston Martin around here was absolutely amazing.
But another fan favourite was the TR7 TR8. With the V8 engine, the 3.5 litre, the same engine that is in Richard's Hogg's car. You just seen a Red Arrows net, or that's low.
I gasped, I'm sorry. Yeah, just out of the commentary box window, we can see the Red Arrows.
Yes, if you're listening or watching online, the Red Arrows display team are flying overhead above us right now and around us. They're normally here about 15-20 minutes on a daily basis. Spectacular show if ever you get the chance to see it.
No, it's nothing, Zav. Look, it's nothing compared to syncing up with a tornado with our own Rally RAF team with Chris Dakin a few years ago. You were part of it.
Yeah, if you say so.
Well, the Red Arrows. Look, Watch out, there's a red arrows about, but it could have been that tornado linking up, because when the RAF were here, and they are here with Kristakian and their team on their anniversary, they synced up while their rally car was down here on the special stage. The tornado went overhead, and we had squadron leader Rodin in here with us commentating, and it was just brilliant.
And today is Kristakian's 100th event.
Is it now?
Yes.
Why are you jabbing me with the pencil? I'm not a driver. You're not a co-driver. That's what they do when they try and slow them down.
Honestly, I can't imagine you two in a car together, but I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it.
The Mark 1 1600, the oldest engine car off the start line now. And coming down onto the start line is Bruno Thierry and Stuart Deakins in the Swedish rally history Subaru Legacy RS. And I can see just behind that, Jari Latvala and Jonas Huskvinen are going to be tackling the stage in Jari Matti's own Toyota Celica, similar to Gary Lecadeau's. So Jari Matti's in the current corporate and company sponsor of GR and Gazoo Racing and Rallying. That lovely jet black or matte black colour. JML Sports across the front of the bonnet. As you get great pictures from our cameramen. The start line here, H641 JBW, of course, a very checkered rally history.
I knew you'd give us a registration plate. That's very, very important. I'm going to give you a little bit of history on Bruno Thierry, European rally champion. 1981, he was starting in a Simca, but he became very successful with that car in the Belgian Rally Championship. From 91 to 1993, he joined GME and then did selected WRC events. His first podium was on the notorious Côte d'Ivoire in 1992.
The Ivory Coast to the rest of us, huh?
I'm just giving you something special at this moment in time. And but second in the Opel Kadett, the GSI, which you were talking about, Bex, as well, for GM Europe. And you know, he was big with GM Europe, and they won the manufacturer's title with those 2-litre cars, the F2 cars, which I love so much, in 1993. And then 1994 he joined Ford and drove that WRC Ford Escort RS Cosworth. So he's had a fantastic career, and he's been a great servant of the sport. WRC European Rally Championship, and off he goes. So we're having a bit of a treat here with Bruno Thierry, one of the legends of rally sport, coming down the stage. Everybody, look out for him, because he's in the Subaru Legacy RS car, which was driven by Colin McRae, and part of that team was Ari Vatanen and Marco Allen at the time, in the late 80s, the early 90s. And there's a fantastic video, I think, from 1991 of those two drivers in the Arctic Lapland rally across the frozen North Lapland, which is again great rally territory, and happens later on in January every year, and has been part of the World Rally Championship, albeit briefly, and part of the European Rally Championship. A great event.
Now we have Mr. Latvala back on the line. Now with the Celica.
And I can see Ross Leach is coming back out as well.
Ah, that's good news.
So he may well have got his cooling system sorted.
Yeah,
so the
yesterday, didn't we?
So the team principal of Toyota Gazoo Racing, World Rally Championship team, Jari-Matti Latvala there.
And I think, you know, over the years that we've seen him team principal, when he stopped competing on a regular basis for the team, it was a difficult switch at first. And I think we were all surprised to hear the news, you know, that Jari-Matti was going to be team principal. It kind of took many of us by surprise. But it's been really interesting to see how he's handled himself, how he's handled the drivers. selfishly, from a television perspective, what a great talker. We always know when we go over there and you're speaking to Jari-Matti Latvala or you're speaking to Juha Kankinen about the team, whether it's something great that's happened, which has been a lot of it this year, or something bad that's happened, they're going to give you the best answer. You know, they're great talkers. They both have such an enthusiasm for the sport, and it's an easy job when you turn into reporter mode and you need to go and chat to them. But I'm really glad that we do get to see Latvala back behind the wheel at his native Rally Finland. It'll be the event that he's competed on the most, so he's really swinging the car out here. As ever, Latvala is letting loose.
Yes.
The words, you know...
Bit of alliteration there.
Precise and neat don't come into factor with Jari-Matti Latvala. He knows what the crowds want to see. They want to see some dynamic rally action, and that is exactly what he's giving to them.
But when you look at that, Salika, and you look at the history of Toyota in rallying, it's quite incredible, because 1993 go back with a Toyota Celica GT4 like this, that one that you're watching, the ST185, 94, 99 with the Corolla WRC car, and then with the Yaris from 2018 right up to 2025. But Jari-Matti Latvala loves the historic side of the sport.
He does.
And he's competing in the European Historic Rally Championship. I didn't get a chance to say to him, what is the chance of you doing the Roger Albert Clark? Because I don't know if it clashes or not.
I think you've asked everybody else this weekend, so I was amazed that you didn't ask him. A little bit of damage you see here on the Puma. Munster heads off the line. I'm sure that's just a little hay bale contact there with the rear wheel arch on the left. But it is good to see Mr. Leach back out. Plenty more runs to go this afternoon. We are rapidly heading towards the lunch break here, which normally gets underway at about 1 o'clock. But Latvala really going for it. You can see the target time on the board here, 2:30.7. That is Latvala's time from this morning, and just a little while there as we came through the final corner before the red and yellow boards, or the yellow and red boards even, to put them in their correct order.
I think it's
getting delivering.
Yeah,
huh?
I think it's getting gouged out up there as well, though, and that's what was happening to Richard Hogg and others. Yes, he is in a real hurry. Nice leap as well, just landing on the front left very, very briefly. Stone scattering. Now watch this here, both of you, because this is the bit where I think it's gouged, and there's a bit of a hollow in there, and it's just kicking the back end of the cars around as they come through.
Yeah, I think it has got a little bit rutted there, hasn't it? That is what's happening.
That's going to be interesting in the shootout, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it?
Sting in the tail.
And there you go. That is where we are seeing the cars kind of bouncing around just towards the end there. Maybe, yeah, that will provide interesting entertainment later on.
Tongues will be wagging, tails will be wagging over that lump over there. And you can see the way all the loose surfaces been pushed up to the side of the hay bales there as well. It's been scattered, so it's down to probably a little bit of bedrock there as well.
Ross Leach on the start line now. You can see Ross in this R2 previously and then saw a coolant leak, but looks to have got it repaired. A car previously driven by Richie Milner and Sebastian Scott on the Malcolm Wilson Stages rally, as the John Bloxham Fiat 131 comes down to go back to Gregor Munster. Way out through the Coopers and Stratos, out under the trees, back up to and over the finish line. James Avis has his Ford RS200 on the start ramp, so we're going to see that around the stage once more. But if you are in the forest, if you've made your way up the hill, walked up past the off-road arena into the forest, come up and join us at lunchtime. There is plenty to see. WRC teams are here, the cars are on display, the drivers are very accessible, and you'll have an opportunity to take photographs course, we have a massive display of Metro 6R4s, the largest gathering in many, many years. Brought to you by 6R4Net and David Sims to celebrate 40 years of the Metro 6R4 when it entered the Lombard RAC Rally in the hands of Tony Pond and Rob Arthur and a few others in 1985, where they finished third. So a great display right from one of the very, very early prototypes prior to making its Lindisfarne Rally debut, right up to the latest incarnation, and even as far as some of the TPR racing, which were, if you like, tweaked as tarmac racers. I can see now that the Toyota Yaris Rally 2 is going to make another appearance before we rattle up to the lunch hour, lunch half hour even, where change around, and that is the Fiat 131 of Neil Yates off the start line. James Davis coming down now. Sadly, we've lost the other RS200 that was here, the Terry Maynard one. Terry suffered power steering issues that he's not been able to fix early this morning, so we won't be seeing that this afternoon. But James has been regaling us and entertaining us thoroughly since we began operations here on Thursday morning. Myself, Bex Williams, Tony Jardine.
Just look at those big auxiliary lights on the front. That's the big pod that they put on. They're keeping those on. Normally rallying during the day, you take them off and put them on only when it's getting dark, for fear of damaging them, because they are very, very expensive. But the modern lights that they use are incredible in the dark. But in historic rallying, you have to use historic headlamps. We have to use the old bulbs and the old beams that we used to use sort of centuries ago, and that makes it fair for everybody rather than have the halogen special lights. But that was looking at the front of the RS200. You're looking at the rear end of the Fiat 131 Mirafiori. And Ford, this was their effort. Big air scoop on the top there, going down to that engine in the back, which was the turbocharged engine, and it was not transverse, longitudinally mounted in the back of the car. And there's that light cluster I was just talking about on the front of the car. Ford late to Group B, and they were late to the party. The best that they could do was a third place podium. Would have got more, but Group B, there was the demise of Group B. Ford had to go away and have a rethink, but Ford are back with a vengeance, as we've seen, not just with the Puma one, but now with their whole global motorsports campaign, and the Raptor is part of that you saw earlier, and the Dakar and the off-road. Huge programs going on in the United States of America, including a Ford Mustang one-make series.
Yep, and I think this is Jari-Matti Latvala in the Ford, or in the Toyota Yaris Rally 2 rather, and I think alongside him is Jonas Huskvarna, and of course the Toyota Gazoo racing team, a big presence at the top of the hill here at Goodwood alongside M Sport and Hyundai, although we haven't seen Martin Vidaga since the car stalled on them in the middle of the stage earlier this morning. But Martin, really impressive, and yes, I did say Martin Vidaga because that he is the co-driver. Thierry Neuville has commitments on the hill, so we've been thoroughly entertained, albeit briefly this morning with Martin Vidaga, but certainly yesterday he was impressive. And
Stav, looking at the car now, WRC2, the Yaris, normally Juho Hänninen, who has been a great rally driver in his own right and a champion driver in his own right, but he's still working with Toyota testing. He did a lot of the development work on this car.
He did,
and
yeah.
he is co-driven alongside Jari-Matti as well, but he's an unsung hero.
I think well, I would agree with you, an unsung hero, but he's also an extremely talented driver, as you say, in his own right. But a lot of the development work, a lot of the driver changes, and to have someone of his experience when you're trying to bring a car to the Rally 2 division certainly makes a difference, and having someone of his skill and technical understanding means he can relate to the likes of Jari Matti and to the engineers in the way they have brought the unique 3-cylinder engine to make it competitive against the other Rally 2 manufacturers that we know compete against one another on a regular basis. So great camera shot there. You can see what I was talking about with the 6R4s to the right hand side of that picture, but also the canopies and display areas as we watch Jari Matti giving the Toyota GR Yaris Rally 2 a right good rattle around the 1.8 miles of the Goodwood Festival Speed Forest Rally Stage here, designed of course by the late great Hannu Mikkola. And you've heard Bex and Tony talk earlier about the disagreements when they were marking out the course many years ago, that 3 rally drivers couldn't agree, and any of us who've followed the sport for many years, that doesn't surprise any of us whatsoever.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But so there's the Ford, the Group B car, the RS 200. Great looking car. Just a shame that it was so late to the market. They had tried the 1700T before that, which didn't work out. It was built in South Africa and then brought over to Europe to have a go. And then we got into the Group B machine. So Ford, to a degree, had lost its way a little bit after that, until then the Escort came back in, and the Escort was developed, the Escort Cosworth, until it became the WRC car, with Malcolm and the team getting the manufacturer's title.
Yeah, I mean, they got as far as going testing with the RS 1700T Ari Vatanen, and I think Pentti Ricola actually tested the car in Portugal. But Stuart Turner came in, and at that stage Audi had announced to the world about the Quattro, and Stuart Turner said, no, that's it, scrap it. Now I think at that stage there was 6 or 7 of them most of them made their way to South Africa because the rallying regulations were completely different. They sent Mick Jones, the famous boredom engineer, off to Africa with a load of them. Serge Damso drove one. I think they tried to get Tony Pond actually behind the wheel of one. And there was a couple of people lucky enough to be able to buy them and bring them back. Brian Betteridge, I believe, was one, and his car's worth a fortune, and it's a unicorn of rallying.
That is Jari Matti Latvala through now then in the Rally 2 Yaris that we've seen. It's been a great morning here for the final day of the Forest Rally Stage and indeed the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Let's take a look back at the highlights of this morning. It was Richard Hogg who delighted us by clipping a hay bale this morning and taking off eventually the rear bumper, which parted company with the Rover. And the exuberance of Travis Pastrana was appreciated. Another clip of the hay bales. The hay bales are getting a battering here at Goodwood on this final day. I think it's definitely the final day feels from all of these drivers.
Esteban Ocon, Formula One meets Rally for the second time. We've had Liam Lawson up here with Josh McAlean, and he was with Takamoto Katsuta in the Toyota Yaris ZR.
GR Yaris.
That's the one.
That'll be the one. That was great to see Formula One meets WRC yet again for the second time this weekend. Gregoire Munster has been behind the wheel of the powerful Puma Rally 1 for M Sport Fords. Of course, all these WRC drivers gearing up, getting themselves very much into the mode of Rally Estonia, which is going to be happening a little bit later on next weekend. Tom Williams, the leader of our shootout, was on fine form, but also a little bit wild in parts this morning from Tom. Little kiss of the hay bale here, a thwack of the hay bale as we move into the lunch break now at the Forest Rally Stage. Of course, all the action will resume once everyone has refueled in more ways than one. We will catch up with you all a little bit later on. everybody, to the Forest Rally Stage for this afternoon's sessions. Here we are back underway. Myself, Bex Williams, Sam McCartan and Tony Jardine, primed, refueled and ready to talk you through the final section of action for this year's Goodwood Festival of Speed, the Forest Rally Stage. Welcome along to you all. Good afternoon, gentlemen. What are we expecting, guys, from this final session now, which will include the all-important shootout, Sav?
Plenty more, I hope, of the same non-stop action, and we already have that in the Ford Raptor T1. It is on stage, as you can just see. I believe this is Roman Dumas, possibly with Nani Roma in the co-driver's seat. And of course, Roman Dumas will pilot the Super Ford Mustang Mach-E for the 2025 Pikes Peak Hill Climb. Of course, he won his class 2023 in the Ford Supervan, and I believe he has won his class here at the festival in a time of 43.49. But full of surprises here, Bex. The surprises will keep coming this afternoon.
Yeah, we certainly hope so. Tony, the full spectrum of cars has been on display throughout the whole weekend. We've already seen the Raptor off the line here, heard it off the line. We see it in action now on the Forest Rally Stage. I think it's been one of the standouts of this weekend.
It really has. Well, if that's Nani Roma and Roland is alongside him, then he's getting quite a ride, because two wheels over the inside of the big steep banks here on the Forest Stage as they come down now to Delta. Is he going to do a full 360, or is he just going to scoot off on up the stage? No, gingerly over the inside and on up the stage. And then we've got an Audi Quattro S1, the last of those big Evolution cars that was trying to keep up in Group B. But Bex, to answer your question, yeah, there's lots of variety, but then we'll see lots of variety in the shootout later on as well between the different cars. You know, Metro 6R4s, and then right at the front of that, Skoda Fabia RS Rally 2s.
Yeah, we have had the full consortium of classes throughout this weekend that we have really been enjoying. And if you're watching online right now, or if you're here in the rally service area, you are most welcome to the coverage. And we really hope you're enjoying what has been some beautiful weather. The British heat wave, we do get summer here. If you are from an international background, I think this is unusual. Well, it's normal, isn't it, guys? We're used to balmy temperatures like this on a yearly basis.
Take my deck chair with me.
The Ford Raptor has been enthralling fans. We're looking forward to seeing it in action, of course, at this year's Dakar. Will be in action prior to that, but I think Dakar has been one of the main talking points, certainly when we've interviewed the drivers behind the wheel, and it has been Romain Dumas who's been piloting this one.
I think if you look at the big epic events during a year, if you're from the UK, it's the British Grand Prix, but if you look on a global stage, you've got Le Mans 24 hours. Dakar's right up there. If you, again, internationally, you look at the Indianapolis 500, and then in pure rallying terms, you've got to say you're coming up to one of the famous of them all, which is Rally Finland.
Absolutely, yeah. I would say on the championship calendar, I mean, there's no mistaking it's my favourite event on the championship calendar, Finland, and for many fans out there for lots of different reasons. But unfortunately, that is the Audi clipping in the hands of Peter van der Putten,
and a second
the hay bale.
But he's dented that rear quarter where it's the big porch on the S1. You see that box-like mudguard over the back of the car, and look at the dents in the back there. It's all okay, but he got out of that one and then had a second bite, as we'll watch again, smoting, whamming in, and they're very, very stout. And again, just for good measure, because it is like hitting concrete, there's huge stakes in the bottom of those big hay bales. And again, those, by the way, the hay bales, there's so many of them, but they're all recycled. Absolutely all recycled through the estate, I was learning last night, which is another good way, and it helps their power as well, that they self-generate.
Now, our commentary team have been utmost professionals this weekend. They've been doing a sterling job, but one of them, namely Tony Jardine, has been getting into places he maybe shouldn't have.
We're here with Travis Pastrana's American spec Subaru WRX. He's been entertaining us all on the stages. he's away doing an interview. So I want to get inside this cockpit and see what it's all about. It's kind of difficult to get in, but I'm going to try and do it. I'll see what Travis did, and I'm in his office. I'm in the dream machine of the Subaru. This is amazing. Massive big roll cage. I don't know what these controls are. I know this is a sequential box, 2-litre turbocharged, 4-wheel drive. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 speed, then bang, crash down, bang the speeds. When you come to those bits at the bottom with the hairpins, and you want to yank on the handbrake there. And I think here, this is where you've got the different engine modes, and then you've got your computer readout here, and you scroll down, it gives you all your water temperatures, it gives you all your revs and so on. But this is so snug, and you sit so far back. It is absolutely sensational. Multi American rally champion, superb stuntman, bar none. This guy is a little bit mad. It's not mad in here, it's very functional, and you can understand why they're there. I'm just hitting these pedals here, and they've got all this friction material on there so you don't slip off so easily. Oh, loads of buttons down here. I'm not sure. Map, yes, so that's probably the map for the engine settings. Then spots, of course. Heater, well, we don't need the heater, and it is oppressively hot in here. I'm already sweating. Cyrus, sorry mate, what's going on here? What are these buttons for?
This one is the start map, so for the launch mode, how aggressive it is and how quickly the car goes off the line, and the other one is the engine cal, so the different anti-lag maps.
Thank you for letting me in here. This is amazing. Don't tell Travis, will you? Because he'll only tell me to get out.
Whoa!
Oh,
hey.
Oh!
Come on, it's my seat.
Oh, no, listen. Just for a little spin, please, Travis.
Well, you can't be any harder on it than I am. Good luck, sir.
Thanks, buddy.
Have some fun.
That look at the end from Tony Jardine, caught red-handed, mister. But I have to say, that's one for the blooper reel. You trying to get into that car, that was legendary. Absolutely legendary. Great little chat there with Tony Jardine then, chatting to himself and to us, of course, but behind the wheel of Travis Pastrana's Subaru WRX. Wonderful machine. Thankfully, he didn't press any of those buttons. I think he would have been thrown out of that car if he did. Not too many buttons to be pressing inside this car, though, Zav.
No. And this is going to be good. Sven Florida, the first-time visitors to Goodwood. Tony did a great interview with them on Thursday, and you could tell instantly how delighted they were to have been invited and how delighted they were to be here. And that is the long right-hander before the cars make their way down under the trees. I actually thought for a second that Sven was going a little bit slowly, but the action's up and running. So I'm looking forward to a very good, leisurely Sunday afternoon in the glorious sun here at Goodwood on the Sussex Downs.
I would like something more than leisurely out there. I want to see some drivers throw it around now on this final afternoon. We've had a bit of those final day feels earlier, didn't we, with some drivers being a little bit ragged out there. I know the ones in the shootout will want to be focused on their times, but I want to see a bit of sideways action out there, guys.
Would you like some Goodwood facts and figures?
Oh, I would love some, Xavier McCartan.
Pick a topic and I'll give you one.
Oh my goodness, marshals.
There are approximately 350 marshals on the rally stage and about 600 down through the hill. There is enough generator power here to power Chichester. There are over 1.5 million litres of water on site, and we have over 1,500 picnic benches.
1,500 picnic benches?
Picnic benches.
That's a lot of maintenance during the winter season when you're getting out the old wax or paint. And obviously, you know, you're going to be helping hands with that, Tony Jardine.
Of course, of course. But the...
That's some great facts and figures there, Sam. Thank you for that.
12 miles of trackway.
12 miles. I can't get over the amount of picnic benches. That's real. Well, people need to sit and eat, don't they? And enjoy the sunshine here. So we've got the Alpine, which is making its way through right now.
So we have the Repsol Safari Spec Ford Escort WRC, which if you were listening to Bex yesterday, Jari Matti was waxing very, very lyrical over. And I'm slowly stopping talking because out of the corner of my eye, I see a Hyundai Rally 1 car.
Excellent. We did see it on just one run this morning as the Alpine heads around the Delta Donut. There was a bit of a technical issue with the car. It got towed out earlier, but the team told me they were confident that it would be doing more runs today, and that certainly looks like it is going to be the case.
That's good news because Martin Vidaga has been very, very impressive. But the familiar reptile colours of car number 28. And this is quite interesting because car number 28 is listed as the driver being Travis Pastrana, which might actually make sense.
Well, let's see. Many drivers have wanted to get their hands on this beast during the weekend, and Travis has managed to wrangle it somehow. Let's see how he deals with it.
Started off very respectfully, if I could suggest that.
That's a good way of putting it, I think, respectfully.
So Sven Floder along the right-hander now and making his way up to Stratus, the left-hander, as they come over the finish line. That little area that's beginning to prove tricky for drivers, that left hand off-camber bend. And up onto the massive finish flag there. There are the canopies that you can see where the cars are underneath. And I'm trying to yeah, I definitely think this is. I think it is Travis, all right. And alongside him is Jose Daniel Sosa Lopez. Now, Martin Vidaga and Aaron McCarthy in the Hyundai on the start line.
I did notice some clips up last night of us chatting with Jari Matti and him mentioning that he wanted to get behind the wheel of this car, and that had been shared. Lars Zander, whose car this is, he'd shared it around as well, because when a famous name like that says they want to be behind the wheel, then I'm sure you're going to offer it up. Although Jari Matti did say, you know, he had to stay true to his Toyota core, so maybe not heading behind the wheel, but at least Travis Pastrana is trying to get the very best out of it here. And I think you're right, Tony, respectful pace here from Travis. A respectful attitude on this car. Not like the Subaru WRX that he's been throwing around and bashing into the hay bales, and a little bit of hay bale damage you can just see on the rear of the car. And Hyundai have been carrying the beautiful 4 Craig on their cars ever since we've lost Craig Breen, who is a good friend and much, much missed, and it's always good to see his name still on these beautiful cars.
But that whole thing about Travis Pastrana in the Escort WRC Safari spec, that is the beauty of Goodwood. That I don't see that happening at any other event, but here you can jump into other cars. I mean, that's just the whole beauty of what we have here. We're so lucky.
And actually, I think, you know, Jari Matti would get away with it here in the spirit of
I'm
Goodwood.
sure he would.
You know, because even some of the Japanese bosses are over there, I'm sure they say, understand, look, part of his history was driving for Ford anyway. And
he drove this car when he was 15 years of age, so he'd like to be back behind the wheel of it. Let's see. But Travis Pastrana has had the absolute joy of driving the Ford Escort WRC around our 1.8 mile track here at the Forest Rally Stage, complete with snorkel.
Yeah, lovely. That is really nice to see. So on the start line, the Hyundai Rally 1, Martin Vidaga with Aaron McCarthy alongside.
How much have we got used to saying Martin Vidaga behind the wheel, where normally our world champion co-driver is on the notes. That's his focus, that's where he loves to be. But for fun this weekend, Martin has been let loose behind the wheel of the Rally 1 Hyundai, and he has done a really good job of it. He only had one run out this morning. There was some kind of technical issue, but that has been resolved, and now he's back for a little bit more. It's It's aggressive off the start, isn't it? We all remember the first lap that he did around this stage, and it was, you know, fairly sedate. At first, he stalled on the start line. That was the first run that he did, and then
little stall down at Delta, part of his sighting lap, and then he just got quicker and quicker and quicker, and he's got to that certain pace where he's really neat, generally tidy, but also fast, and he got great purchase off the line then. It was a really, really good launch, not too wild, not too frantic, and got himself off onto the loose from the tarmac into that early part of the special stage. You're watching Martin in action here. Martin Heidegger, who is a world champion.
He is a world champion.
Reigning world champion.
Oh no, it was some kind of fuel issue, I believe, earlier.
Okay, well,
could have been the fuel pump earlier. It looks like it's going slowly again. That's such a shame.
So Marshall's running back.
Yeah.
To warn.
Very quickly to act.
Slow them down, and I'm sure that will be relayed to the next Marshall's post. And to slow down the next car along.
Actually, I've just had a message in from Lars Zander, who said it was Florian that was driving that car, not Travis.
Okay.
Ooh. Well, we need to speak to the people on our entry system.
We do. But I'm sure he would love to drive it.
Yeah.
Well, it excited us for 4 or 5 minutes.
It did, excited everybody out there. But thank you, Lars, for letting me know. Now this is a shame, isn't it? The Hyundai Rally 1 appears to have slowed, and we don't know if it's completely, yeah, I think it's completely stopped just around the corner. I can see it through the trees there, and already the recovery truck is in process. That is disappointing. We were hoping to see it out for a good few runs this afternoon. Looks like maybe the fix has not worked. Maybe it's something unrelated to what it was this morning, who knows, but not to the sight we wanted to see, certainly. So we have a little bit of a pause here. So while we wait for the action to resume, we are going to head out to one of Tony's interviews from the weekend, and he has done many. He's been a busy little bee. He caught up with team principal of the Toyota Gazoo Racing World Rally Team, Jari-Matti Latvala.
Jari-Matti Latvala, the big boss of Toyota Gazoo Racing. Great to have you with us again at Goodwood Festival of Speed. Congratulations on another superb season in WRC so far. Are you happy?
Thank you. It's been going really well. I think 7 rounds. We've been able to win 6 rounds. And the Drivers' Championship is very exciting. Elvin Evans is leading. Now Tanaki is second, and then Sebastian Ogier is there also in the top 3, so third position. So I think overall, if you think about that, you have to be happy how things been going, but we know that now the threat from the Hyundai, and we need to keep pushing for the second half of the season. But very, very happy with the way the team has been operating, and also the commitment from the drivers.
To talk about specifics, if you look at Ogier, records on Monte Carlo, records in Sardinia, that's impressive. And he's a part-timer.
He's a part-timer. He's more than 40 years old. But he shows that when you have the passion for winning and you want to win the events and you keep yourself up to shape, even you're a bit older, you don't lose the speed. You're still fast.
And a fantastic job so far from Elfyn Evans, second in Monte Carlo. Winning Kenya, the Safari, was a big one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was. Kenya is a very demanding to win. It needs a lot of you need to be able to adapt to driving fast, but then also taking care of the car. So it's like asking a lot of from the driver to be adapting different conditions, and Elvin did a superb job. And overall, if you look, he won in Sweden also. So Elvin been driving very strong championship. Now it's been more difficult for him opening the road, especially in Sardinia. And then in Acropolis. But now we're getting into the faster gravel events, and it will be a bit easier for him that he's not losing so much being first car of the road.
What does he have to do to try and take his first title?
I think he has everything what is needed for that. But I have to remember that winning a title, especially when you're winning the title for the first time, you need also a little bit of luck, that everything matches together. Basically, you know, I would say he's the most consistent driver of the championship. That's already like the very strong point. But of course, now when the guys are getting closer, they are pushing harder, and some of the wins are needed in some events. But I would say, like Finland, for instance, Kelvin being very strong. Also, Estonia can be good. So in these events, if you can be in their top 3, that's very important. I would say not vital, but really important at this point of the championship.
Now, as far as you're concerned, we have Finland coming up, Estonia, then Finland, and you're driving again in a Rally 2 Yaris on Finland. Is that a present to you from Toyota?
Well, what is the story is that I became 40 years old this year, and Rally Finland would be my 20th start. I haven't been starting 20 times in any other events ever before. So that's the story what we want to make with Toyota, and also that we have a tradition in Finland that all the old drivers, you know, were coming when they were having birthdays, round ones, 40 or 50 coming to do the event. So that's where the story is. But yes, I have to be very thankful for Akio Toyota Moriso giving me this red car, which is here at the Goodwood, that I'm able to run it in Rally Finland.
And finally, onto the historics. As you stand in front of you, you've got Toyota Celica STs. Fantastic. When you're not doing WRC job, you're out rallying yourself. It didn't go so well on Ypres, though, did it?
No, it didn't go. We were leading in Ypres until we had a head gasket failure. So I've been running this year the European Historic Rally Championship with the Celica. And if you ask why Celica, the Celica is an iconic car from the 90s, the second most successful brand of Toyota, or the model of Toyota, and in rally sport, and it was won the championship 92, 93, 94. So we want to keep the story about Celica alive, and because the heritage and thinking about the future, if something that we want to bring it maybe back in the game in the future.
Is this rally stage here at Goodwood one of the best events on the calendar for you to see all the history of the sport?
Yeah, there's different kind of events, Rally Legend, Eiffel Rally, Goodwood, but I would say that Goodwood, the specialty is that everything is very compact. You have the stage and you come immediately to the paddock, and it's like in one quite small area, and then you have the hill climb where you see the Formula 1 cars and even the rally cars and the Dakar cars and stuff. So this is one of the best, but difficult to say which one is the best. It's always, I would say, it's the spectator who can decide it.
Very diplomatic. Jari-Matti, thanks for talking to us. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
There we go. That's Jari-Matti Latvala there, of course, team principal for the Toyota Gazoo Racing World Rally Team. We are on a pause here right now as we wait for the Hyundai of Martijn Vidaga to be brought out to the stage. It's got a technical issue. The recovery truck is in there right now, and hopefully everything will be resuming very, very shortly indeed. We'll take a short break until the action gets back underway.
Down the inside, late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move, dumping it again on the grass. He does, the rear end steps out.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Everyone's in vintage clothes and there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the good revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
That was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Welcome back, everybody. We are about to get underway again here at the Forest Rally Stage. The Hyundai Rally 1 has been retrieved and recovered and is on its way back to base here in the service park. And we have cars ready to head off the line.
And with that, Colin Donkers leaves the start line in the Audi Quattro A2. Has already been out earlier this year on the Rally Wartburg Festival, as well as the Rally Legend last year, and we heard Gary Matty being forced into make a choice by our esteemed colleague, Mr. Jardine, and he very subtly avoided that by saying it's up to the spectator to choose, which I thought was a really good political answer.
Yeah, it was. Absolutely, it was. That's the Martin Overington Metro 6R4 Golden Wonder down the side there. That relates back to Ken Wood, an air traffic controller who went rallying very successfully in a variety of cars, including, I believe, a TR7.
Yes, it was red and Golden Wonder emblazoned on the white parts of the car.
What a sponsor.
Oh, listen.
A mainstream sponsor like that.
And here's the effect that sponsorship has. When you mention Golden Wonder, what did Beck say? Britain's noisiest crisps.
Do you know what, though? You were tricked there, Zav, because it says it on the bonnet of the car. I just read it off there. Although you're right, the power of advertising does work, but it does say that on the bonnet of the car as well.
You say nowadays to somebody a Mars a day and they'll go...
Work, rest and play.
Yeah. We do have Travis Pastrana on the start line now in car number 9.
No, I just wanted to quickly say who came up with that. Murray Walker.
Yeah.
Look who's alongside Mr. Travis Pastrana. That is Holly McRae.
Oh.
Alongside.
Right. And she works with you on ERC.
She does indeed. She's been a reporter for us. She's been at stage end. She's been doing a bit of presenting. Wonderful colleague. A lot of fun to be working with Holly McRae.
And she's been up the hill with John Armstrong in one of her dad's famous cars.
She has, and you know, on the Royal Rally of Scandinavia, she was alongside Uncle Alistair, as she calls him, Uncle Ali. That was not this year, but last year. Not quite co-driving for him, though. She was enjoying the ride, but she went over Collins Crest with Alistair McRae last year.
She was at the ball last night, and she was in the company of John Armstrong.
That's right. Well, they are a couple.
I didn't know that.
Yes, indeed. The Poschenbecks. She's going to enjoy this ride with Travis Pastrana, and hopefully Travis is really going to throw it around. McRae is very much used to that. Miss Holly McRae, she is going to be, I'm sure, a delighted passenger, but it's been fantastic. We've mentioned it a couple of times to have Travis Pastrana back here again at the Forest Rally Stage. He's enjoyed his outing this weekend, but not as much as we've enjoyed watching him.
It's quite apt that we just see Travis making his way down into the stage now, because every year there is the Hannah Mickle Award, and the award is presented by the Duke of Richmond and Gordon, and is judged by the marshals and organisers of the Forest Rally Stage, which Hanu designed based on sportsmanship. The team who run the rally stage were unanimous in their decision that this prestigious award this year should go to the legendary American freestyle motocross, rally, NASCAR and stunt driver Travis Pastrana, who in his Subaru has driven passionately with flair and completed many runs over the Forest Rally Stage during the 4 days of the event, and has interacted with humour and fun with spectators, fans and marshals. So Travis wins the Hanu Mickle Award for 2025, and I think that's fully deserved.
Very well deserved. He is the embodiment of what Goodwood is all about, the Forest Rally Stage and the Festival of Speed.
But we all agreed that this morning before that was given.
Yes.
We decided that he was not only the most spectacular but entertaining, and in terms of that contact with fan, every time we've been over there with camera, there's a big queue of people waiting for his autograph. He's got all the posters lined up. He gets out of the car. He says, "I love my job. I love my job." Then proceeds to sign
In an American accent, though, right?
Do you want me to do it? I want my job, man. Sorry, that was an attempt.
Wasn't bad.
But no, very well-deserved award there for Travis Pastrana as we watch him with the WRX, the Subaru here. Let's have a look at him on Delta Donut. Nice drift around there.
Great to watch. And that's to say, as you get onto that tarmac, you can hear the tyres being tortured as well as all the other noises emanating from the WRX American spec Rally Subaru. And now we're going from America to Africa, and the lights full ablaze there on the track. That's the 504 pickup truck in Group B spec, as it would have rallied in Africa, East African Safari, and of course the East African Rally Championship, which there have been many rounds in the past. Peugeot, backbone of East African Rally, and certainly a lot of African Rally. Peugeot, a big brand, and still is a big brand in Africa, as the tail is wagging for Travis Pastrana, and no doubt for Holly McRae too. Although she's so low in that seat though, I wonder if she can see.
Yeah, I think she's got a pretty good visual out of the window, but it's all about the feeling, isn't it, as you go through this stage? I'm sure she's had a ball in there. So Travis Pastrana's completed his run with Holly McRae alongside.
Alan Weston now in the Group B 504 pickup, and of course, as Tony was saying, predominantly built to score points and help Peugeot in the manufacturer's fight for the title championship. In the long distance events like the Ivory Coast, the Safari, when it was a 5-day mammoth, and in my opinion, for what it's worth, a much more difficult and enduring event than possibly today's longer stage. Certainly a lot longer stage mile, and certainly a lot more stages, but the lights in the front to see wildlife in the distance, the extra jerry cans, the room for tires, shovels, jacks, and as Tony mentioned on some of the yesterday, the ladders as well for the traversing out of being stuck. This is Tim and Nikki Clark in their Audi Quattro, which is a relatively new car, new build to historic spec. And of course Tim and Nikki here last year in the older version, which they still have.
Let's take a look at the Peugeot around the bottom then. Bottom of the course, or rather halfway through, is where you find Delta.
On the start line now, Sam Mason in the Peugeot 208. And an interesting passenger in the name of and shape of Harvey Bell. Harvey Bell, who for many years co-drove Jim Harrison in the Subarus that Jim run. But if you were listening to Ian Gwynn speaking to Tony yesterday, they ran Jim Harrison and Harvey Bell in Apes in a Subaru Legacy that Jim bought. But Jim had also bought the car that he invited Bruno Thierry to drive in Apes. So nice to see Harvey out in the navigator's seat again. Now Harvey, who was the prime mover in the Man financial backing that allowed himself and Jim to run a Subaru WRC for several years.
I think Harvey Bell and his associates will be making an announcement in the coming months. It's an exciting project going on, which he talked to me about with David Williams in the hospitality unit. I can't say anything more than that at the moment, but it's going to be very, very fan-friendly. I know that. Sorry, was that boring you, Max?
Not at all, Tony, not at all. Nothing you say bores me. Why ever would you think that?
And of course, Harvey's Rory's dad, and Rory had a rattle at a couple of British championships there for a while, but seems to have stopped rallying in total, which is a pity because he was a talent. He very, very quick. He was here a couple of years ago, and
so let's just talk about Sam Mason for a moment, because he's in the Junior British Rally Championship, and although the Border Counties, the Jim Clark Rally was truncated after the tragedy, the points were still scored. And young Sam Mason, I say young, he's 19 years of age, coming into the sport. He's doing extremely well indeed. We went over the time limit on the Carlisle stages, but in the East Riding Stages Rally, which was round 1 in that Peugeot 208 Rally 4, which you see will be coming round. Those of you down in the forest and those watching on the big screen when you see it, he was 4th in the juniors on the first round of the championship this year. And the British Rally Championship has proved to be a fantastic springboard to international rallying. You just have to look at Richard Burns, you have to look at Colin McRae. Many other drivers, including Alistair McRae, have come through the ranks, and the British Rally Championship was for Formula 2 cars for at least 4 seasons, but we did have great manufacturer battles, particularly between Nissan and VW. I remember a big shootout between them on the Isle of Man of the final round of the championship. So the British Rally Championship has been revamped. It's had a shot in the arm with the TV coverage that it's receiving on ITV4, which is great for the championship, great for the young drivers, and great for the regions where the rallying is happening. And it's the Grampian Rally next in August, and then Bex, we come to ERC with you, Ceredigion.
Rally Ceredigion, yes.
And BRC, so they're all going to be there. Are there any other classes allowed to take part in that rally?
You have to, if you want to be registered, obviously, for the ERC, you can. But yeah, there are plenty of others. And I think the beauty of that event, Tony, is that you are then competing against some of the best European drivers in the world. So you're able to judge your pace against them. And it is a fantastic rally. Tarmac event to Rally Ceredigion. I've worked on it every single event that it's run.
Yeah.
And the organising team there had a vision, and they've really fulfilled what they intended to do. And the fact that they stepped into the ERC 3 years into that event was quite remarkable. You know, it was a huge sense of achievement for Andrew Edwards and all involved there.
So I guess what you've seen is it develop and become more and more sophisticated.
Absolutely.
And the locals really taking it to heart?
Yeah, they are, and I think you can't really do it without the locals' help either, you know, because you're running on closed roads, and okay, you know, it is going to be what some might regard as disruption, but everyone is getting on board with it as much as possible. I was interviewing out on a passage control, and I created a little bit of a queue, and a busman slowed down. There's a bus in this queue, and he slowed down towards me, and I thought, oh, he's going to give me a bit of stick here. And I was like, I'm so sorry, this is all live on mic as well. And he went, no, I'm first in my class. I was coming over the dam, and it was clear, a little bit slippy in there. And I thought, oh, yeah, he's got on board with it. Even the bus drivers are on board. That's Sam Mason, who's just completed there. We were talking about the British Rally Championship. Let's find a little bit more about Sam now. Tony Jardine caught up with him yesterday.
Sam Mason, big welcome to you here at Goodwood Festival of Speed 2025. We've seen you going through the stage in your car. Going well?
Yeah, going really well. It's a very technical, tight and twisty stage. Not so much high speed, but I like the tight and technical in this car. It's really good. It rotates well.
It's interesting, this, because we were talking to David Richards, who, as you know, is the chair of Motorsport UK, encouraging young drivers to come into the sport, especially rallying. You've coming in and you started well this year on the British Rally Championship in the junior part section of that. How's it been going?
Yeah, going really well. We had one engine overheating issue on the second event, but other than that, we're going well. Learning, the other drivers get to do a lot more, funded by Ireland. So, yeah, I'll try my best.
And what made you take up rallying?
At the local tennis club, in fact. We had a guy who used to race 6R4s, and hearing his stories made me want to do it. And then my dad bought me an experience day at Phil Price when I was 13, so I did that, and then won the little competition at the end with everyone else getting their licenses. So it's his fault, really.
Dear late great Phil Price, I've been around that stage. It's fantastic for learning, isn't it?
Yeah, really good, and Phil was a really lovely man.
So what really turns you on about rallying then? What is it? What are the high parts of it that you really love?
I love rallying because it's so busy. In your car, you're so busy all the time. The noises, the anti-lag, the bangs. Yeah, I just think it's amazing.
And have you had the same co-driver throughout this year?
Yeah, throughout this year, yeah. I've only had 2 co-drivers. I did first guy, Paul Price, for a year, and then James with me this year.
So what do you aspire to? World Rally Championship?
Obviously, I'd love to drive Rally 1. We just got to try our very best to get there. It seems a tricky path, but we'll see what we can do.
I'm sure we'll see you there. Well done, Sam. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
There we go, that's Sam Mason there, who has been in action behind the wheel since 2021. But as he said, you know, finding his inspiration for rallying from a tennis club, and a guy there who was driving a 6R4. Sometimes inspiration comes from the very strangest of places, Zav, but I loved that story, and the fact that then, you know, he had an experience day, won the little competition at the end, and you know what, it's all of these small things that amount into something now. He's taken it as a career.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, there are so many people that have sort of fallen into the sport by accident, the one-make challenges and everything else. Now, it's quite apt, if you don't mind me interjecting for a second, that we see...
Interject away.
Chris Dakin, because the results of the Tornado Trophy, which all of us have spoken lyrically about over the last few days. It's a trophy that has been kindly donated by Group Captain Ian Townsend, ADC, MA, RAF, Station Commander of the Royal Air Force Morum. The trophy has been constructed this year using decommissioned parts from one of the Rolls-Royce RB199 turbofan engines that have powered the Tornado GR4. And this annual trophy helps preserve the memory of the Tornado as we celebrate 105 years of the RAF. The trophy will be presented at 3 o'clock on the rally presentation stage, and we're delighted to find out that to make the presentation will be our own rally driving RAF man on his 100th event, Flight Sergeant Chris Dakin. The winner this year in 2025 with a jump length over the Flying Fin Subaru jump of 50 feet is car number 39, the 1988 Lancia Delta Integrale of Robert Whitehouse.
Goodness me.
Well, that is not who I was expecting you to say.
He wouldn't be in my sweepstake either, but he will be delighted with
Gosh,
that,
won't he?
Well, Rob Whitehouse, well done.
There's his trophy to take back to New Zealand and say, look, boys, look what I've done. That's a great achievement. Good, good. In preserving the cars, probably in the quick bits, he's thought about it and just giving it the gun down that straight, hit the old jump.
Yeah, that's
giving it a nice trajectory.
It's a fair jump.
It is a fair jump.
It is a fair jump.
So did you say that was 50
How many
foot?
meters again?
50 feet.
50 feet, oh feet.
I'm not sure what that would be in meters.
It's about 35, would it?
35 meters?
Ish.
We're all on Google now. Conversion help, people. But no, that's a great award and a worthy recipient, and not who we might have expected to receive. But there we go.
Over 900 radios in use at the event over the course of the 4 days. There are upwards of 3,000 signs in and around the event site during the course of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. The one that I like is the temporary power. There's enough generators on site here to power Chichester. That is an amazing start for me.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's a lot of radios. What would your call sign be? What would your call sign be, Zav, on a radio? Come in, rubber duck, come in. No, maybe not. Tony, you go on.
Zulu 1. Oh, okay, 1 Zulu.
Okay. I'll have to be Zulu Junior. I know my place in life.
I'll be Zulu Boss then.
Yeah. Yeah, Zulu Boss, Zulu 1 and Zulu Junior. That sort of sums up the zoo in the commentary box.
It does. It is a zoo, that's quite right.
Sure, if nothing else, you have to laugh.
Chris Dakin then making his way through the yellow and red boards at the end of the Forest Rally Stage here. It is approaching in terms of time. It's just gone past 2:30 in the morning, less than an hour to go before the final shootout of the weekend takes place here. And we're very much looking forward, of course, to that getting underway and seeing what that will result in come the worthy winner of the Forest Rally Stage for 2025. We see some great action, of course, across every single day from Thursday through now to Sunday. Oh, we're missing the light here on the front of the Ferrari.
There we go, Rally Vina de Madeira, and this is the Ferrari of Tony Warswick, built by Warswick Engineering during 1981. It's built a full Group B specification with the assistance of Colonel Rolly Hoare of the Ferrari UK Maranello concessionaires. One of only 7 original Group B factory assisted 308s, and it's the only right-hand drive one. back now with the 1600 Mark I that we know Malcolm Wilson likes, and was appreciative of the fact how it has been rebuilt. A replay here, just running ever so slightly wide, but well held.
Phil Squires, who also runs his own Escort Mark II, competes nationally, and we competed together in 2022 on the Silver Fern Rally on the South Island of New Zealand, which was an absolutely brilliant event, awesome event, in fact. Oh, I'll have a word with Phil about that later on.
Yeah, just shy of doing the full second donut around the barrel there.
Tony Worswick now. And this car has been in the European Rally Championships. He's also won lots of sprint events in it.
He's also
Phil. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, yes.
Not quite making it around the barrel, but still, there's a nice little drift all the same.
If he'd stayed there any longer, he could have shot the fish out of it. Don't look at me like that, Sav. It's just a line.
That was some look then, Sav. I'm surprised Tony's still standing.
Charles Sincock. We have talked about the McRae Enduro because Colin McRae and the family got quite enthused about Dakar, and they produced that vehicle. They produced 5 of them, and it's got the big turbo diesel engine in it, which is over 3 litre, 3.5 litre in fact, but it's running on sustainable fuel, and it is running on the Corridon Sustain fuel, diesel fuel, which is 0 emissions. And Goodwood have led the way with sustainable fuels in the revival, where everybody has to run sustainable fuels in their engines, and it's a way not just of preserving historic motorsport, it's a way of preserving the internal combustion engine as an alternative to going all electric. Personally, and I'm going to say it because I don't care, I think Formula E is really boring. I think it's a waste of time, and running up and down between those concrete blocks, nobody watching, and everyone telling everyone how fantastic it is. It's not in my book, and it's not because I'm a traditionalist. I don't find it exciting. Grand Prix racing is absolutely brilliant. World Championship rallying is brilliant. Extreme E was really a lot of fun, but Formula E, not for me. And electric cars on the road and just going all electric is not the final solution. I'm sorry. But that's a view.
But apart from that, it's okay though, yeah?
Apart from all of that, I'm not a massive fan either. I want to be able to hear an engine, and sustainable fuels is a really interesting way. And there are other energy sources as well. You know, we'll be talking about hydrogen, I'm sure, very much in the future. And Toyota are already on that track right now.
Good to see Tony Worswick. I know we were talking, but
great.
watch
this. Look at it.
Pirouette after pirouette.
So it's a bit wide around the donut here, and then back end out, nice donuts, burn up the rubber on the tyres for the fans. That is final day feels right there.
Tony Worswick was having difficulties on his... Yeah, superb.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Now there's some rubber laid down. Now we're talking.
It's 2 of them.
He was having difficulty, he and his co-driver on the first day, actually seeing the bends. The dust was an issue for Tony in particular, and then the light, those shafts of light coming down through the trees and then going into the dark areas, and then coming out into the sunlight as well, and almost being blinded by this incredible weekend, well, 4 days of glorious sunshine here in East Sussex.
Nice to see Tony here. You know, the last couple of years now, and winner of the first ever Maranello Challenge race series in 1986, and as Tony said, many national rally wins. And I know that this car was a firm favourite on some of the Motor News tarmac events, such as the Tour of Ebott, Wexford, and a couple of the events in Scotland as well. Very, very popular car and driver.
But what I would say is, to you, and Bex and I were talking about this, remember that Ferrari engine noise is also in the back of the Stratos.
Yeah.
So the Stratos of Seb Perez on the Roger Albert Clark rally 2 years ago, the fans were like camping out, literally, especially on the Scottish stages, waiting for it to come through. And then you hear that Ferrari noise coming through the forest like from a mile away, and absolute spectators getting really, really excited about it. I was with Alan Harriman. We unfortunately stopped on one stage. We got it started again, but we had to go up on the bank and the inside, and the faster runners come through later on.
Yeah.
So we were able to watch all the top runners, like Chris Meek coming through in the Group 4 escorts. We're able to watch young Solberg coming through in the Group 4 escort, and then the, you know, obviously you know what I'm going to say. Through came the Stratos. Unbelievable. And Seth Uzer, a racing driver turned rally driver and vice versa, he was throwing the thing around. It was spectacular.
It was about a week, maybe 10 days after that, somebody put up on Facebook, they had followed the event. They put up about 8 or 9 minutes, just the Stratos,
really?
Nothing else.
Really?
And it,
wow.
You know, on the later new iPhones, really better sound. Gosh, it was glorious.
Glorious.
Just the Stratos.
And it's a supercar. You know, you go back to 1976, 77 when it originally came out. You think this is not possible.
Yeah, no, that's true. Now, from my little position here, watching the TVs in front of us and watching Travis Pastrana move his way through the forest section, but through my view, through the windows here in commentary, I can see up to the Hyundai area, and the Rally 1 of Martin Vidager is back at base, but we will not see it go on any more runs this afternoon. So big thank you to Hyundai for being here, and to Martin Vidager for entertaining us this weekend. It was fantastic to see you behind the wheel.
Greg Munster and Neil Kirkham on the start line now. Neil Kirkham is going to get a run and a half.
Is it Neil?
Neil's in, yep. You couldn't hear me over the
sound.
I'm sorry.
Honestly, when any of you speak when a rally car is on the line, I'm lost. I'm just looking at you as if to say, what are you talking about? I can't hear you, but it's too loud.
And if Neil can hear that inside, he is melodic himself, because he's actually a musician. He is. Yeah. He plays in a lot of big concerts, so he's quite a
What's he
guy.
playing?
He plays the comb. He plays the tuba. No, I think he's a violinist. Actually, the truth is, I can't remember, but he's a musician.
It was a rare day when we get a straight answer out of you, isn't it? It's a rare day. Gregoire Munster is back behind the wheel of the Rally 1 Puma 4M Sport Fords. Hopefully doing a couple more runs this afternoon. Again, it's been great to see Munster here this weekend. Josh McAlean, I think, racked up some of the most runs across Thursday and Friday. He was loving the experience, and he told us that he was the best thing about Goodwood for him was actually seeing the delight on the passengers' faces that he was taking along for the ride, because it is quite the experience. It might be a short stage here, but it's a very busy stage. It's a lot going on. It's very demanding, so you really do get a full rally experience in this one.
And if you add up all his runs, he's had a lot of extra seat time, which is no bad thing.
Yeah, it's never a bad thing, is it? Let's have a look at Gregoire then on the donut. Nice, beautiful drift around.
Spot on. Just enough, not just too much, so you're not losing time. You get that nicely coming off that. And also, I was asking you, Bex, about this, because some of these super specials, which no doubt you'll see in Estonia, where you have this fantastic spectator stages, the first, the early ones, and they have to go round roundabouts, whatever, in the street.
Yes.
Do they have to? They must go round a complete circle, like do a 360 and come out the other side.
Yeah, sometimes it's double, sometimes it's a triple donut they have to do, or it's a single. But you know what? You mentioning super specials and all the different things we see, and we've seen some really strange things over the years. Rally Chile, on one of its first appearances on the championship calendar, we had, just as we've got down at Delta here, an oil can, which they had to do a donut around, and one of the Rally 2 cars got wedged on it.
Oh.
So the barrel tipped over, it was sideways, and it turned into a seesaw. The rally car was just stuck on this seesaw. Yeah, lots can happen in a super special stage. You certainly, the phrase is you can't win a rally on a super special, but you can certainly lose one. That was Gregoire Munster then completing his run through the Forest Rally Stage. We're looking at the Fiat 131 Mirafiore right now.
Neil Yates and Jeremy Almond. And on the start line is James Avis in the RS200, James and his son Julian. On the start ramp is the Ford Fiesta Rally 2 of David Wright and Jane Nicol. Of course, David at the moment is second to Tom Williams in the overall shootout classification. That's due to kick off in about 45 minutes. I can see Steve Ward's Subaru Legacy RS in the Clarion colours is in the middle of the paddock. Tim Mangan is bringing out the Mitsubishi Evo 6, and I can see Charles Sincock is probably heading out shortly for another run around the stage here. Martin Overington and the advertising that Britain's Noisiest Crisps is actually on the car. He'll be out shortly too. proving that Zab can only read big letters, not small letters.
Well, we see it on the start line. We'll have a look on the bonnet. It's right there.
It's so right there, I didn't see it.
It was just a case of me of say what you see yesterday, and we were watching it, and I was like, oh, there we go, there's the strap line.
What game show was that? Was that catchphrase, Roy Walker and catchphrase, say what you see?
Say what you see.
Yeah.
David Wright will be part of the shootout a little bit later on. He's currently in second position to Tom Williams.
It's across the bonnet about a metre wide. Can
you see it now, Zab?
Yeah.
You've clocked it. We'll see it on the camera very shortly.
That's only taken me about 6 years.
Hey, every day's a school day, right?
Oh, stop.
So it could have been John Bloxham, except it's not on the tarmac because he was Motoring News Rally Champion, Road Rallies Champion, Road Rallies Man Extraordinaire, actually. And this car in Group 2 spec, that's the original car from John Bloxham, and it's been through various ownerships, including Wayne Loveland. A very, very successful car, and also beautifully prepared. While talking about David Wright, go back to 2016. He's had some decent rally results himself. On the Malcolm Wilson rally in 2016, he was second overall. Grisdale stages, tough stages those. You could have asked Colin McRae about that. He rolled on them many, many times in the Lake District.
That's right, and he's got a very experienced co-driver alongside him in the shape of Jane Nicol as well,
yep,
David
very
Wright.
Good. She's good, very good. She was part of the ladies that created the calendar to raise money for what charity was it?
I can't remember.
It was motor neuron disease. But they replicated the famous calendar of they replicated the famous naked ladies calendar.
Pirelli.
But they Pirelli.
Yes.
But they raised money. They raised a bucket load of money for charity.
Right.
I remember.
There you go. Britain's Noisiest Crisps right there on the bonnet.
Yeah. I'll get my coat.
Sit yourself down, man. The Golden Wonder car. It does look fantastic, doesn't it, with this livery? It's you know, a lot of people have a bit of a Marmite with the 6R4. For me, I love it. I love the squat shape of it. You know, it's just a Metro with a massive wing and the David Wright and those big haunches. I love looking at it. But in that livery, it just looks a lot of fun as well.
And funnily enough, Ken Wood's other cars, the TR7 V8 and the Triumph Nomad Sprite, the Big Rover SD1 really looked good. They were well prepared cars, but you see David Wright run wide. But yeah, it was a great great advertising scheme.
It's not one of his better runs so far, as you can see. Look, he's going off into the ruts down and left, having to come off the throttle, get off the gas and reset.
He just needs to make sure that that run of the shootout is good though, doesn't he?
Sure. Yeah. If he's going to push the leader, Tom Williams, well, that was nicely done. Very well down through Delta and up through Gambles. Now from there they climb back up the stage and Gambles through to Dakar and Mexico and McRae as the Martin Overington car leaves the line with with that 3-litre V6 engine right behind the driver and the co-driver. Noisy as anything behind them. Very, very hot indeed in there. Relatively short wheelbase, so it could be quite a nervous car, especially on the faster stuff. On the more twitchy stuff and the twistier bends and the hairpins, of course, then it comes into its own. But it was Austin Rover, the Austin Rover group, who've gone rallying. They started that off with the big Rover through the TRs, the TR7, the TR8, and then into the Group B regulations. The result of that was the Austin Metro 6R4.
And of course, 6R4 did Dakar, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
In the hands of Ted Tolman.
I've forgotten that.
And basically what they had to do was chop the car in half, add 6 inches to give that longer wheelbase for stability, and, you know, marry it back up again. But yeah, there was 2 of them did Dakar. I think it was 2 years in a row. Ted Tolman, I can't remember who the driver was. Something tells me it was something to do with Barry Lee as well.
Well, they were good mates. Ted Tolman and the Tolman group went into Formula 3, Formula 2, ended up with their own Grand Prix team, and Ted Tolman himself was a great powerboat racer. That was his big passion. But as a group, they certainly got involved with a lot of power sports, and it was a very exciting time. And in fact, drivers like Brian Henton drove for them in Formula 2, and indeed Derek Warwick with BP sponsorship. The great Derek Warwick, who I know and like very, very much indeed, an honest, down-to-earth guy who's done a lot of sterling work with the British Racing Drivers Club, but loves his rallying, and was in a 3rd Subaru on the 1991 RAC Rally.
So Tim Mangan off the start line now and down in under the trees to begin his 1.8-mile run. Charles Sincock now in the McRae Enduro, car number 20, normally co-driven by Grant White, but passengerless this time, as we look back and see Steve Ward on the start ramp. Clarion colours, the folks' memories of Per Eklund. Of course, Per carried Clarion sponsorship on the Subaru, the Audis, and on the Metro 6R4 that he would have run in selected rounds at the World Championship. Was also a Works Toyota driver, and whenever the British Rallying Championship here was contested by the likes of Hannah Mikkola, Stig Blomqvist, Michel Mouton, and Per drove for the Toyota team here. And as you said, co-driver was Dave Whittock. And then Per sort of moved into building supercars for some American clients and into European rallycross. The Saab 900, he had a couple of them that he would hire out.
He was quite a character.
He was. He you know, was.
If you wanted to have a Scandinavian warrior and have 2 big horns coming out of his helmet, it would be Per Eklund. Because you go, hey, bloody British, all this stuff, and he just spoke in these lovely sing-song Swedish tones all the time. Fantastic guy, fantastic rally driver, and he and Dave Whittock were a great pairing.
Yeah, he was a great engineer too, a really good engineer. So Tim Mangan now through location 9 down to the barrel at Delta, but deciding to give the barrel a miss this time, as we can hear the Gray Enduro complete with solar panels on the roof.
Oh yeah.
Leave the start line.
Very green friendly then. We've been talking about the sustainable fuels and the solar panels.
Yes. Amazing.
And then behind that, you can see Travis Pastrana is going to bring his pride and joy out to play again, and looks as though it may well be Henry Catchpole who is getting a run alongside Travis. And if it's the same Henry Catchpole, the journalist, broadcaster, I think he's in for a very entertaining 3 or 4 minutes, that's for sure.
Well, Henry has a big following, so there's going to be great coverage for that as well. So nothing compared to Travis Pastrana, however.
No.
Nothing compared to that guy. I mean, he Travis was out here yesterday. I know we were talking about it. He was out there with his phone, little camera, talking to the marshals, setting the scene. Hey guys, come on! And he was in full American flow, and these marshals were being very British, going, yes.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah. No, we're having a lot of fun. Thank you. Do you want to know what I've had on my sandwiches?
Would you like a cup of tea?
Well, we are very British, aren't we, compared to the flamboyant style of the Americans and the razzmatazz. They know all about it, and they promote the hell out of things.
I'm not sure it's flamboyant. I think it's openness.
Yeah, I think it's I agree with you, Sam. But it's an openness.
Razzmatazz is flamboyance, if you like, but that's what they do, you know, in America with their events, with what they put into the things, their power of description. So I know he's a genuine guy. I'm not saying he isn't. He's a wonderful guy, but it's very different to the Brits. We are more restrained.
Yeah, period. We're not all from Berkshire. I'm from Northern Ireland, and
I'm from Wales.
South Wales.
Even though I'm British, yeah.
We're not.
But no, like I said to you, we had Josie Rimmer in here earlier, and I hosted the Women in Motorsport Summit in Seattle just a couple of months ago, and it was a full panel. We had many people there to interview, and we threw it open to the audience for questions. Now, if I'd done that here or anywhere in Europe, I'm not just saying the UK, there wouldn't have been many questions, but my goodness, there were loads from the Americans, and they were properly insightful questions as well. And I think it's more to do with the openness and the...
I think, yeah.
Yeah, the want to learn. Not a shy there, which is a good thing. And this guy certainly is not shy. Travis Pastrana then lines up on the start, ready to do another run with us here. The Subaru on the start line is a WRX used in the ARA, the American Rally Association Championship, and it won the last 3 events of the back end of last season.
Behind Travis on the start ramp is Tom Williams and Chelsea Mather, and I would guess that Chelsea Mather is somehow connected to Kim, who we've seen out in the Sunbeam. But in the background I can see that getting ready probably for the shootout is the ex-Roger Clark Ari Vatanen, Cossack sponsored Mark II Escort. Martin Overeach and 6R4 is there as well. I can see Lars Sanders at Repsol. Car is on display at the International Rally Drivers Club, and
clunk into gear, and the old rocket box there, and the Subaru. And here's another Subaru. Here's Steve Ward. We were talking about Per Eklund before and running in his colours, but as Travis gets underway, Travis Pastrana, for those of you down in the forest, if you can hear us, he's coming your way in a cloud of smoke and a hail of stones behind him as he hurls the Subaru through this 1.8-mile stage, and will be entertaining you as he's entertained all of us over the last 4 days up here, and fittingly has received an award for all his efforts.
RSC, the Don Buckley Run Company based out of Kelso, who have several cars in their hire fleet, as well as running customers on WRC and ERC events, as well as British national events too. We watch Travis make his way down through the likes of Blomqvist, Backinen.
I mean, Travis Pastrana, what a talented guy he is. I mean, we're seeing him, we've been celebrating him in terms of what he's done in rallying, but motocross, he's done a bit of NASCAR as well. All the stunt stuff that he's famous for, Nitro, of course, as well, with the rallycross. There's so much that he's been involved in over the years.
Yeah, the X Games, another one he and Colin McRae were involved with.
Yeah, the X Games, of course.
And the medals that he got for that, but Colin McRae was famous for. Travis tells a story about Colin rolling, you know, in front of the main grandstand. He's sitting there upside down. They all come over, push him back on his wheel, boom, off he goes, you know, to the cheers to the grandstand. I mean, that's typical Colin, wasn't it? Just pressing on and off he goes. But Colin, all, you know, on the very edge.
Nicely done.
Yeah, very nicely done. Our full broadside down there, never intending to do the 360. Right, Tom. This is you getting geared up now for the shootout, Tom Williams.
Standing in the front of the house later when they send Travis down to collect his award, and they show a little bit of the footage montage where people at the front of the house mightn't have seen the rally stage, and then him accepting the award, how he's stoked and everything else. So that'd be lovely.
Yeah. And here he is, coming into view. I think 6 times American rally champion. Motocross, we were talking about stunts on motorcycles, stunts in cars, stunts on little tricycles. Base jumping, that's another one he's done, which is so scary.
Yeah, he's done quite a bit, hasn't he?
That is scary beyond belief. He's standing there with his mates, and one of them goes, and you think, you know, it's all over for you. And just at the last minute, they pull the chute, and he does the same. And you think, no, he's out. His hands and his legs are spread out, and then he pulls the chute, and it's in the city centre. And they all 3 of them down on the ground just laughing. Well, that was good. You went a bit. You didn't pull your chute in time. So
yeah, that's a different game for me. But no, thank you.
Charles Sincock lining up again. It has been fantastic to see Charles do multiple runs here this weekend. He had a Chelsea pensioner on board, didn't he? Was it Charles, wasn't it?
Yeah, 90-year-old.
Yeah, which was great to see. We talked about, you know, thrill rides throughout the weekend. The variation of people who've been alongside these incredible drivers through the stage has been fantastic to see, and they're providing a lot of joy for everyone here watching, but also the passengers in the car as well.
So Charles Sincock off in the McRae Enduro with that 3.5 litre turbo diesel engine. Big fans at the back trying to keep it cool. Of course, it is for endurance events, so to go those long distances, huge fuel capacity, a good low down and powerful engine, so it can just keep on going, keep on revving, not overly stressed. Engine to just keep thumping out those revs to a certain level. The extra fuel cans, all the spare parts, as many as you can carry, because you'll be on your own in the desert and you've got to try and fix it yourself if it breaks down. The sand ladders that you've got to carry if it gets stuck. Those of you that watch the Dakar coverage will know that's all part of it, keeping going, getting back into the Rally Raid event. And sadly, of course, these vehicles, the McRae Enduro vehicles, didn't take off. They made 5 of them, but no more, because we'd come to the end of the line. And it's run and run right throughout the weekend with no problems whatsoever. Now, that's a different shape. That's a Mark II Escort. Roger Albert Clark. Tony Mason was his co-driver, won the RAC Rally twice, beat the Scandinavians here on home turf. Roger Clark, who was one of the original Ford drivers in the early days of the Mark I Escort, and in fact with Jim Porter, won some of those early rallies in 1968, when it was just a straight body shell on the Mark I Escort. This is the Mark II Escort, original car in the original colours. And RAC Rally in those days in the 70s was a very, very long affair indeed. Over 6 days, 3 or 4 nights, and they would go through the night. Just incredible endurance considering that it was stage rallying.
Yeah, 55, 60 plus stages. It was just fun. And I mean, I love looking through old records, and when you see the winning stage time in, say, 1981 or 82, it was like 46 hours, 22 minutes, 34 seconds. So that's like 46 hours flat out, you know, on stage.
It's difficult to know how they did it, but they did do it.
Yeah,
they did do it.
Difficult to know.
And the other thing, Bex, because you talking sorry, I'm trying to remember who you were talking about, whose love of maps.
Phil Mills.
Phil Mills, of course, Phil Mills. Peter Solberg's world champion co-driver. Phil
Mills. Been a cartographer had he not stepped into the co-driving.
And there is a fascination about an Ordnance Survey map because telephone boxes and trig heights and all these things that you can pick up the detail from. But that's what... Sorry, the red arrows were just going overhead. Well, not sorry, we're very, very happy.
Yeah,
just
always an amazing sight to see.
Listening to those jet engines all in unison as they went across. But that's where they were working off maps. They didn't have pace notes then in that early time. So you would have had the likes of Jim Porter or whatever sitting there with his map of that forest, with the potty, a big magnifying glass, and their little light at night going through this forest, flat out at night. He's just reading the corners on the map.
Yeah.
So it's a medium corner in about 50 yards, and then I think there's a this, I think that, and they're just flat out. That was their interpretation of their own pace notes, but off a map. But there's more than that. But at the same time, fatigue would set in, and you would have the service for, you didn't have big service parks as such because you had chase vehicles with a lot of spare parts in them, and they would designate where you're allowed to service, but they'd come to a service area and stop. And the co-driver said, well, you got 10 minutes. Yeah, but I've got a problem with the diff. Well, we can't do that till later on. And then they'd be chasing, changing the tyres, chucking the fuel in, and off they would go again. And as a lad, I'll say a lad, 14 years of age in 1966, I was taken to one of those makeshift service areas on the RAC rally, and I was in Battersea College. And they were just going back into those forests up there. And Jim Clark came in the Lotus Cortina, a Grand Prix driver, doing his first rally. And then Graham Hill came in the works Mini Cooper S. And Vic Elford came in over there in the Lotus Cortina. And so it went on. I was absolutely fascinated. When I got into the forest and saw all this, for me, that was it. Rallying was... I'd always loved rallying, but seeing it firsthand and then seeing my heroes from the racetrack going in rally cars was just a phenomenal experience.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
It really was. And since then, you know, we've had Derek Warwick, we've had Martin Brundle, we've had Derek Bell, you know, and in terms of Dakar and off-road stuff, we've had Patrick Tombe, we've had Jackie Hicks. All of these guys have been going into these other forms of motorsport. But all of those guys absolutely are in awe of what the rally drivers do because they're so versatile. And that's why I think actually the rally driver is the best all-round driver, even more than a Formula 1 driver.
No, I don't disagree with you. I really don't disagree with you. I mean, go back some years, you would see photographs that Reinhard Klein took of service areas in farmers' yards, in their cow shed. You know, and there's the famous Barry Hinchliffe footage. Mick Jones is running down and tapping on the guy's, sorry, can we have your axle? And they take the axle out. He
stopped. No, he stopped the Capri, went out on the road, saw 3-litre Capri coming because Ari Vatanen had broken his diff. And he knew the right diff was back. He stopped this guy and this motorist stopping on the
I've heard this story.
You have to see it. You have to watch it. It's all in the footage. And you see him giving this guy the card. And next minute, this Capri is up on ramps and the guy's taking the axle out. And the guy's sitting there going... And he gives him his card. He said, look, take it to a dealer. You'll get they'll fit another one for you.
Send the bill to me. It was amazing. It's amazing to be caught. It is on camera. Yeah.
Now, we've heard a lot of fantastic stories this weekend, haven't we, guys? We've been talking about Colin McRae very much so during the weekend, and remembering the fact that it is 30 years since Colin McRae won the World Rally Championship back in 1995. Here is Holly McRae alongside John Armstrong on the hill in that 1995 championship winning car. That was some great footage of her telling to John, just go for it, counting him down. Look at the expressions of absolute joy from Holly here. That is beautiful to see. You know, it's a great feeling to be behind or in the passenger seat of any car. But of course, for Holly McRae, this is certainly a special sensation indeed. We've heard very much from the McRaes throughout the weekend. Max McRae is here, of course, and Tony Jardine caught up with Max during the weekend.
We Okay, Max McRae, fantastic to have you here and the family. Very, very important weekend, isn't it? 30 years since your uncle won that World Championship.
Yeah, it's nice to be here again and driving some cool cars, and surprisingly in the sunshine this time instead of the rain. But yeah, and it's of course special weekend for the family. It's, yeah, like you said, it's nice to have all the cars here and all the family here for a bit of a celebration. So yeah, it's been a really good weekend.
And this must be one of your favourites, because this is where your uncle Colin sort of really made his name when he was first in Subaru with this legacy.
Yeah, it's a very special car. I think this is the car from, I think, 1992 Rally Sweden. So yeah, it's got some history, and I've been lucky to drive it every year I've been at Goodwood. So very familiar with it now. So it's yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
And for you, WRC2 up to that in the ERC now, it's still tough mechanically. I think you're being let down a little bit, if I could say that.
Yeah, it's been a tough year. There's been a lot of ups and downs, a lot of positives, but mostly it's a learning year. So we've done a hell of a lot of learning this year. So yeah, it's been good, and I think we can just focus on finishing the season off on a high, and then helps being at Goodwood this weekend. So that's always nice.
But you're also doing the British Rally Championship as well. That's been going slightly better.
Yeah, we had a podium there this year, so that's been good. And then yeah, it's the same thing again. It's all learning. With it's the first year in this like kind of top category in the European and the British Championship. So it's always a learning year the first year, and then we'll take what we've got this year, and then we'll have a big push next year and see what we can prove. But for the first year, yeah, it's always tough, but it's just a lot of learning.
And finally, how's your mechanicking?
It's actually quite good, so it's improved this year anyway. So yeah, we've had to use our Weira tools quite a lot, which is thankfully one of my sponsors. We hope we didn't have to use the tools that they gave us, but yeah, we did have to use them quite a lot this year, unfortunately. But that's part of the game. It's what we have to do in rallying sometimes.
I'm going to let you go off down the stage, and I'm sorry to keep you and your passenger waiting, because it's very, very hot in here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite warm, but I know it's used to that. That's what I have to train for, so it's fine.
Well done, Max. Thank you very much. Have a good run.
There we go. That was Max McRae talking with Tony Jardine throughout the weekend. I love that when you asked about the mechanicking skills, and yeah, we've seen him working on his car a little bit during this year, when he has come into a little bit of drama, let's say, in the European Championship. But it's a skill you need to learn, isn't it? You have to be, if you want to be a great driver out there, you are going to come a cropper sometimes. There are going to be occasions where you need to fix the car and fix it quickly.
Especially with the regulations.
Look at this little one. Forest Hideaway this way. They are as far up the pole as possible to get the best view they can of the Forest Rally Stage.
Yes.
In this.
Fantastic. No, you do have to be a good mechanic, because there are times when you go to those zones where you're only allowed 3 mechanics, or as you say, you come off the stage and there's a problem and you can't get to the service area, you've got to try and fix them yourself. So Colin McRae, his uncle, was a brilliant technician, a brilliant mechanic who could fix most things. Famously, we saw him with a Subaru, I forget which rally it was, but he bent the suspension arm. And he was with Nicky Grist, but he took the arm off, and he had some rocks.
Yeah.
And
Call
he
it
was
bush mechanics.
Yeah, and he was smashing it as straight as he could with a rock and getting it back on, bolting it all back up so he could get to the surface. And that's typical Colin.
Yeah, you know, one of the fixes we see sometimes on a regular basis is if drivers break their suspension arms and they use whatever they can to, if they haven't got a suspension arm or it's impossible to fix, then they'll use a spanner as a suspension arm and fix that and get themselves back.
Tie wrap it in place.
Yeah, and you know, ratchet straps, zip ties, they all come into play with fixes that we've seen over the years. We have seen feats of wonder in terms of mechanicking skills from drivers, and yeah, it's all part of the game. It is all part of the game. Now, Bruno Thierry is in the stage here.
Yeah, European champion, World Rally Championship at the level, and also when I was looking down the list, he too drove a Skoda Octavia for a while, for one season.
Okay.
And he had 3 8th places, and I think one of those was actually in Finland, and certainly one was in Monte Carlo as well. So he coaxed the tank, as we call it.
But lovingly called the tank.
Lovingly.
It was. And you know, the reason that it did pick up that name was because you just could not break the Octavia. It was reliably one of the strongest cars out there, and that, you know, people just used to call it the tank. And yeah, but it's great to see it here this weekend again.
I'm sure Bruno Thierry is enjoying himself in that Subaru Legacy RS, because he had said that was one of the cars he wanted to drive and he hadn't driven before. But the car that he drove in 1997, which was the Subaru on the Ypres Rally, he was reunited with it this year and actually drove that car on this year's event. They had some brake problems, unfortunately. Jari Matti of Latvala was on that rally as well. They had some issues as well. But Mark Higgins in the TR7 V8 had a very, very good result, top 10 finish on Ypres. But anyway, Bruno Thierry in the Subaru Impreza 555, and that was made possible by Briton Jim Harrison. He was called a dream maker actually by Bruno Thierry. Dream maker he is, because he's reunited me with this car after all these years. So that was a great story.
Absolutely. Now, we are building up to the shootout, people. That is going to be coming up next for us. So we have a pause in proceedings while we await everybody's final attempt to get the fastest time on the board at the shootout. So we'll take a short break until we get to that moment.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Goodwood is the ultimate experience.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Wow, just wow.
Goodwood for me is entertainment, right? And it's already one event where I get to really express my style and personality.
Unlike anything else in the world, and the nostalgia here and the commitment of all the fans year after year, and the drivers and the teams, second to none.
You come to Goodwood and you experience 100 years within an afternoon.
It's a way of bringing alive history of motorsport. It's a chemistry, it's a magic that it's difficult to explain.
And that was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
The greatest drivers ever are here.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year with more things to see, more things to do.
Rally cars? Okay, now you're talking.
And we've got the future here, happening right now.
There are some people who think it's just about cars going up a hill.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of people and familiar faces.
Well, I've seen the future, and it's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So buckle up, folks, because you're in for one hell of a ride.
The greatest show on earth.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, and there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Good Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Welcome back, everybody, to the coverage of the Forest Rally Stage. We are building up, of course, to the Shootout, which is about to get underway. We've seen some great performances over the past few days in the Shootout, especially so from Tom Williams, who is the man who is leading the way in terms of the time on the Shootout stage. Everyone has one last crack at it today, though, and we will find out who will be victorious here after, of course, all 4 runs throughout the weekend. I'm Bex Williams, Zav McCartan alongside me, Tony Jardine as well, to commentate you through the final sector now of coverage of the Forest Rally Stage. We will be getting underway in just a few moments. Let's take a look, shall we, at the amazing run so far and yesterday's run of Tom Williams. Tom has been out front in terms of the time on each day here at the Goodwood Festival and Speed Forest Rally Stage. Full commitment from him, but he's been incredibly precise. Very, very neat, and he knows exactly what to do to be able to take, potentially, gentlemen, a 4th win and the ultimate win, Tony.
Potentially, and David Wright is there just behind him and snapping at his heels. He's had some good times as well. So if Tom makes a mistake, and a big mistake, and he loses 10, 15 seconds or whatever, David will be right in there. And sitting behind them, Gary Lecoudou in the Toyota Celica GT4.
And we're underway.
Hugely consistent. Metro 6R4 then kicks off the Shootout down into the stage. This is car 57. This is Martin Overington. Martin is a very accomplished rally driver, more used to driving historic Formula 1 cars, but he really loves his Metro 6R4. He had a puncture earlier on. You're looking now at a shot across. That is Philip Hogg in the co-driver's seat. Richard Hogg just giving a thumbs up now. This is the Rover SD1. This is the V8 3.5 litre in the colours of Tony Pond and Rob Arthur. They have had some rear axle location problems, but that's all fixed, and hopefully they'll have a good final run over this 1.8 mile special stage here in the Sussex Downs.
I think. Let's listen to it on the line.
That's it, big rumbly off down into the forest, as we've christened it.
I think what we've seen from him today, though, has been a little bit of wild exuberance from Richard Hogg. We've seen a bit of back-end action. He's definitely used every part of the stage today. Lost a rear bumper along the way, but has been very entertaining to watch.
And at that top part of the special stage where not so much ruts, but there's a big dip has been gouged out, which flicks the rear end of the car out yet again. And Richard Hogg hit the straw bales as well afterwards.
So a nice interior shot there of Warren Philskirk and Gary Green. Normally Uric Evans in there, but Warren's been coming here for many, many years.
Oh, another sideways from Richard Hogg.
Yeah, just the back end swinging right out there. But this is a style we've come to know and love today. I mean, he's been quite neat throughout the weekend, but today he is definitely throwing caution to the wind.
He is really, really going for it. And we did talk to him about that sort of swing out sister. It's swing out Hogman now, because that's what he's absolutely doing. I'm sure Philip is enjoying it as well, but it is also a great test for the Roger Albert Clark Rally later in the year, November. They got an entry. You'll see that car on the stages, and I think it'll be very, very popular indeed. Here we go again. Look at this.
Take a little look at a replay here of Richard Hogg in the Rover, and yeah, that back end pretty wide there.
Yeah, that's pretty much a broadside, and gets away with that one and up and over the finish line. Whereas we look at the Mark 1 Escort, a little bit nose heavy, as the short wheelbase Aston Metro 6R4s tend to be. And if they do nosedive too much, they can knock off that bib spoiler at the front. The car designed aerodynamically, certainly by Sir Patrick Head, as the Escort gets away underneath us.
Kim Mather on the start line.
So Kim, who had his 74th birthday yesterday, and he's in the Talbot Sunbeam. A circuit racer as well, very, very successful in circuit racing and rallying it as well. The twin-engine VW Sirocco, which he brought to the special stage, which was some beast. But this is a beautiful X-Works car, and it makes me think of 1980 and Henry Toivonen in his very first RAC win, and that was his first World Championship win. That was his big breakthrough into the big time. And Paul White was alongside him then, the co-driver known as Chalky for obvious reasons. Nicely done, Warren Philliskirk with the Metro 6R4.
Philip Hogg safely over the Flying Finn, down now towards through the Coopers and up to Stratos, and out from under the trees back into the bright sunlight.
Now, it was on the exit of the stage we saw him tap the hay bale earlier. He's pretty much done the same thing. And it is a time of 3:13.8 for Richard Hogg. Martin Ovington was a 3:02.4. So Ovington with the fastest time through so far on the final shootout this weekend of the Forest Rally Stage.
So replay there of Warren Philliskirk through Gamble and up towards Dakar from Delta.
So 2 times on the board so far then, as we go back to Warren Philliskirk's car.
Steve Ward on the start line with Richard Cornwall in the Subaru Legacy RS, that yellow Clarion-backed Per Ekman car.
That's a great run from Warren Philliskirk. It's a 2:54.6 on the board.
Yeah, he looked neat, but he looked quick at the same time. Let's see what Kim Mather can do. The racing driver come rally driver in the Talbot Sunbeam. Love that hatchback, still a great shape, that car. And Des O'Dell, who ran all the works cars, a famous team manager and team boss from the works Peugeot days, Roots Group onwards. Then it got bought by GM, became Chrysler, but they still competed at the highest level. So one of those great works teams. Guy Freckelin drove one of those cars as well, those Talbot Sunbeams. But now we're looking at Malcolm Wilson's car. It was his car when he was 17 years of age, and it was handed to him by his dad, and it's been faithfully rebuilt, reproduced in every aspect. And Phil Squires, well-known national rally driver, usually drives an Escort Mark II behind the wheel on there. We'll see what time he can set in this final shootout, in this final afternoon.
It's a 3:03, so 3 minutes, 3 seconds for Phil Squires.
It's taken almost 20 years to rebuild that car.
Really?
Wow, that is a proper passion project, isn't it?
Yeah, they stripped it back and put it into storage for a while and then decided to bring it out and get going. But certainly worth it. When you impress Malcolm Wilson, you know you've done something right.
Yeah, it was lovely to hear Malcolm say the words that it looked, you know, as good as when he, or it looked exactly the same as when he drove it, and he couldn't believe how good it looked. So yeah, those are pats on the back words to hear, certainly. It must be very satisfying to hear that.
Kim Mather out over Flying Finn now, heading towards the end of his timed run in the Sunday shootout. In the background you can hear the Toyota Celica of Gary Lucado and Bill Painter leaving the start line to begin their run.
Well, they're in the podium position at the moment after the Saturday shootout. Gary Lucado with the cumulative time of 8.12.5 seconds. And a nice landing by Kim Mather there. A few little stones, not disturbing our little robot camera.
Okay, let's see then what we'll see from Sam Mason, who's well underway on this stage right now.
Back on the start line, David Wright, Jane Nicol in the Ford Fiesta Rally 2. Last time we saw David on stage, he didn't have a clean run. Very sort of disjointed looking, but hopefully he'll be hoping to take the baton to Tom Williams, who is on the start ramp.
Steve Ward across the line, and we look back just before, and Sam Mason going round Delta there, he was going quite wide. He hadn't quite got the pendulum swing going, but he might have just got away with that, because with the times that he's set in the previous 3 shootouts, he is 4th overall, the man who's in the Junior British Rally Championship.
So still leading the stage right now with a 2:54.6, it is Warren Philliskirk. Has a great time on the board as we watch the leader of the shootouts, Tom Williams, just about to plunge in to the Forest Rally Stage for the absolute decider here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed for the Forest Rally Stage. Tom needs to keep it all together, but Sam Mason's doing a good job here.
Yeah, he's been very neat, very tidy, and as Tony was saying, probably very quick as well.
2:53.1 is the quickest time on the board so far.
Oh, well done. That's a good performance by the 19-year-old.
That's Tom Williams away, so we are now waiting to see the last 2.
And Sam Mason, he told us earlier on that he met someone at the tennis club who had a Metro 6R4.
And that's what got him into rallying. You know, it's just a chance meeting, isn't it? I met somebody, they owned a Metro 6R4, and that's how the career kind of got underway, and the want. And we've seen a great performance from Sam Mason, but also from this man, Gary Lakodo, in the Toyota Celica GT4 this weekend, proving that his pace is super consistent. He's always been up there in the shootouts.
Absolutely.
Yeah, totally agree.
And he's been here over many years, and he's always been in the top 5, the top 6 with that car. It's not a purely economic driving style. It's a very fast, neat driving style. Tom Williams, who's really trying to reignite his career and get more consistency in his rallying. This will be great to be able to say, well, I won the shootout at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and pictures of him with his cup in front of the Goodwood House, if he can do it, if he can get to the line, if.
Yeah, lots of big ifs. He has to make it through this stage, of course. You're just with David Wright here. He was second in the shootout, who again, another driver who's shown us confidence and commitment on what is a tricky and demanding stage. He was a little bit ragged earlier on. Let's take a look at this time, though. It is looking good. Time, then we'll wait for. It'll flash up in just a few moments for us for David Wright, who's just completed. We go back into the dusty forest to find Tom Williams on the Delta Donut, drifting through it beautifully.
Nicely done. Almost similar to yesterday. That's David Wright, Jane Nicol now, up to the loop back into the service park here at the top of the hill at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Plenty of people still here, as you can see. Tom out over Flying Finn, so has a little bit of a margin in hand.
It is the fastest time through for David Wright so far, 2:35.3 on the board. That's the target time as to be set or beaten by Tom Williams. 2:36.1 is 0.8 of a second slower than that fastest time through. So second fastest to David Wright on what is the final run of the shootout for this weekend. It has been an incredible performance from Tom Williams across all 4 days of competition.
Well, we'll wait to see the aggregate across all the times, but I'm pretty sure with the margin that he had that Tom will be confirmed as the winner of the shootout. Is there anyone else?
There's the confirmation on the screen for you. Tom Williams then, with a total time of 10 minutes, 12.7 seconds, takes the ultimate win here at the shootout. These are now the final standings, with David Wright taking second, Gary Lakodo third, Sam Mason fourth, and Steve Ward completing the top 5 for us. And those are the completed times for the shootout here at the Forest Rally Stage. We'll be getting a few words, of course, with our victors. You'll be able to hear from them a little bit later on, but a great shootout across all of the days, Sav.
Yeah, it has been really good and entertaining, and I think Tom has driven very consistently over the 4 days. David Wright has pushed him, and Gary Lakodo, as you've said, Bex, has been very consistent, very smooth, equally very fast and deserves the runner-up spot in, or the third place on the podium.
Absolutely. Let's take a look then at the highlights of the shootout.
So Martin Overington kicking things off in the Golden Wonder Metro 6R4. And then we had Richard Hogg running very wide, where he has done several times in the same place today already.
Showing us pace though, but showing us extravagance as well, delighting the fans, and that's why I wasn't quite the fastest time on the board. A little bit of an extra donut for the fans who've all gathered around the Delta corner.
Long-time visitor Warren Philisker in the 6R4, Kim Mather, who was 74 yesterday and celebrated his birthday in style, probably at the ball. And that was David Wright and Jim Nicol.
Yeah, fantastic time from them. They really did show us what they can deliver out there. The fastest time on the board as they went through the red boards. Tom Williams was going to try and hopefully beat it, but consistency from him throughout the 4 days that we've seen here. Speed and commitment mean that at the end of the day, come Sunday here at the Forest Rally Stage, it is ultimately Tom Williams who has taken the win across the Forest Rally Stage. So congratulations to him. He has been pretty epic to watch, and we look forward to seeing him in action on plenty of rallies. His plan is to get more under his belt, hopefully here in the UK and internationally. And of course, a win always helps out there, doesn't it? Just shows what kind of pace and performance he has.
Yeah, totally agree. I'd like to see him out in a couple more rounds of the Portuguese Championship, where he's done a few runs already this year in Rally 3. And as he said, he just needs to take a step back to take 2 steps forward. And as you can see, the awnings there, the white awnings, the cars are under that. If you're in the Forest stage and you want to catch some action before you maybe make your way home, pop up and see us. We have teas, coffees, beers, sandwiches, and a lot of the cars and drivers are still here. And we will have more cars running on the stage shortly. We have sent the efficient Tony Jardine up to grab a word.
We are going to cross out now then to Tony Jardine, who's found the winner of the shootout. It is Tom Williams.
Tom Williams, you said to us up on the balcony there, yes, I can win this, and now you've won it. You've done it.
Yeah, it's always a bit dangerous saying that early on, and yeah, we kept it together. It's such a tricky stage. Like, Hannah Mikla designed this quite a while ago, and it's, yeah, off camber corners, on camber, and even when it's dry, you think it's better than wet, but it polishes up, and it's like an ice skating ring, bouncing off the banks. You might have seen I had a 2-wheel moment earlier in the weekend, but yeah, it was great fun, and yeah, it's good to steal these cars out and just, yeah, I had a dollar bet with Travis, so we got to see if I beat Travis, and then yeah, it's been great.
You won every session.
Yeah, tried to be consistent. It was my first time driving this new Fabia Rally 2, so first day on Thursday I was trying to work out to use launch control, and then it's just absolutely stunning car. Really suited me, gone so well, so hopefully that will pay dividends to what we do the rest of the season now.
Slightly difficult moment yesterday in the shootout because we saw you run wide, hit the bank, and then you hopped over another bank. That wasn't like you.
That may have happened. I had a few discussions with some bales on the exit there, hence a few scratch marks, but we made it. Cars in one piece, and yeah, couldn't be happier being at this great event.
Were you nervous at all today about going into the final?
I was just talking about it with my co-driver. When you get a bit out front, it's trying to keep it there without making a mistake. It's almost worse when you're driving flat out. You're on the right lines, the pace notes are coming, and you know exactly what to do. But when you bring it back a step, that's when you start making mistakes. So I was just trying to keep it tidy, and yeah, it was a great event and great stage, and yeah, great challenge.
What does this mean now? Because you're going to go down in front of the house, you're going to get the cup. You've won the Goodwood Festival of Speed Forest Stage. Is that going to help your career?
Absolutely. This is the British Motor Show now, so all the manufacturers are here, a lot of the teams, a lot of the sponsors. We brought a lot of the sponsors to this event to initialize a season, to get going, to bring back into a European, World, British series. So we want to get some momentum after doing a couple seasons in the States. So yeah, couldn't be in a better event, and I just thanks for everyone for having me here.
Thanks to you for entertaining us. You've been brilliant. Well done, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful interview there with Tom Williams, the winner of the shootout. And yeah, he's thrilled. I mean, he did tell us at the start of the weekend, Zav, when Tony asked him, can you win it? Yes. He said that confidently, and you can understand why now when you see the performance.
And he said it confidently, without arrogance. It was just he has a belief in his own ability, as I'm sure, you know, Gary Licado does and David Wright. But wonderful to see him win. And I really genuinely, I'm probably you're the same, I really hope that from this he gets the funding and the support and backing to maybe push on a little bit more, because the guy can drive a car. I said it earlier in our coverage and commentary. I saw him come here for the first time in his life about 8 or 9 years ago in Fiesta R2. It was a wet Thursday that we were here. Bex, he never put a mark on the car.
No, he did.
Not one mark. His times were competitive that day. He was really, really impressive. So much so I went up and, you know, asked his dad a bit more about him. He was really impressive that day. Neat, tidy, but quick and fast.
Well,
so
let's hope that this is a springboard now to help with regard to sponsorship. That was the shootout then, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Williams victorious. We are going to take a short break. We'll be back with you soon.
Gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Everyone's in vintage clothes and there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the good revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
That was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move done, but did he get on the grass? He does. The rear end steps out.
Welcome back, everybody. The shootout has been completed here at the Forest Stage Rally, but we still have more action to go on the stage, and we are about to kick back off now. Great shootout, though, guys, and a huge congratulations to Tom Williams.
Deserving. He was consistently fast over all 4 of the sessions. He was ragged yesterday, but still quick. He hit the bank, he hit the straw bales today, kept it all under control. He admitted he was a bit nervous, but he's done it, and hopefully that will do his career a power of good.
Neil Yates has just got underway to welcome us back after the shootout. It is Sunday afternoon here. We've just gone past 4 o'clock. It's just on 4 o'clock, in fact. And these are going to be now the displays we see towards the end of the day.
And as people look at this Fiat 131 coming through the stage, it was built from a brand new car into a rally car, and it was by John Bloxham and John Bloxham's Fiat dealership. John Bloxham, who is a very, very successful road rally driver and won the Motoring News Rally Championship. That was the road rally championship that used to go through the night up in the mountains of Wales, up in the little roads they call the Whites, which are on the Ordnance Survey map, and people work off those OS maps. But the dynasty has carried on, actually, because his son, Nick, very good navigator and driver himself, and in fact, Nick's daughter is turning in to be quite a navigator and stuff. She's 12 years of age, but she started doing some road rallying, and so which is great to see when you see the lineage, you see the dynasty coming through. And in road rallying terms and parlance, you know, he was an absolute hero, was he not, John Bloxham?
Yeah, he definitely was, because he took the fight to the likes of Ron Baycroft and many of the other top road regulars. It was so competitive. I mean, even though at the time, you know, the late 70s, early 80s, I was living at home in Northern Ireland, I was fully au fait with the night navigation road rallying and the battles that went on. And it was something we didn't see a lot of at home, but I regularly bought Motorsport News every week, or Motor News as it was back then, and read about the exploits, because there were some, you know, Mick Bryant ran Escort, he ran Sunbeams, but John Bloxham ran with the Fiat to take the battle to them.
Well, Neil Yates is driving the car at the moment. Matt Fairman is the current owner of that car. So, and you know,
we're getting arty with our shots here.
We are.
It's around the back of Charles Sincock's Enduro that we're taking a look right now. He does a little warm-up exercise as well, loosen out the wrists before heading in to the Forest Rally Stage. There's the Fiat over the flying fin jump. Can we celebrate the fact yet that the flying fin remote camera has lasted the distance? Is this? You don't think so?
It's not over till it's over.
Maybe that is commentator's curse.
I'd let Mystic Meg have a go here and make that call.
No, not yet. We can't do it yet. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that remote camera has done some hard graft this weekend. It's taken some gravel battering, and also a few wheels have teetered desperately close to it. But luckily, it's kept its cool out there.
Now, on the start line, one of my favourites, the Peugeot 205 T16, crewed this weekend by Philip Tolmer, and once again Chris Steele is alongside him, but this is in the colours of Matti Alamaki, and we have spoken previously about when Group B was unceremoniously dumped and banned. The likes of the Peugeot Evo 2 205 T16 made its way to Rallycross, as did the Lancia Delta S4, and of course the RS200, and then we got the Evo versions of the RS200 with the likes of Martin Shank. But Matti Alamaki ran with the North State sponsorship on his version, regularly seen at Brands Hatch at the Rallycross Grand Prix towards the end of the year, normally the first weekend of December, but what an event it was. All those Group B monsters on the grid at Brands for the Rallycross, absolutely stunning, and this is a nice car to see on the stage towards the end of play today.
Oh, a little bit of a glance in there at the footwork, or what will be the footwork during the stage.
And there's a little footrest to the left of his left foot there, which you just see with the holes in it there. And that is because sometimes drivers can leave their left foot resting on the clutch, and the clutch can be very sensitive on some cars and then start to actually burn the plates. So you're encouraged to take your foot away from the clutch pedal when you're not using it. Leave it on that footrest. God, that's some power, isn't it?
It's a huge amount of power.
Oof.
And there's a well-known video website where you can go on and look for Walter Roll in-car and the likes of Walter Roll, but it's actually film or camera of their feet, left foot braking, balancing, double clutching, and I love watching that. I really do, because it shows you how they left foot brake and set the car up, and equally a little bit of opposite lock. And it was especially important in the sort of the Group B days with the four-wheel drive, when four-wheel drive back then wasn't active and you didn't have active diffs and that kind of thing. It's amazing footage to watch talented people like that there.
It's a real kind of foot dance, tapping over from all the different pedals, whatever. And I love the way they bring the left foot across, left foot brake, and just tap the front to get the front end to come in. And Walter Roll was one of the masters of that. And in fact, later in his career, Walter Roll on San Remo Rally challenged a lot of the top drivers in a Porsche 911 SC. Do you remember that? And after the first day and a half, I think he was leading everyone. Oh, how's he doing that in this 911? But he did, and he was an absolute master.
I remember there was footage of Walter Roll with Barry Hinchcliffe, and Barry asked him about what he did for preparation, and he said, I go through the stage in my head. And Barry said, what do you mean? He says, well, I lie in the bed in the room and I go through the stage in my head. I set a stopwatch, go through the stage in my head. He said, well, what time did you get for the stage tomorrow at Sintra then? And Walter Roll came out with something like 12 minutes, 24 seconds. Well, I'll tell you what, lo and behold, the next day he was within 3 or 4 seconds of the time in his head. You know, different skills these guys have. Philip Tolmer around the barrel at Delta, back up now towards Gambles and Dakar as Florian Treats, Michel Muir leave the start line eventually. Then we have.
So what's the history of this particular car then, Zab? Because it's in the colours, well, Carlos Sainz's colours, because Repsol came board with Ford where he was, and they followed him around. And that was part of the sponsorship package with Ford, wasn't it? So I know that's got a snorkel. Bex loves a snorkel. She likes to go through the, you know those sort of bog competitions where they go as far as they can with a snorkel. Bog snorkeling. That's exactly right. But that's why they have those in East African Safari Rally, because it's literally the motoring equivalent.
It is. But it's not only to deal with the water. It can be to stop the fesh actually coming in as well. That's what the drivers, or co-drivers rather, because they were responsible this year in the Safari Rally. The activation of the snorkel was on their side of the car, so they have to hit it when they're going through the water splashes or the mud holes, as you mentioned, but also it can help with the fesh as well. The snorkel has become, though, dislodged here.
Well, the fesh is that really, really fine sand. And the other thing that the technicians have to make sure is that all the induction areas around the engine, through the fuel injection, whatever it happens to be that they're using, where that fine sand can get in, they have to make sure that it doesn't. Because if it finds its way into the pistons, eventually,
the snorkel has been moved. It's dislodged. I don't know what they've tapped here.
No snorkel, no goggles, no swimming. It's gone.
It's gone. The top sector is gone. It will be found, I'm sure.
Okay, it's a little bit of our curse coming in. We're talking about it and it disappears. The Roger Albert Clark will be happening November this year, starting in Carmarthen. 3rd week of November. It will be going for 5 days through the forests of Wales, the prime forests of Wales that were once used for the World Rally Championship, through the forests of England, particularly through Kielder, and then up to Scotland. Some fantastic stages like Twigley's in Scotland, which that rally will be visiting, all in honour and named after Roger Albert Clark, one of our finest rally drivers. And the escort that you see coming through, not that WRC escort, but the Mark II escort in the Cossack hairspray colours car. That's the one that Roger Albert Clark won the RAC rally in for the second time, with Tony Mason alongside him as co-driver, come navigator, when they beat all the Scandinavians in the World Championship. Roger Albert Clark, RAC Rally.
It's going to be some event. It really, really is. And
yeah, what's the last time it ran?
Yeah.
2 years, well, the year before last now.
Yeah, every 2 years it happens. So it's the turn again of the RAC Rally. But over 220 cars entered originally. Some of those have dropped out now, but I dare say there will be at least 160 cars starting that rally. And there's tickets for the special stages 2 years ago. It sold out 3 weeks before the event.
Wow, that just shows the absolute dedication of the fans here in the UK, the love of it all. It is such a special event, as you've mentioned. We're running a little slowly here. No?
We are. And I'm just wondering if there's a problem with the steering, because it was that front left wheel was wobbling a little bit. Yes, it is. Yeah. Look, so you can see the steering arm, the lower steering arm, I think, has broken. That could possibly be against the bank or one of those big tree roots by the side. So left front is wobbling away and just getting it through and out of the stage. So we don't, there it is. That's very, very difficult to steer, and very, very difficult if that happens at high speed, because you're off and you're into the trees, and it could be a very big accident. Fiat is back for more. Behind it is the Subaru, the Legacy RS. Here's Gary Lecoudou. Clouds of dust behind him. Have we got confirmation there, Bex, that Gary finished third overall?
He did, yeah.
The shootout? Yes, he did.
He did.
Okay.
And he'll be very pleased with that.
Last podium place to Gary Lecoudou. Hello. They're playing noughts and crosses in there. Those are not notes. Oh, he's lost against himself. Hangman next.
That looks like Max McRae in the Subaru Legacy RS on the start ramp.
That's more like it.
And I can see the ARA, Travis Pastrana 199 car in the background. So we're going to be seeing Travis shortly, I hope. Our driver and co-driver entry system seems to have crashed along with the power at Wimbledon.
The power at Wimbledon?
Yes, the men's final has been delayed ever so slightly.
Well, look, you are first with the breaking news today, Zav.
Yep.
You're on it.
Use a 10. Frank Carson, use a 10. ITM. For our younger listeners, they'll not have a clue what that meant or who it was.
I have no idea what that is either.
You're fibbing now, Ben.
I don't. I'm sorry.
I might be wrong there, Zav. It might be the bottom ball joint there at the end of the wishbone, if it isn't the steering arm. But just bringing it back, Steve Smith, nice and slowly, all under control. That's good. That is eminently fixable. Gary Lecoudou just can't get enough. He's back out here after the shootout, getting another run in the Toyota Celica.
It's his celebration run, the celebration lap, let's say. Another stage run then for Gary Lecoudou. He's had a great weekend here at Goodwood. Hard to have a bad weekend, to be honest, at this event. But on the podium in the shootout in third position, it's a really great result.
It is. It really is, because this is what they fight for. Those that put themselves down for the competition section of the special stage here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. You know, they go for it, they have at it, and we have had some incredible shootouts in the past. One of the notable ones that Zav and I commentated on was Chris Meek against Sebastian Ogier.
Yeah.
And they were
really
coming
good.
in after sessions and putting new tyres on, and then Meek went quicker by 4/10, and then Ogier, I'm
Serious
not having that. I
business.
mean, it was
Oh, it was.
real
Yeah, it
fisticuffs.
was.
It
Yeah.
was
Who won?
sensational. It was real fisticuffs between the two of them.
I think it was Ogier. I think from memory it was Ogier, but there was very little in it.
Oh,
but
so the winner, yeah, just.
it was very close.
He had more sets of new tyres.
But I mean, the spectators were just enthralled, and it was almost like Chinese whispers, because as the battle was carrying on, more you could see on the cameras, more and more spectators standing in the forest to get a glimpse of it. It was really good.
So we see the Subaru Legacy enter the stage again. On what is the closing runs here at the Forest Rally Stage. And again, back is the Enduro.
So on the start ramp now, Travis Pastrana, and again, as I say, I'm not able to update you as to who is alongside him because our wonderful entry system seems to have had a slight malfunction in the heat, but he does have a passenger on board. Charles Sincock on the start line now. Charles in the McRae Enduro going back out for another run. Solar panels on the roof of the machine, and you can see where the exhaust goes out over the passenger seat and over the roof, and various plugs in the roof which possibly you won't be able to see on stage. ProRaid UK and the heat-resistant silver.
The Fiat just going up on the banking there on one side, but all is well. Zav, while you've been guiding us epically through who's waiting to go over the start ramp and into the stage,
Yeah.
Aoife Raftery has just walked in to commentary. And we saw Aoife yesterday. We saw Aoife do loads of great runs yesterday, but unfortunately it came to a bit of an early bath, didn't it, Aoife? It's great to have you here in commentary. Welcome along. So sorry with what happened yesterday, because that could have happened to anybody out there.
Yeah, hi Bex, good to see you. Yeah, look, it's a pity it happened. I think it's known, that corner might be known for it now. I know that there's a few people that have done the same, so look, it's a pity it had to happen and ended our run early, but unfortunately these things happen.
They do happen, and you know, it's the full spectrum of rally experience here at the Forest Rally Stage, isn't it?
It is.
Gemma, who was in the co-driving seat with you yesterday, is alongside you here. That was quite the experience out there for you both.
Yeah, it was quite a shock. It's actually my first roll, so...
Well, there you go. It's got to happen sometime, hasn't it?
There's no better place to have the first roll, so no, it was a bit of a shock, but
a baptized her there.
Anyway, let's talk about the positives, shall we? Because it's been a fantastic weekend for you both here. And Goodwood is a special place, Aoife, isn't it?
Yeah, the whole event is amazing, and it's really special, and yeah, all the cars that are here and getting to meet so many people is what it's all about, and it's quite a show, and to be part of it is amazing.
Now, we saw plenty of runs from you during the weekend. We're going to have a look at not the roll yesterday, don't worry. Aoife's giving me the harsh stare, don't worry, we're not going to be showing that. But let's have a look at some of the great runs that we did see you perform at. You get to commentate on yourself here, Aoife. And off the start, it's really interesting, isn't it? Tarmac straight onto that grass and a bit of gravel as well.
And it's quite technical, the stage. There's actually a lot of tight corners in it, they have to remember. It's quite fun to drive, and of course the Rally 3, I haven't done much in it, but to drive that over the weekend was a lot of fun as well.
And you know, it is a four-wheel drive car that we're seeing in the Rally 3, which is great. And was it the first time that you were in it last year at Goodwood?
So last year we were actually in the Peugeot 216.
You're in the that's right, of course, the Craig Breen car.
Yeah,
that's right, of course.
And that was quite a special car to be able to drive that last year as well.
So you mentioned how difficult it is. It's a busy stage, isn't it? There's a lot going on.
Yeah, there's quite a lot going on, and I think it takes a few runs just to learn it, but it's still the jump there. That's quite fun as well.
Yeah, we've seen that the longest jump, I think, was about 40 feet on that
Who was
flying fin. Oh, God, I knew you were going to put me on the spot here. I think it was Rob Whitehouse who did the longest jump. So, Gemma, how did you find it out there this weekend? Now you're watching your footage back of you girls.
Yeah, it looks fast out there, doesn't it?
It does, and you did have some really great runs, and it was really interesting to watch everybody, you know, starting quite, you know, tentatively, getting something of what it was like, and then all of a sudden, boom, out comes the aggression.
Yeah, there was no recce, so we had to do a couple of cycling laps just to see where we're going. But no, it's yeah, as I said, it's been great fun, and even like, you know, we were watching Travis here on the screen. It's quite cool to be seeing these guys here as well, and
I know,
you know, it's.
You've been over and spoken with Travis?
Yeah, I was over. So
he's enthusiastic, isn't he? My goodness.
I only just was chatting to him before I come up here, and he let me know that he did the same thing on the same corner as me, so it takes the pain away a little.
Yeah, a little bit. Do you know what? I'm sure a load of people have done it out there as well. I'm sure they have. When you got drivers like Travis Pastrana in this great car, and Rhiannon Gelsomino, whose co-driver, was saying to me, you know, a little bit worried this car's not going to fit down the stage because it's so narrow in parts out there. What else has impressed you this weekend then, car-wise?
What else has impressed? We actually were trying to get a run in with Rally 1. Yeah. But the stage actually got stopped just as we were in the queue up. Martin was going to be driving. That would have been a lot of fun.
Great to see a co-driver behind the wheel.
It is,
absolutely. And you know, he did a really great job out there.
Yeah, he did, and I was so impressed with his knowledge of, like, I don't mean knowledge, but as in, like, he knew what I had been up to, and for someone at that level watching and seeing that we were rallying in the US and that we had a good result over there and in the Junior European Championship, I was quite surprised that he knew all that.
It's good that he's following exactly what you're doing out there. In terms of the classic cars, though, because we've got an array of brilliant machinery out there, and sometimes I'm looking at it, and we've all said this in commentary, why are you running it on the gravel stage? You're not worried about damaging it, but I'm really glad that they are doing it, because that's what these cars were born to do.
Yeah, that's what they're for. And it's nice that people bring them out and drive them, rather than just keeping them in the sheds, to actually go and put them on display, and, as you said, on a gravel stage.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of the top teams out there, obviously we've seen Toyota, Ford and Hyundai all here. Have you managed to catch up with any of the other guys this weekend, apart from Mr. Vidaga?
Who are we talking to? Jari Matti.
Of course, I was going to say, when you mentioned the word talking, it's got to be Jari Matti Lauvala, because the boy can talk and everything. He knows everything about this.
Yeah, no, he's very good, and I know he's quite busy he was doing passenger runs, but he still made the time to have a quick run, which is really
he's a proper gentleman. Aoife, tell me what's next for you now then?
Next, the plan is to be at Barham.
So that's Barham Rallies Lynn. That is the next round of the European Rally Championship, of course.
So hopefully we can go there. The plan is to try and get to that next, and so we have a little while now to try and put it together and get everything to come along, but fingers crossed that's where we'll be next.
Tell me about this relationship between you two, though. Gem.
So I know Gemma since she was born, and she's rallying now in Ireland in the J1000 class, which is
that was nicely supported by Craig Breen.
Yeah, that's it. That's the category. So she's in a 1 liter.
Yeah, it's a 1 liter junior car. Yeah, it's a junior category, so it's for 14 to 18-year-olds. So it's a super championship, you know, to get you into driving young, super young, in the forest. So it's forest stages. But there's dual surface championship as well. So it's brilliant. I really enjoy it. And obviously, you follow Aoife and you look at that, and that kind of it shows that there's like a space for women in it. So
that's the important thing, isn't it? Representation. Yes. Seeing somebody actually doing it gives you that more confidence to know.
The motivation,
absolutely, the motivation. It's great that you two have paired up. I'm glad that you've been here together this weekend. Looking forward to seeing more of you in action throughout the year. Thank you very much for coming up to commentary, both.
Thank you, Bex.
Aoife, Gemma, thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the time here at Goodwood before it all closes. We haven't got too long to go, of course, before it all fades away here, and we look forward to what will happen next year. But for now then, we watch as the spectators still gather here in the service area. So much to see and do up here throughout the weekend, as well as all of the action to look at on the stages themselves. And we have been treated to some brilliant action, haven't we? If you've been with us online throughout the weekend, thank you very much for, of course, watching and giving your time. And if you've been here in the service area, yourselves, then I really hope that the entire Goodwood experience has stuck with you and will stick with you for a good while yet, because it is quite the experience. Now I welcome the two gents back in, Tony Jardine and Zav McCartan, as we look to see Travis Pastrana just making his way through the crowds here. It's great to hear that Aoife's had a good chat with Travis and Jari Matti-Latvala during the weekend. Martijn Vidar, we talked about accessibility, but it's even just with, you know, the drivers who are competing as well, like Aoife wanting to go and have a chat with Travis and being able to go and do that.
Yeah. Well, you can rub shoulders with the champions, you know, the stars of rallying as well. And there are key learnings, not just from the accident itself, but in terms of the advice, in terms of looking at career paths.
And nice that he said that as well, you know, that he'd done exactly the same thing that as she had done on that banking. I'm sure there's a lot of them that have done exactly that same mistake, and it's just unfortunate for Aoife that it resulted in a roll.
And the thing is, you always learn from it. And you'll know the next time, and you always gain experience from adversity, and that's the good thing. You know, from what you're saying is, you know, she's a determined, driven, she has got talent. Listen, she'll be looking back in 4 or 5 years and sort of giggling about it, and it'll not be the sort of stress and worry that there is at the moment, you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And that's what you've got to do, you know, whenever any incident that you have to put it immediately behind you and just move on. The more it sticks in your brain, the worse it is. But yeah, I'm sure she'll look back and with some chuckles about it in the future.
In a nice way, you know, I hope she got to the end of the stage, got back up into the service area, had a think, thought, you know what, I dropped down a gear too much, I did too much of a cut, I was 6 inches the wrong way, and then straight away, I know why I did it. So, yeah. Learn from it. Travis Pastrana, car 199.
The man of the weekend alongside Tom Williams, of course, winning the shootout, but he has been the absolute embodiment of what the Festival of Speed is all about. He really has. Really enjoyed watching him this weekend.
We just have Gary Lecadeau has popped in, and I'm not sure who's going to sort of be more excited, Gary Lecadeau or Bex Williams, because Gary has proved to be a firm favourite over the course of the weekend. But nice to see Gary pop in. And Gary's PR team here alongside.
Only popped in to say thank you to you guys for everything you've done over the weekend. Well, as always, we've had a brilliant weekend, and it's just nice to say thank you to you guys, particularly because we hear you all the time, as I said to you before, Bex, you know, so it's a bit strange for us to hear you talk about us here. You know,
but it's been our pleasure, Gary, to talk about you here. Third in the shootout, congratulations.
Yeah, really pleased with that. Yeah, it's a really good event. It got a bit rough towards the end, so we were starting to be a little bit more cautious because the old car is not so good on that rough surface. We haven't got so much travel as the modern cars, so yeah, we started to be a bit more respectful, shall we say, towards the end, so that the wheels didn't fall off, you know. But yeah, no, great fun as always.
It's been a wonderful weekend yet again. How many Goodwoods have you done now? How many under your belt? Or I'm putting you on the spot, you're having to really count.
15 or 16, something.
Ooh.
Yeah, a long time now, long time. Some in the region of that, for sure.
Yeah, easily.
You know, initially we came with Toyota when Toyota had a much bigger presence here, and so initially we came with them, and then when they stopped coming with Toyota Europe as such, then we got the invite direct, and we've come ever since. So.
And you told me about the excitement when that invite does come through and it hits the post mat. Yeah. How much you smile every year knowing you're going to come back.
Yeah, very much so, and so do my family. You know, because as you know, they all come, they all go out in the car. So yeah, it's just somewhere that you can spend the weekend with the family, have some fun, show them what you love to do, and there's not many places you can do that really. So so it's a great opportunity to do it.
We've got Travis Pastrana on the screen right now, Gary. He's been one of the fun ones to watch this weekend. You had any interactions with Mr. Pastrana?
Yeah, I had lunch with him the other day in the drivers club. So yeah, and I mean he's so he's so liked, and he's such a easy guy to talk to as well. You know, there's people around him all the time, and you can understand why. So yeah, great for someone like that to be here and to entertain people.
So if the invite plops on the map, then you'll be back next year?
I think we'll consider that, yes, definitely. I think we'll, well, hopefully, you know, as I say, I never take it for granted, you know,
no.
But hopefully we'll be back next year.
Gary, thank you so much for popping into commentary. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch you compete again this year. We look forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you very much indeed.
There we go. That's Gary Lucado, who was third in the shootout and has been a brilliant part of this weekend, of course, here at the Festival of Speed. Thank you very much to those guys. And Travis Pastrana is who we're watching now, and this could well be the last car that we see.
Yeah, it could well be. I had a quick chat with Michael Weeks earlier, and there were certain commitments in terms of rides that people had won in competitions that they had to get through and fulfill. And I think you may well be right, Ms. Williams.
It looks like it is Travis Pastrana that is the last car then through the rally stage for us this weekend. And what an incredible weekend it has been. Before we stop and take a look at some highlights, we just want to say a big shout out to all of the motor clubs that have been involved this weekend. The Southern Car Club first and foremost, Worksop, the Buccaneers, Redditch and District Motor Club, the Falcons, Farnborough, Southsea, Bognor Regis, Maidstone and Mid-Kent, Craven, Plymouth, Scottish Sporting, Borders Motor Club, Matlock Motor Club and Newcastle Motor Club. It cannot happen without the participation of everybody involved to keep us all safe and keep the event running. And what an event it has been. We're going to take a little look at some of the highlights. So, highlights from the final day of action then. Richard Hogg was wild but wonderful out there this weekend.
Wild Hog Man, swing out sister, yep. And there we had a Grand Prix driver, Esteban Ocon. Here we had WRC1 drivers. We had, I think that was Latvala.
We had Takamoto Katsuta and Yari-Matti Latvala.
Yes, we did,
in the car, but also Esteban Ocon got behind the wheel, didn't he? He was a passenger and then a driver. So we've seen the full spectrum of Formula One to WRC this weekend. Tom Williams was, though, pretty much the star of the show, the winner of the shootout, and the man that has showed us and has given us hope that we will see him more frequently in competition in the UK and internationally. He did kiss a few hay bells along the way, though. That's not a bad thing. Ollie McCragen, the driver of life, alongside Travis Pastrana, who, as we said, has been the embodiment of what the Goodwood Festival Speed is all about. Accessibility, inclusion, and extravagance behind the wheel. Drive it fast or don't bother. And it's been brilliant to see him on top form out there this weekend.
Well, he got our vote. He got the vote of all the panel up here. And
the marshals and the organisers.
Desserts.
And won the award, which you will get later on this evening down at Goodwood House. But everywhere he went, people following him, a fan favourite. Autographs, no problem. Posters, no problem. Himself and Ree and Gelsomino. A credit to the sport and a credit to the team they represent.
They absolutely are. Confirmation then of the final standings of the shootout, with Tom Williams taking the outright win. The podium sitters then, David Wright took second and Gary Lucado took third position overall in the 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed Forest Rally Stage shootout. What an event it has been. We've loved the shootouts every single day, but we've loved every single run from all of the crews.
Yep.
And all that it leads me to do now is to say thank you to my co-commentators here, Tony Jardine and Zav McCartan. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Bex.
Well done this weekend. It's been epic to chat with you all again. The whole crew here, it's been a brilliant honour to be able to broadcast to you.
And before we go, I just want to thank the organising team downstairs, Rick Smith, Chrissy Chorley, members of Southern Car Club, our cameramen, all the production guys that work behind the scenes that allow the three of us to bring you the commentary that you all listen to and watch. For everyone that's helped us, help you enjoy the event. Thank you.
And there we go. Thanks to all of you guys here in the service park and around the world for watching. We will, of course, see you next year. Thanks a lot.